a violation of the franchise, but it is a usurpation and infringement on the powers of Congress. Kapangyarihan natin, Mr. Chairman, kung tayo ay papayag. Nung ito po'y unang pinag-usapan sa NTC, ang sinabi ng NTC sa atin, sinabi natin sa NTC kung pwedeng patuloy nila na magkaroon ng provisional authority habang naghihiring tayo. Ngayon po, itinigil ng NTC, sinidio ang ABS-CBN. Ngayon naman naghihiring tayo, pinayagan naman niya yung paggamit ng ere, patuloy sa DigiBox. Mr. Chairman, ako po'y nalilito sa sitwasyong to, pero ang malinaw sa akin, it is a violation of the powers of Congress. It is a violation of our constitutional mandate na tayo lang ang magbibigay ng prangkisa. Inuulit ko po, hindi po ang binabanggit ko ang violation ng paggamit ng DigiBox. Ang binabanggit ko po ay yung natapos ng prangkisa at pinapayagan pa ng NTC na umere ang mga programa gamit ang DigiBox. And NTC is there, Mr. Chairman. Whether we are for or against, it is not a question. Hindi po yung problema sa akin. Pero wag naman po nila apakan ang poder ng ating Kongreso at yung mandato ng ating saligang batas.
Vice Chairman,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Defensor, pasasagutin natin yung NTC mamaya, pero matapos na po ang presentation ng PICTAP at ng ABS-CBN kung sila ay may presentation ukol dito.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you for that, but it is a question of personal collective privilege. NTC is here. Ma-justify lang niya sa akin bakit niya pinapayagan, papayag po akong pagdiskasan. Kasi Mr. Chairman, tandaan ninyo, tayo mismo, Congressman Chicoy Alvarez, we wanted yung 6 months franchise. Sila po ang pumatay na sinabi lang mag-CDO. Ngayon naman nag-hearing tayo, pinayagan naman nila yung DigiBox na gamit yung parehong prangkisa at yung parehong frequency sa area na yun. And NTC should answer that because it is not anymore whether we are for or against. Ang sinasabi ko dito, katulad din ng sinasabi ng iba, may batas tayo, may saligang batas tayo. Dapat sundin natin yan. If NTC could please reply, then I will hear them out. But if not, Mr. Chairman, I think before we talk about violation, this in itself is a usurpation and infringement on the powers of Congress, Mr. Chairman.
Hearing suspended. Hearing resumed. Vice Chairman Defensor, puputulin ko po muna yung iyong pagtatanong sa NTC at kung iyo pong mamarapatin ay ibibigay ko ulit sa iyo yung pagkakataon pagkatapos ko pong magbigay ng ilang pahayag at paglalatag muli ng ilan sa ating mga rules na kailangan po nating sundin ngayong araw na ito.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Go ahead. Again, the question of personal collective privilege will wait after your statement, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Vice Chairman Defensor. Dadako po tayo sa issue ng TV Plus o tinatawag na black box sa pagdinig na ito. Ayan nga po, hindi pa tayo nagsisimula ay mainit na ang mga tanungan. Kaya po sa lahat ng nanonood, sana po ay wag po muna kayo maglipat-lipat ng inyong mga channel sapagkat maganda po ang pag-uusapan natin ngayong hapong ito. Malalaman natin kung dapat po bang bigyan o hindi bigyan ng kapulungang ito ng prangkisa ang ABS-CBN sa kadahilanang ang kumpanyang ito ay may mga aligasyon ng paglabag sa alituntunin ng kanilang prangkisa nang mag-alok sila ng TV Plus nang may minsanang bayad at gayon din ang pag-aalok nila ng pay-per-view o PPV habang ginagamit nila sa pag-ere ang free-to-air signal na tinatawag o iginawad sa kanila ng pamahalaan ng walang anumang singil o walang anumang gastos. Sasagutin din natin kung ang pagbebenta ng TV Plus ay naaayon po sa batas. Malinaw na ayon sa NTC na ang TV Plus ay nabibilang sa Conditional Access System o CAS na hanggang sa ngayon ay wala pang policies, rules, and regulations mula sa pamahalaan. Hindi lamang po, sa kaalaman po ng lahat, para sa patas po na pagdinig, hindi lamang po ABS-CBN ang nagbenta o gumagamit ng CAS o ng Conditional Access System. Ang ibang stasyon rin po ay nag-aalok rin naman ng Conditional Access System kagaya po ng TV Plus. At sa pagdinig pong ito, papayagan rin po natin ang PICTAP o Federation of International Cable, Television and Communications Association of the Philippines upang ilahad sa pagdinig na ito ang kanilang reklamo laban sa ABS-CBN hinggil sa pagbebenta ng TV Plus at operasyon ng Kapamilya Box Office o KBO, ang channel kung saan nag-aalok ang ABS-CBN ng pay-per-view. In the spirit of fairness, bibigyan po natin ng pagkakataon ang mga kinatawan ng ABS-CBN, FICTAP, at Office of the Solicitor General. At ngayon po ay hiniling ni Vice Chairman Mike Defensor na pati ang NTC na magpahayag ng kani-kanilang presentasyon hinggil sa issue ng paglabag sa prangkisa ng ABS-CBN gamit po ang TV Plus o ang black box, pati po ang KBO o Kapamilya Box Office. Maraming salamat po. Vice Chairman Mike Defensor.
Again, Mr. Chair, yung pong pinupunto ko kanina, hindi po to for or against the debate on the franchise. Ang punto pong ito ay ang poder ng ating Kongreso, partikular ang Komite ng Legislative Franchise at ang kabuuan ng ating samahan sa Kongreso. Ito po'y infringement and encroachment ng powers ng ating Kongreso. Ang NTC po nandito. Nung tayo po'y nagsimula mag-hearing, sabi natin bigyan ng provisional franchise, hindi binigyan, isinara. Ngayon po nag-hearing na tayo, pinagamit ulit yung prangkisa, yung frequency mismo ginagamit para naman maglabas ng mga programa. Inuulit ko po, ito po ay batas. At kailangang respetuhin ng NTC ang poder ng ating Kongreso at yung mga batas na pumapaloob sa pagbibigay ng prangkisa na tanging sa ating saligang batas, ang ating pong Kongreso ang may kapangyarihan. So Mr. Chair, with that, I hope that NTC can reply to my query and to act immediately on the personal and collective privilege that I have raised. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat, Vice Chairman Mike Defensor. Bago ko po kilalanin ng NTC, pagkatapos pong magbigay ng pahayag ng NTC ay papayagan ko po ang isang anti at isang pro na magtanong pa sa NTC. Pagkatapos po ay puputulin na po muna natin ang usaping ito upang bumalik na po tayo sa ating tamang listahan ng interpellators. Yes, Congressman Zarate.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I understand the position of the Congressman Defensor. But if I may suggest, Mr. Chair, after a short reply from the NTC, we will immediately go back to the agenda. At any rate, kasama ho sa agenda talaga yung usapin na yon at sasagutin ng NTC. Dahil po may nakalista naman tayong magtatanong talaga para po proper yung ating pag-proceed ng ating hearing, Mr. Chair. If I may suggest. No?
Maraming salamat po sa napakagandang suggestion, Congressman Zarate, pero nakapag-rule na po ang chairman na bibigyan ng tigisang magtatanong mula sa antay at isa sa pro at tingnan po natin kung hanggang saan mangyayari ang katanungan, pero bibigyan lang po natin sila ng tigisang tanong, Congressman Zarate.
We submit.
Maraming salamat po, Congressman Zarate. NTC, you're now recognized. Pakisagot po yung katanungan ni Vice Chairman Mike Defensor.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat, Mr. Chairman, Chairman ng Franchise Committee at saka Chairman ng Good Government at sa lahat ng congressman at mga bisita na nandito ngayon sa ating hearing. Maraming salamat po sa inyong tanong, Congressman Defensor. Malinaw po ba? Naririnig niyo po ba ako?
Naririnig po kayo. Ipagpatuloy po
Okay.
ninyo, Commissioner Cordova.
Maraming salamat po. Actually, Your Honors, tama po si Congressman Mike Defensor na ang Channel 43 po na umi-ere ngayon ay kasama po sa original na cease and desist order na inisyu po ng National Telecommunications Commission. Magbibigay lang po ako ng konting history para po maintindihan ninyo kasi medyo medyo technical. Ang Pilipinas po ay nag-adapt ng digital television noon pong 2013. Ang ating pong napili na technology ay yung Japanese Digital Technology or ISDBT po ang kanyang acronym. So ngayon po, pagka po kasi umere na ang digital TV, ay meron po mga tao na hindi makakapanood ng digital TV dahil po ang kanila pong mga television set sa bahay ay luma pa. Yun po yung mga analog TV sets. Kung hindi po ito digital ready at wala kang set-top box, ang tawag po doon sa black box, ang generic name po noon ay set-top box. Ibig po sabihin ay hindi mo po marireceive yung digital signal. So, ang nangyari po ngayon, lahat po ng may analog broadcaster, analog broadcasting, ay kailangan po silang umere kasabay nun ang digital TV. Ang tawag po doon ay simulcast. Para po yung mga tao na wala pang pambili o hindi pa ma-afford na makabili ng set-top box or ng digital ready TV, ay makakapanood pa rin po sa analog. Ngayon, binigyan naman po sila ng additional channel. Ito pong mga nasa channel sa nasa VHF, which is channels 2 to 13, lahat po sila ay binigyan ng katapat na digital channel sa UHF at doon po sila nagsa-simulcast ng digital TV. Okay. Ngayon po, ito pong channel 43 ng ay naka-assign po sa Amcara Broadcasting. Ang Amcara Broadcasting po ay sister company ng ABS-CBN. So, ang nangyari po, dito po sa Metro Manila, si ABS-CBN ay umi-ere ng analog sa Channel 2 at umi-ere po ng digital sa Channel 43 ng Amcara. Pinagamit po sa kanila ng Amcara, which is the sister company, para gamitin sa digital TV. Ngayon po, nag-issue po kami ng cease and desist order against ABS-CBN na wag na silang umere dahil po paso na ang kanilang franchise noong pong May 5, 2020. Kasama po dito dapat ang Channel 43 dahil yun po kasing kanilang provisional authority. Makapag-submit po kami ng kopya sa committee ay sinabi po doon sa aming provincial authority na ang digital TV ng ABS-CBN ay Channel 43. Sa madaling salita, yung pong pag-ere ng channel ng ABS-CBN ng digital TV sa Channel 43 ay kasama po sa CDO dahil ang franchise po na ginamit nila for that digital broadcasting ay yun pong ABS-CBN. So ngayon po, nung amin pong nalaman na ume-ere pa rin sila sa Channel 43 kahit po paso na ang kanilang franchise at kasama ito sa CDO na inisyo namin nung May 5, 2020, ay sumulat po kami sa Office of the Solicitor General. At dahil ang dahilan po nito kaya po kami sumulat is meron na po kasing usapin sa Supreme Court. Ito po ay pending na sa Supreme Court dahil kine-question po ng ABS-CBN ang inisyo namin na cease and desist order. We wanted to be more prudent, kaya po nagtanong po kami at humingi ng guidance sa Office of the Solicitor General. At ito pong guidance na ito ay natanggap po namin kaninang umaga lang po. Ang sabi po ng Office of the Solicitor General is, tama nga, kasama nga po ito, at pwede po kami mag-issue ng alias cease and desist order. Ngayon po ay tinignan po namin sa aming rules na wala po sa aming rules ang alias cease and desist order, but alam naman po namin na ang rules of court ay suppletory dito po sa aming rules. Kaya po ito ngayon, dahil kakatanggap lang po namin kayo ng umaga, ay inaaral na po ng aming legal department, at kung sakasakali pong okay naman po ang kanilang pag-aaral, ay we will issue forthwith yun pong kanilang, yung aming alias cease and desist order. Pero kapares po ng binanggit nyo kanina, sabi naman po ni Kong Mike Defensor, nandyan naman po ang ABS-CBN. Maaari po siguro niyang, just a suggestion, tanungin sa kanila kung willing ba silang isarado to without us issuing an alias cease and desist order, dahil kasama naman po ito sa original na cease and desist order na inisyu po namin noong May 5, 2020. Ayun lang po, maraming salamat.
Yes, Congressman Remulla.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask from our committee secretary, if Amcara Broadcasting has been transferred to ABS-CBN, if that company has been transferred to ABS-CBN?
Sir, as far as our records are concerned, only 10% of Amcara belongs to ABS-CBN.
So they have not gone to Congress for approval of any transfer of Amcara Broadcasting?
No, sir.
But what is the policy, Mr. Chairman, regarding the use of other franchises by other entities?
Pasagutin po natin ng NTC, Congressman Remulla. NTC?
Ayan, yan po. Naka-unmute na po. Actually, Your Honors, ito po kasi ay...
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to ask Mr. Cordoba to please make a clear picture of himself because I don't like the digital mapping on his face. Maybe we can have a better normal picture of him.
Commissioner Cordova, pwede niyo po bang pakitanggal yung ano po ninyo? Yung ano ba tawag dyan? Yung parang virtual na picture sa likod nyo? Kasi kumukulay po sa mukha po nyo at saka sa damit ninyo.
Sige po. Sandali lang po.
Commissioner Cordova, pwede po bang, ayan, okay na po.
Yan, okay na po. Okay na po, malinaw na po ba?
Mr. Cordoba, Mr. Chairman, ang tanong ko lang ngayon, meron na bang transfer ang Congress sa franchise ng Amcara to ABS-CBN?
I have to check that, Your Honors. Hindi ko lang po alam kung ilang percent po ang napunta sa ABS-CBN. We have to check our records. Ang alam
Well,
ko
there's
po,
a 10% transfer so far, which does not necessitate.
ng company basta po lumampas dun sa may threshold po siya, I think it's 40%, ay kailangan po siyang bumalik sa Kongreso para po humingi po ng paalam.
Pero ang ginagamit ngayon ng ABS-CBN, yung Amcara, usufruct yan, di ba? Usufruct.
Actually, Your Honors, ano po, ang ginagamit po ng ABS-CBN ay hindi po yung franchise ng Amcara. Ang ginagamit po ng ABS-CBN is yung pong frequency ng Amcara. Para pong nag-agree po silang dalawa dahil sila man ay related parties na ipagamit muna sa ABS-CBN yun pong kanilang UHF channel, which is channel 43, para po makapag-ere ito ng digital
Okay, let's now.
television.
Mr. Chairman, ang aking talong lang dito kasi, ang digital box, yan po yung TV Plus. Tama ho, no, Mr. Cordoba, no?
Ganito po yun.
Hindi na, tinatanong ko lang sa'yo. Yes or no lang. Yung TV Plus, yan ang digital platform. Yan ang nagpapasok ng digital signal sa television.
Sa analog television.
Sa
Correct
analog
po yun.
television. Or even with other televisions, basta may TV Plus, pumapasok ang digital transmission. Tama ba ho
Correct
yun?
po, correct.
Okay. Ang sabi po sa provisional authority na binigay nyo sa ABS-CBN noong May 2019,
Yes.
ay yung provisional authority, pinapayagan nyo sila mag-broadcast ng digital at ginagamit na ang Channel 43. At doon ang sabi, yan pong broadcast na yan ay nakatuon sa buhay ng prangkisa ng ABS-CBN. Tama ba ho yun?
Correct po, correct po. Malinaw po yan sa provisional authority, Your Honor.
Ang ibig sabihin, lahat ng broadcast ng ABS-CBN sa TV Plus ay nanggagaling sa prangkisa na 7966, Republic Act 7966, na ngayon ay expired na.
Tama po kayo, Your Honor.
Ngayon, ang tanong ko, bakit ho pinapayagan ng NTC mag-operate ang TV Plus kahit na ito ay expired na ang prangkisa ng ABS-CBN at yung programming na pinapasok nila ron, yung teleradyo, yung kanilang news and public affairs, yung kanilang mga laman ng kanilang mga entertainment, ay binobroadcast pa rin over the digital signal. Anong prangkisa ang ginagamit ng ABS-CBN dito?
Actually, Your Honors, tama ka. Dapat po ay hindi po nila ginagawa yun, Your Honors, dahil po yung pong ABS-CBN franchise na binanggit ninyo ay expired na. At yung
So,
pong
tinotolerate
pag-ere ng
lang po ng
digital
NTC yung ginagawa ng
broadcast
ABS-CBN?
doon, ay ano po yun, mali po yung ginagawa nila. That is a violation po of the CDO.
So, violation po ng CDO ang ginagawa ng ABS-CBN sa pagpapatakbo ng TV Plus. Mr. Cordoba, am I correct there?
Correct po. Tama po. Tama.
Bakit hindi inaawat ng NTC yung pag-broadcast sa digital samantalang kayo naman ang nagbigay ng provisional authority sa ABS-CBN na mag-broadcast? Ba't hindi nyo po inaawat yan? Tinotolerate ba ng NTC yan?
Actually, Your Honors, hindi po. Ganito po, pagka-issue po kasi namin ng cease and desist order, ay after a few days po ay umakyat po agad ang ABS-CBN sa Korte Suprema. So lahat po ng aksyon namin, dahil po iniisip namin yung case na pending sa Supreme Court, ay ayaw po namin magkamali. Kaya po ang aming ginawa ay humingi po kami ng tulong sa Office of the Solicitor General, who is our statutory counsel. Dahil sila po
ito ang tanong ko sa iyo ngayon,
nag-represent sa amin sa Supreme Court.
Sandali lang, alam ko na, naiintindihan ko yan. Abogado naman tayo
ayon
pareho
sa kanila ang aming po maging aksyon.
Hindi, we're both lawyers here, no? Alam naman natin
Yes.
yan. Pag walang sinasabing TRO Supreme Court, pwede kayong kumilos, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ba't hindi kayo kumilos?
Actually po, yan na nga po ang advice sa amin ng Office of the Solgen. Kaya po, mag-issue po kami ng alias cease and desist order, Your Honor.
Ano ang advice ng Solgen sa inyo? Pakisabi nga in open session para malaman namin. Nakasulat ba yan? Ano sinabi ng Office of the
Kukunin ko lang.
Solicitor General?
We will also submit a copy, Your Honors. Yun po bang pinakadulo na lang? Nonetheless, given the circumstances, including the Supreme Court's resolution dated June 23, 2020, in the Republic's co-warrant of petition, the Supreme Court's pronouncements that ABS-CBN petition will be resolved by July 13, 2020, and the continuing hearing of the House Committee on Legislative Franchise, the NTC may first issue an alias CDO. If and when ABS-CBN still continue to broadcast to Channel 43, the NTC may avail itself of effective means to stop such broadcast. Ayun po ang nakasulat dun sa last paragraph po ng...
Hindi naman kayo inaawat, ha? Inaawat ba kayo dyan? Wala namang awat ako nakikita dyan, ha?
Hindi po. Ngayon lang po kasing umaga dumating, Your Honor. Yun pong sulat ng...
So the past 8 weeks, after you issue the CDO, iniintay nyo lang yung pagkakataon na tanongin namin kayo. Bali by tolerance, within your power, you made it your job to allow ABS-CBN to operate without a franchise.
Actually, Your Honors, dati pa po namin naitanong to sa Solgen. I think they were still considering it po dahil pinag-aaralan po nila kung anong maging epekto po nito sa
Mr.
Supreme
Chairman,
Court
I
as a
believe
pending
that
case po
we
sa
already
Supreme
found a ground for this committee to file a case with the Ombudsman against Commissioner Cordoba because he has willfully disobeyed the power of Congress to issue franchises and allowing an entity to operate without a franchise and earn money at the same time. Mr. Chairman, I looked at, this is considered ultra vires on the part of the NTC. Tinignan ko po, Mr. Chairman, ang palabas sa TV Plus. Ang nakakagulat lang po, ang nabihong advertisement. Kumikita sila ng pera, gumaganansya sila ng napakalaki, pero wala silang prangkisa. At ito po ay tinorelate, 8 weeks na po yan, mula na nagsimula na hindi po tumitigil ang ABS-CBN sa pag-ooperate po ng TV Plus. So, because they have committed an ultra vires act, we have a ripe case for the Ombudsman, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat po, Congressman Boying Remulla, isa sa ating mga senior vice chairman dito sa ating committee. At yan pong iyong statement na ginamit ay sinusulat na ngayon ng ating committee secretary at gagamitin natin sa pagtamang araw ng pagdinig pagka po ang didinggin na natin na yung usapin tungkol sa NTC at sa Solgen. Vice Chairman Remulla.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman. Ang susunod na tanong ko na lang po kay Mr. Katigbak.
Sige po.
Yes, President Katigbak, narinig mo na yung usapan ngayon. Bale, wala hong authority ang ABS-CBN mag-broadcast over TV Plus, given the fact that your franchise has expired and TV Plus is but an extension of the franchise. Are you willing to cease and desist from continuing your broadcast over TV Plus while your franchise application is pending before this committee or while you have no franchise?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, siguro, if I may be allowed to point out that in the past, the NTC has permitted other companies whose franchises have expired but whose franchises are currently being deliberated on by Congress to continue po with their operations until such time as either the franchise application is approved or denied. So we would like permission po to ask for the same privilege to be extended sana to ABS in the spirit of fairness. But having said that, Mr. Chair, may I also point out, I have a copy here of the cease and desist order issued by the NTC to ABS-CBN, and I would just like to point out that there is, it's not indicated here that we are being asked to cease and desist from operating. The cease and desist order does not cover Channel 43. Wala po sa listahan ng cease and desist order yung Channel 43. And I think the COMSEC has a copy po of the cease and desist order. Number two, Mr. Chair, in July 12, 2019, the NTC po issued a provisional authority to Amcara Broadcasting Network, assigning Channel 43 to Amcara. So I think contrary to what the Commissioner pointed out earlier, while there was a point in time when Channel 43 was temporarily assigned to ABS, eventually ABS was assigned Channel 16 for digital and Channel 43 was assigned to Amcara Broadcasting. Yung Amcara Broadcasting po is not owned by ABS. We don't have any ownership in Amcara today. The reason that we're using, the reason that you continue to see our channels on TV Plus is we have a block time arrangement po with Amcara. A block time arrangement po is a standard commercial agreement where a company is allowed to buy airtime from a duly licensed broadcaster and to air our programs.
So,
on
gano'ng
the
kahaba
channel.
yung block time arrangement nyo with Amcara, Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry po.
Gano'ng kahaba ang inyong block time arrangement with Amcara for the knowledge of this committee?
We normally do an annual renewal po. So it's normally a one-year block time arrangement.
Hindi, for the whole day, let's say today, what is your block time arrangement with Amcara?
It's a one-year block time arrangement po. We decide every year if they're willing to renew the block time agreement.
Mr. Chairman, again, I'd like to notify the committee that there is also another violation being committed by ABS-CBN in the sense that they are allowing the use of frac. They're using, or they're now engaging in the use of frac of another franchise, Mr. Chairman. And that use of frac has not been approved by the Committee on Franchises.
Mr.
The
Chair.
committee notes the statement of our beloved Vice Chairman Remulla at gagamitin po natin yung manifestation mo, lalong-lalo na sa paghatol ng ABS-CBN franchise. ABS-CBN, meron po ba kayong gusto pang sabihin?
Mr. Chair, if you just allow me just a quick statement po. A block time arrangement is not a use of frac. A block time arrangement is a standard commercial agreement that is quite common in the broadcasting industry. It's not just ABS that enters into block time agreements. There are many other broadcasters din po that have entered into such types of block time arrangements.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Congressman Remulla.
their franchise to broadcast has expired. And no amount of palusot will suffice para ho payagan natin na ituloy nila itong arrangement na to. Kasi nga, yung provisional authority ng ABS-CBN para mag-broadcast ng digital, ito po ay nag-expire na. Wala na po silang karapatan na mag-broadcast. Period. Yan po ang malinaw na sinasabi pag wala na pong frankisa ang isang kumpanya para po sa broadcasting. Ngayon, itong block time arrangement, ito po ay palusot lang to. Kasi po, ang nangyayari po, ginagamit pa rin nila yung public frequency to broadcast ABS-CBN content. And no amount of commercial arrangement ay pwede maging palusot para po sila ay makapag-broadcast ng legal. They are now conducting an illegal operation. For the past 8 weeks, their operation has been illegal, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Remulla. Bago ko po kilalanin si Congressman Mike Defensor, tanungin muna natin ang NTC kung ano na ang ginagawa nila tungkol po sa arrangement. NTC, nandyan po ba kayo? Commissioner Cordova?
Yes, opo. Narinig niyo po ba ako?
Ano na pong hakbang ang ginawa ng NTC tungkol po sa arrangement ng ABS-CBN at ng Channel 43?
Your Honors, pwede po ba akong sumagot ng konti doon sa binanggit
Opo.
kanina?
Kinikilala po
Actually
kayo.
Unang-una, kasama po sa cease and desist order, yun pong pag-ere po ng ABS-CBN under Channel 43. Doon po sa listahan ng aming cease and desist order, page sa ikalawang pahina po, nandun po, TV stations 87-006, Channel 2. So noon pong binigyan ng digital TV si ABS-CBN Channel 2, ang kanila pong simulcast ay yung pong Channel 43. Nakalagay po yan dito sa case number din po na 87-006. Nakalagay po doon sa pahina na page 6 po. Wherefore, premises considered, it appearing that applicant is legally and financially qualified and that the proposed conversion from analog television service of Channel 2 to digital terrestrial television broadcasting system in Metro Manila is technically and economically feasible in the interest of public service, the Commission hereby approves the conversion from analog TV television service to digital terrestrial television broadcasting station of ABS-CBN Corporation using Channel 43 in Metro Manila. Under Republic Act 7966, valid until the effectivity of the said franchise. So, ang case number po nito ng pag-convert from analog to digital ay 87-006. Kaya po dun sa admin cease and desist order nakalagay po doon sa listahan ng mga CDDO ang 87-006 Channel 2 Quezon City, Metro Manila.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Vice Chairman Defensor.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Kanina lang po, yung ako po'y papasalamat ako kay Congressman Boying at yung binanggit ni Congressman Sarate na pag-uusapan naman to in detail. Ang ating pong question of personal collective privilege ay yung binabanggit kanina na magmula nung nagkaroon ng pagsasara, tuloy-tuloy pa rin yung pag-ere. Ngayon, sinabi naman po ni Commissioner Cordova, pinaliwanag niya, sumulat sila sa Solgen. At sinasabi niya ngayon, meron na siyang pahintulot o pagkaklaro ng klarifikasyon sa Office of the Solicitor General na pwede na nilang isis and desist pa yung Channel 43. Ngayon, ang tanong ko po, hindi nyo na po kailangan mag-issue ng another issuance. Kailangan nyo lang po i-execute yung inyong cease and desist order previously issued because klaro dun sa binabanggit mo, kasama na yan doon sa mga pinapahinto ninyo. Tama po ba?
Actually, Your Honor, medyo may pagkaganon po, but ang advice po ng Solgen is for us to issue an alias cease and desist order, reiterating po yung aming naunang cease and desist order.
Yes. Ngayon, Mr. Chair, isa na lang po kasi sumagot po yung ABS. Pero again, I'd like to ask the indulgence of the committee. Bibitawan ko na po ito pagkatapos. Hindi po ba yung kisa ng 7966, isa lang po naman ang frequency na kayo nagbigay? Tama po ba?
Opo, yun pong Channel 2 po ng television ang binigay po doon.
Yes.
Noong pong 1987.
At dahil sa teknolohiya, yung ibinigay ninyong frequency, naging 5 channel o 6 o 10 channel pwede.
Ganito po, Your Honors. Ito po kasing binigay nung Channel 2 noon pong 1987, ito po ay VHF, very high frequency. Hindi po dito pwedeng gawin ang digital TV.
Okay, para lang po maintindihan, Commissioner Cordova, para maintindihan po ng ating mga kababayan, yung frequency na yon nung naging digital, dumami ang channel.
Your Honors, iisa lang po ang channel nila, pero because of the technology, ay kaya po mag-load ng 4 hanggang 6 po na programa.
Okay, 4 hanggang 6 na programa.
Yes,
Kaya ang ibig mo sabihin, nung nag-cease and desist ka, yung mismong frequency niyan, kahit anumang programa ang nandyan, dapat huminto.
Yes, Your Honors. Correct.
Okay, yun lang po. At ang commitment mo, ngayong hapon, ihinto mo lahat ng programa.
Yes, Your Honors.
At ilalabas mo yung alias na CDO mo na yan sa kadahilanan na yan din ang guidance sa'yo ng Solicitor General.
Tama po, Your Honor.
At yung ginawa ng ABS-CBN na nitong 8 linggo na lumalabas sila, alam nila na may kamalian ang kanilang ginawa at may violation sa inyong nilabas na order.
Dapat po ay alam nila yan, Your Honor.
Thank you. So, Your Honor, I leave it to the committee now. We can discuss the details of the issue. I just want that commitment from the NTC because, again, hindi ho to for or against. It is the power of Congress. We are the only ones given the power to issue franchises. Yung appeal ni Mr. Katigbak, we did that, Mr. Katigbak, na provincial authority. Nagkataon, sabi ng NTC nga at that time, no, you have to stop. So nandito po tayo sa sitwasyon ngayon. But the law is the law and we have to obey that. And we thank the NTC for that. Yung binanggit ni Congressman Boying, ibang topic naman yung pag-usapan doon. But today, Mr. Chairman, the continuing use of that frequency should stop at lahat po ng programa na lumalabas dyan sa frequency yan ay dapat huminto. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that and thank you, members of the committee.
Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat,
Mr.
Vice
Chair,
Chairman Mike Defensor. Bagamat marami po sa ating mga kababayan ang gumagamit talaga ng TV Plus ay malulungkot sa balitang ito. Ngunit kailangan po nating tanggapin talaga kung ano ang nararapat sa batas. At dapat po lahat ng mamayan ay matutong sumunod talaga sa batas.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Kikilalanin ko po muna si Congressman Sarate. Pagkatapos po ay kikilalanin po natin si Deputy Speaker Marcoleta. Congressman Sarate.
Mr. Chair, una, gusto kong ibalik doon sa ating napag-usapan kanina. Meron tayong agenda ngayong hapon at kailang naman natin pinayagan ang mga pagtatanong sa NTC na pwede naman ding itanong actually yung mga issues na yon doon na napapaloob sa ating agenda. Dahil nga it's a personal and collective privilege ng ating kasama. Pero gaya po ng nabanggit ko kanina, mag-aanak ito ng mga tanong sa bawat sagot ng ating mga resource persons. At ito na nga nangyayari ngayon. Samantalang ang ating agenda ay malinaw, kabahagi ito sa ating agenda at meron pong nakapagpalista dyan ng mga kasamahan natin na mag-interpellate. At gusto ko lang pong ibalik doon no, para meron pong order ang ating proceedings na hindi po anytime na gusto nating may isingit na tanong ay sisingit po. No? So yun lang po aking pakiusap, Mr. Chair. At base doon sa sagot naman ng NTC, at base na rin sa nabanggit ng ating resource persons, tinignan ko rin yung cease and desist order nila. Meron niyang Channel 2 doon, pero hindi naman malinaw na sinabi na kasama ang Channel 43. So, definitely magkakaroon, Mr. Chair, ng conflicting legal interpretation dito sa cease and desist order. Precisely, kaya siguro nag-advise ang Solicitor General's Office that you have to issue an NTC, an alias cease and desist order. No? At alam naman po natin na yung CDO ng NTC ay may pending case din ngayon dahil kini-question ng ABS-CBN yan. So, gusto ko lang linawin yung statement kanina with the kind indulgence of Congressman Defensor na inamin at alam ng ABS-CBN na mali yung kailang ginagawa. Contrary to that statement, sinabi nila, they believe na nasusunod pa rin sa, tama pa rin yung ginagawa nila dahil nga sa usapin na bumili sila ng oras. No? It's a block time doon sa Ankara. So these are all, magkakaiba-iba talaga ang interpretasyon dito dahil merong legal question doon sa issue na yan. Kung pwede bang bumili ng block time ang ABS-CBN sa Ankara, at yung kanyang content ay pwede niyang ipalabas doon sa Channel 43 at it's a digital channel. So all of this, Mr. Chair, no, masasagot naman, magkakaroon ng iba't ibang sagot and in the final analysis, sabi nga kanina, magiging bahagi ng pagdidesisyon yan ng mga miyembro ng Committee on Legislative Franchise eventually. So having said that, Mr. Chair, parang kanina nakikita ko na may gustong ipaliwanag din si Mr. Katigbak. I will give, may I request the Chair to recognize Mr. Katigbak on this.
Yes, CEO,
Mr. Chair.
Carlo Katigbak, you're now recognized.
Mr. Chair, because my question of personal collective privilege have already been answered, we go back to the normal procedure. I submit to the wisdom of the committee. Thank
Salamat,
you, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chairman Mike Defensor. Mr. Katigbak, you're now recognized.
Mr. Chair, hindi ko lang po nasagot yung tanong ni Congressman Remulla po earlier, no? If we were willing to submit ourselves to the judgment of the NTC. Of course, we are willing to submit our judgment to the regulatory agency. Yung hinihingi po lang namin is to make sure that we are given due process. So we have the right venue to express our position on this matter. And then whatever decision comes up, the NTC comes up with, we will respect the regulatory agency po.
Parehas rin po ang kahilingan ng committee ito na mabigyan kayo ng tamang proseso na kaloob sa atin ng ating saligang batas at wala na pong i-entertainin ng chairman na katanungan patungkol po doon sa napag-usapan na privilege ni Vice Chairman Mike Defensor. Bagamat kikilalanin po natin ngayon si Deputy Speaker Marcoleta para sa isang point of order. Meron ka po bang point of order? Deputy Speaker Marcoleta?
Mr. Chair, if you will recall, about 2.5 weeks ago, I raised this point to the Commissioner of the National Telecommunications Commission. And at that time, he gave a very convoluted answer. So, when I called him, he asked for a few days in order to get back to me and send some briefer, not only on Channel 43, but as well as Sky Cable. Unfortunately, Mr. Chair, this afternoon, upon the question of privilege by Congressman Defensor, parang nagtatakip si Commissioner Cordova, Mr. Chair. Unang-una, ang liwanag naman, doon sa binigay niyang briefer sa akin, kung ang pag-uusapan ay yung Channel 43, talagang yung pagbibigay niya ng provisional authority sa Channel 43 na gamitin nga yun ng ABS-CBN, it was predicated on the franchise of ABS-CBN. Ito po yung briefer na sinabi niya eh. The NTC's approval of the digital terrestrial TV channel of ABS-CBN Corporation using Channel 43 was predicated on the effectivity of the franchise under 7966. Ito po yung case number 87006. Nawala na nga po yung prangkisa. Eh bakit nga po nagpapatuloy pa? Ito po yung isyong dapat nating ayusin. Ang sinasabi ni Mr. Katigbak, bibigyan natin siya ng due process. Pero wala na po yung prangkisa, Mr. Chair. Ito po yung pagpapatunay ni Chairman Cordova dito sa binigay niyang briefer sa akin. Ang totoo nito, Mr. Chair, hindi lamang po ito eh. Pati po yung wireless, ito po yung digital broadcast service, ito po yung wireless na service ng Sky Cable. Ang sabi po sa report sa akin ni Commissioner Cordova, ito po ay predicated din doon sa franchise ng Sky Cable, which is Republic Act 7969, na napapaloob doon sa NTC case number 2012-386. Paso na rin po itong prangkisang ito eh, Mr. Chair. Sa mga tweet, nagbo-broadcast po ng TV Plus ang ABS-CBN using two platforms. Ito po yung Channel 43 at saka yung wireless service ng cable, Sky Cable, pero pareho pong paso ang prangkisa. Ang sabi ko po sa kanya, kay Commissioner Cordova, kung nandyan pa siya, June 10 pa po, 2020. Ang sabi po niya, kailangan bigyan lamang siya ng ilang araw because he is discussing it with the Office of the Solicitor General. Hindi naman po ako naniniwala na abutin po tayo ng 11 na araw bago niya sabihin ngayon na ngayon pa lamang niya yata i-issue yung cease and desist order. Bakit po nagkaganon? Kailangan po nating pagtibayin na ito, Mr. Chair, because these two services being used by ABS-CBN, yung platform, Channel 43 ng Amkara, at saka yung wireless digital broadcast service ng Sky Cable, parehong paso po yung prangkisa na ginagamit. At ito po, doon sa sulat niya, sa Solicitor General, June 10, 2020, sinabi po niya, na-covered itong dalawang ito. Bakit po ngayon parang sinasabi niya na kailangan po na pag-aralan sapagkat mayroong petition at humihingi ng TRO ang ABS-CBN sa Korte Suprema? Wala pong TRO. Sa tingin ko po, kung ako ang masusunod, dapat mag-resign po si Commissioner Cordova because he is not doing his job. Totoo lamang po ito. Matagal ko pong hinintay ito, inabot na po ngayon hanggang sa makapag-raise ng privilege, question of privilege ang ating kasama dito. Pero matagal ko na pong hinihintay. Inabot na po ng 19 na araw bago niya sabihin ngayon na mag-i-issue pa lang siya. Wala na pong, para po tayong nai-insulto rito, Mr. Chair. Nandito po tayo para himayin. Kinoconsider po natin kung bibigyan pa natin o hindi ng prangkisa ang ABS-CBN. Pero walang puknat po nilang na ipapalabas din naman ang kanilang mga programa sa dalawang platapormang aking binabanggit, gayong pareho ng paso ang kanilang prangkisa. Ayon po mismo sa report po ito ng NTC. Ano po kaya ang masasabi ni Commissioner Cordova rito, Mr. Chair?
Deputy Speaker Marcoleta, pasasagutin ko po ng isang bibigyan ko po ng pagkakataon upang makasagot si Commissioner Cordova. Ngunit pagkatapos po nito, ipuputulin ko po muna ang oras na ibinigay ko sa iyo para maibalik na po natin kay Chairman Chikoy ang mga presentation po ng ating mga panauhin ngayong araw na ito. DS Marcoleta. NTC, you're now recognized. Pakisagot po ang katanungan ni Deputy Speaker Marcoleta kung bakit po tila napakabagal po ng inyong aksyon na ginawa pagdating po sa usapin ng ABS-CBN. Commissioner Cordova?
Your Honors, narinig niyo po ako? Malinaw po ba? Okay, tulad po ng nabanggit ko sa kanina, Your Honors, ay ang ginawa po namin ay sinigurado po namin na hindi po kami magkakamali legally. Kaya po, dahil nga ang Office of the Solicitor General, ang aming pong abogado, ay sumulat po kami sa kanila at binanggit po namin itong mga bagay na ito. At ngayon po ay sumagot po sila at natanggap po namin kaninang umaga. Dahil po, Your Honors, natatakot po kami na kapag kumilos po kami ng mali, ay makaapekto po ito sa Supreme Court case na pending po ngayon laban sa amin. Mas importante po sa amin na maging tama ang aming mga hakbang at hindi po kami magkamali para po ang importante sa amin ay manalo po kami sa kaso na napending po sa Supreme Court. Ngayon po ay sumagot na po ang Office of the Solgen.
Paano po kayong magkakamali, Commissioner Cordova? Paano kayong magkakamali? Parehong paso yung prangkisa na ginagamit ng Sky Cable sa kanyang wireless service, paso din yung prangkisa ng ABS-CBN sa paggamit niya ng Amcara Channel 43. Paano kayong magkakamali samantalang parehong paso ang prangkisa?
Your Honors, ang abogado po kasi namin ay ang Office of the Solgen, kaya po kami nagpag-guide po sa kanila.
Hindi po sinabi niyo kanina para hindi kayo magkamali. Ang tanong ko po sa inyo, paano kayo magkakamali, parehong paso ang prangkisa na pinagbasihan ng inyong desisyon dito sa Sky Cable Wireless at saka yung Amcara Channel 43. Ito po ang binigay niyong briefer sa akin noong June 10, 2020 na hinihintay ko po. Inabot po tayo ng 19 na araw bago niyo sabihin ngayon na mag-i-issue kayo ng cease and desist order. Bakit po ganon?
Kasi nga po, inantay po namin ang guidance sa amin ng Office of the Solicitor General.
Kaya nga po, ang sabi nga ni Congressman Boying, baka mademanda po kayo sa ombudsman eh. Ako po, ang gusto kong mangyari, mag-resign na lang po kayo eh. Kasi pinagtatakpan po ninyo eh. Paano po ang gagawin namin? Nandito kami ngayon. Ito bang ginagawa namin, walang kakwenta-kwentang bagay, Mr. Commissioner? Nagpapagod po kami rito kahit na ang ating senaryo rito, COVID na tayo rito. Pero sa kabila ng lahat ng ito, pinagtityaga naming himayin kung bibigyan natin sila o hindi ng prangkisa. Pero ngayon, nakabuyang-yang sa lahat ng mga television, nakakapag-broadcast pa rin sila eh. Kung ganun po, itigil na po natin ang proceedings, Mr. Commissioner, dahil kahit po pala wala silang prangkisa, kaya nilang mag-broadcast eh. Pasong-paso na po itong dalawa, pero pinapayagan ninyo eh. Bakit hindi naman kami magsisentimiento sa inyo? Pupunta pa kayo sa Solicitor General. Wala pong masama doon na pumunta kayo doon. Tama lamang yon. Pero kung ginawa na ninyo kaagad yun, ano man aksyon ang gawin ng ABS-CBN, check tutulungan kayo ng Solicitor General. Ang ginawa po ninyo, baligtad, Commissioner Cordova.
NTC, pakisagot po.
Naintindihan po namin ang sentimiento ng Congressman Marcoleta. Pero ang ginawa po namin ay to ensure po na wala pong mali at tama po ang aming proseso, ay tulad po ng kahit na sinong kliyente, ay humihingi po kami ng advice muna sa aming abogado. Kaya po kami ngayon ay matibay na makakakilos dahil meron na po kaming pangahawakan na opinyon na binigay sa amin ng aming statutory counsel.
Chairman Jonathan?
Yes, Chairman Chikoy. Pabayaan na po natin na tawagin ngayon ni Chairman Chikoy ang mga imbitado natin na magpe-present at sa kalaman po ng lahat, yung pong oras na ibinigay sa inyo sa pagtatanong sa NTC ay ibabawas natin sa oras ninyo sa pagtatanong mamaya. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Chairman Jonathan. Balik muna tayo sa ating talagang nakalagay sa agenda. Papakinggan natin yan ang presentation ng ABS-CBN, ng TikTok at ng Office ng Solgen kung nandyan sila. Pero bago natin i-recognize ang ABS-CBN, meron lang maikling manifestation si Congresswoman Diana Bautista. Sandali lang yung kanyang manifestation. Ating i-recognize ngayon si Congresswoman Diana Bautista. Ma'am Diana?
Yes, yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for recognizing me. Mr. Chair, this is just a very short manifestation, motion, actually. So on June 15, 2020, the following issue was included as part of the issues that should be tackled in this joint committee. The issue on whether or not ABS-CBN and the Lopez Group of companies unjustly benefited from the loans condoned by the Development Bank of the Philippines to the prejudice of this government. We've already sent a letter to DBP. However, we've been responded with an automated email dated June 17, 2020. So considering the multitude of issues that this joint committee still has to tackle and the urgency of putting an end to these issues, as well as more pressing and relevant issues that we need to attend to, like providing solutions to COVID-related problems, Mr. Chair, I hope the public knows that Congress has already been convening special sessions and spending time which could otherwise have been focused on addressing the impact of COVID-19 just to resolve the matter of the ABS-CBN franchise application. Thus, I move that the issues related to the DBP loan condonation or write-offs allegedly made in favor of several companies controlled by the Lopez family be referred to the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, and this will be supported with an appropriate resolution so we can address this matter more thoroughly and comprehensively. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all.
Maraming salamat, Congresswoman Diana. Duly noted po sa inyong motion, manifestation. Antayin po natin yung inyong proper na resolution para dun sa inyong motion. Thank you po, Congresswoman Bautista.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next, i-recognize po natin ang ABS-CBN para po sa kanilang presentation. Mr. Katibak, sino po sa inyong represent?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bago po tayo pumunta sa formal presentation, I would just like to make a very quick appeal to Congress. Totoo naman po na nag-expire yung franchise ng Sky. Pero totoo rin po that Congress has allowed companies whose franchises have expired but whose application for a renewal is pending to continue to operate. In fact, in the very first hearing of the Franchise Committee, yan din po yung hiningi nyo sa NTC, the permission to allow ABS to continue to operate even after its franchise had expired. Yung appeal ko po sa Kongreso is between TV Plus and Sky, there are about 11 million homes that have access to our service. Pag pinutulan po natin yan, that's almost 55 million people that will lose access to their entertainment, their news, and information. So sana po, ang appeal po namin sa Kongreso is, in the spirit of fairness, please consider that you have allowed other companies to operate before, even after their franchises have expired, for so long as Congress continues to hear their application for a renewal. Mr. Chair, may I request that Attorney Poblador be recognized for the opening statement of ABS-CBN.
Attorney Poblador, you're recognized.
Yeah, good afternoon. With leave of the Joint Committee, may I be allowed to read my opening statement in order to introduce the topics?
Pagpatuloy po ninyo, Attorney.
TV Plus and KBO fully support the digital migration plan launched by the NTC in 2014. As stressed by the NTC, migration purpose is for the public interest and to provide enhanced services to better serve the public. TV Plus, its multi-channel capability, and KBO are the digital enhanced services that ABS provided in fulfillment of this NTC mission. Slide, please. What is this NTC mission? In 2014, NTC commanded through Memorandum Circular 07-12-2014, or the IRR, that TV broadcasters shift from analog to digital technology for their TV transmission. In short, they have to digitize their signals. And they have to do this following the steps in the migration plan issued by the DICT. In the memorandum circular and the migration plan, digital transmission begins on January 1, 2015, and analog switch off is set on December 31, 2023. These are the provisions in that IRR. That there is mandatory shut-off is provided in section 1.11 of this IRR. And I read, the date in the approved migration plan for the mandatory termination of all analog television services in the Philippines. The shut-off is mandatory. There is also section 5.7, which speaks again of the mandatory shut-off of analog transmission. Section 1.12 speaks of a digital switch on. And what is that? It is the date of effectivity of the memorandum circular, which is January 1, 2015. What will happen on this digital switch on, or the DSO? TV broadcasting can begin offering DTTV services. So, Section 2.2 of this MC expressly provides the following. The provision of DTTV services shall be allowed upon effectivity of this IRR. This is the explanation of the DICT in its framework of the DTTV migration plan. On January 1, 2015, this is what it says. The Filipinos can now enjoy the benefits of digital television starting the digital switch on January 1, 2015. So, what will happen therefore on this DSO? They can now begin to offer digital services. Slide 3, please. So what are these digital services that can be offered starting January 1, 2015? They are the following: multiple SDTV or HDTV channels, clear picture and sound. This is found in section 1.1 of the IRR. An integrated emergency warning broadcast able to reach fixed, mobile, or handheld terminals. This is found in section 1.2 of the IRR. Included are other services as may become available in the future. This is provided in section 1.5. New programs in addition to the analog legacy program are also encouraged. This is found in section 2.4. Slide 4, please. Now the question is this: how will these services reach the public? The memorandum circular requires the sale of the TV set-top boxes to upgrade TV analog sets in order to read the digitized signals. According to the migration plan, sale of boxes and digitization of transmission are prerequisites of each other. You cannot go ahead with digitizing transmission if you also do not have the receivers that would read the digitized transmission. I would like to quote the framework of the DICT when it says that one is a prerequisite of the other. The existence of the transmission service predicates the existence of receivers, to which one becomes a prerequisite of the other. Taking everything into consideration, this is why we now have TV Plus boxes. Why through the box, the public can enjoy in clear audio and video the multiple channel setup. It can now see the KBO. The KBO is simply content involving reruns of recent movies known as box office hits of ABS, which is made available as streamed content for mobile or as streamed content on online platform, and yes, as content broadcasted on TV analog sets using the TV Plus box. There are many issues that are hurled against these enhanced services. Slide 5, please. The first is the allegation that using multiple channels is a violation of the franchise. Let's go back to RA 7966 of the franchise. It does not state that the franchise is only good for one channel. It does not say that at all. In fact, the word channel and the word multiple, they don't occur in any provisions of this franchise. On the contrary, multiple channel simply follows the migration plan of the NTC. Among the requirements of the migration plan is that there should be already digital technology that has to be put in place on January 1, 2015. And the definition of digital technology is simply this: technology intended to provide a greater number of SDTV or HDTV channels. Section 2.4 even states the provision of new programs are also encouraged. So the phenomenon of multi-channel format just follows the digital migration plan of the NTC. Slide 6, please. Maybe the question is, does the offering of a multi-channel format requires a permit before it can be undertaken? The answer is simply no, because you will only have to go back again to the Memorandum Circular 2014. It is, the MC is considered as an implementing rule. And under general principles of administrative law, implementing rules have the binding effect of laws, so it has to be followed. And this IRR precisely provides for the steps to be taken for the migration. What is that step? The step is that upon DSO, or digital switch on, we can already provide the multiple channels. And all it needs is a filing of a manifestation before the NTC. The manifestation is simply to the effect that the frequency that they are currently using will now be provisioned with digital technology. There is no new issuance of a PA. Slide 7, please. The issue involving the TV Plus is stated this way: whether ABS violated the franchise by offering TV Plus for one-time fee using its free-to-air signal granted by the franchise. Let me repeat, the sale of TV Plus boxes is an essential part of migration. Migrating to digitized signals will be useless if analog TV sets are not installed with set-top boxes, such as TV Plus box, to read the digitized signals. Again, I quote the framework of the DICT. It says, the existence of the transmission service predicates the existence of the receivers, to which one becomes a prerequisite of the other. Because of this provision, ABS has sold more than 9 million boxes already. And in selling the boxes, ABS always comply with the rules governing the sale of the boxes. And there is no so-called one-time fee. It is just the cost of the box. And the selling of the box is not a franchise activity. Maybe the question is this: does the TV Plus box block the FTA of free-to-air signals of other broadcasters? The answer is no. The TV Plus box is a receiver which gives access to all of the free-to-air signals of other broadcasters. So it is not blocking any signals at all. Slide 8, please. The issue is on the pay-per-view concept. Does it violate the franchise? Then we look at the provisions of a franchise. This is Republic Act 7966, and it expressly provides this, The authority given is to operate, maintain, for commercial purposes and in the public interest, television and radio broadcasting stations throughout the Philippines. The words commercial purposes are broad enough to cover pay-per-view. And in fact, the DOJ also reaffirmed this position in its 2018 opinion addressed to the NTC, confirming that PPV is for commercial purpose. To reflect the opinion of the DOJ, the NTC issued the conversion permit in favor of ABS, and it precisely included the use of conditional access subject to such rules that the NTC may, in the future, establish. But let me stress this: ABS-CBN has never been cited for any violation of the rules involving PPV. It has not been a subject of a complaint. There are no orders saying that we have been guilty of any acts involving pay-per-view. One issue in the pay-per-view question is the KBO. KBO is an enhanced service for viewers who prefer non-legacy content such as reruns of recent movies. As I have said, this content can be available as stream content for mobile and handheld telephone network, or as stream content on online platform, and even as broadcasted content on analog TV installed with TV Plus box. This KBO is certainly of great public benefit to the Filipino families. They can now watch movies in the comfort of their homes, which viewing used to be only made possible if you have to go to the movie houses. The last issue hurled against ABS is stated this way: whether ABS admitted the existence of a prohibition against multiple channels because the bill submitted makes reference to frequencies and channels in plural form. Apparently, some of the renewal bills contain this phrase, where frequencies and/or channels are still available, and they would seize on the word frequencies and channels as proof that the original franchise of ABS is really for one franchise and one channel, and this phrase was inserted precisely to correct that. But they are using this as an implied admission that RA 7966 contemplates one franchise, one channel. There is no implied admission. The reference to frequencies and available channels simply means it's a reiteration of the provision in the franchise regarding the use of frequencies which are only available, because if you use frequencies that are already assigned to another, then that would cause interference. So this is just a reiteration of that principle, and this is not an admission that there is such a thing as a one franchise, one channel policy. That is all, Your Honor.
Thank you, ABS-CBN. Next, recognize natin ang FICTAP. Sino po bang representative ng FICTAP?
Nakamute pa po yata yung sa FICTAP. Paki-unmute po.
Okay na po ba?
Naririnig po kayo?
Okay. Honorable Speaker Alan Peter Cayetano, Honorable Franz Alvarez, Chairman of Legislative Franchise, Honorable Congressman Jonathan Alvarado, Chairman of the Good Governance Committee, Honorable Congressmen and women of the Hall of Congress, ladies and gentlemen, magandang hapon po sa inyo. Bago po ako mag-umpisa, nais po namin malaman kung may desisyon na po si Mr. Carlo Patigbak tungkol sa aplikasyon ng ABS-CBN franchise renewal na po namin gustong malaman kung ano po ba itong application nila. Naririnig na po ako.
Naririnig po kayo, ma'am. Ipagpatuloy nyo lang po.
Tuloy ko lang. Noong pong 2014 pa po namin, gustong malaman yung noong 16 Congress, baka po after more than 5 years namin paghihintay, may decision na si Mr. Carlo Katigbak ngayon. Gusto namin pong malaman yung kasagutan nila kasi kailangan po namin dun sa mga comment namin. Ito po ang sinasaad sa ipinaglalaban namin na nakalagay sa ABS-CBN franchise application filed ngayon ni Congressman Rufus Rodriguez sa House Bill number 6694. On Section 1 po, Your Honor, na ito ang sinasabi, where frequencies and channels are still available for radio or television broadcasting, including digital television system. Hindi po nakasaad itong phrase na ito dun sa luma nilang franchise noong 1995. Ang issue po dito, ang mga sumusunod, ang franchise bill that was filed in Congress is different from their original franchise. Second, this new franchise application, if to be granted as such, will become a broadcast super mega franchise. It will be a very different from the franchise that were granted to other privately owned broadcast stations such as GMA7, TV5, PTV4, and other TV networks. If Congress will grant the broadcast super mega franchise applied by ABS-CBN, government must enact new rules and regulations to govern such broadcast super mega franchise. As far as we know now, in other countries, this kind of broadcast super mega franchise are only granted to a government-owned media entity and never to privately owned media entity. Kung hindi po natin ito mabigyan ng linaw, susundan din po ito ng ilang TV station, ano na po ang mangyayari sa ating broadcast at telecommunications. Kung matatandaan po ninyo, 3 years ago, magkano ho ang halaga ng isang frequency? 3 years ago, nagbenta ang Liberty Telecommunication ng San Miguel Corporation, isang frequency lang ho na benta ng 70 billion pesos. Binili po ito ng Globe at saka ng PLDT. At nung taon din pong yon sa Amerika, FCC, Federal Communication Commission, nagpa-auction po sila ng isang frequency na auction po ng $30 billion. Dito po sa hinihingi nila, sa Section 1, hinihingi nila where frequencies, channel, and channels are available. Hinihingi po nila ito. Pag inapprove po ng Kongreso, itong kanilang hinihingiling na ito, pupunta sila sa MTC, hihingi nila lahat ng available frequencies. Napakalaking kayamanan po ito ng ating pamahalaan. This is a sovereign patrimony. Dapat po kumita ang ating gobyerno dito. Hindi po dapat ang oligarko ang kumita dito. Kaya nga po nagpapasalamat kami dun sa ibang congressman na binasa namin yung kanilang House Bill. Hindi po nila inilagay itong where frequencies and channels are available. Salamat po kay Congresswoman Arenas, kay Congresswoman Vilma Santos Recto, kay Congressman Sato, at yung pong nag-file ng House Bill 6052, Bayan Muna, Act Teacher Gabriela Kabataan, kay Congresswoman Lauren Legarda, sa nag-file po ng House Bill 6732, Congressman Cayetano, Congressman Gonzales, Congressman Abu, Congressman Puno, Congressman Fernandez, Congressman Villapuerte, Congressman Romualdez, Congressman Alvarado. Maraming salamat po at hindi ninyo nilagay doon sa inyong in-sponsor na bill itong where frequencies and channels are available. Napakalaking usapan pa po itong issue ito. Kaya po uunahin ko na po yung multi-channel sa TV Plus Box kung bakit ako ay narito. Narito po ang aming statement. Picked up through the undersigned is most respectfully submitting the following comments. Number one, using multiple channels in one franchise. Para po sa pick-up, bawal po ang pagkaroon ng multiple channels in one franchise dahil taliwas po ito sa policy ng one franchise, one channel in one area. Ayon po sa 1-1-1 policy na ito, sa isang service area, ang isang franchise holder o entity ay maaari lamang magkaroon ng tig-isang AM radio, isang FM radio, isang BSF TV at UHF TV. Magkakaiba kasing frequency band ang mga ito. Base po sa Presidential Decree 576-A na may title na Regulating the Ownership and Operation of Radio and Television Stations and for Other Purposes, issued last November 11, 1974. Ang sabi po ng batas ay ganito, Your Honor. Whereas it has been observed that some public utilities, especially radio and television stations, have a tendency towards monopoly in ownership and operation to such an extent that a region or section of the country may be covered by any number of such broadcast stations, all or most of which are owned, operated, or managed by one person or corporation. Sa Section 3 po, Your Honor, no person or corporation may own, operate, or manage more than one radio or television station in one municipality or city, nor more than 5 AM and 5 FM radio stations, nor more than 5 television channels in the entire country, and no radio or television station shall be utilized by any single interest group to disseminate information or otherwise influence the public or the government to serve or support the ends of such group. In Section 4, Your Honor, any person or corporation which owns more than the number of radio or television stations authorized in the preceding section shall divest itself of the excess stations or channels. Any excess station shall be sold through the Bureau to Telecommunications. Sa Section 5 po, Your Honor, failure to divest as provided in the foregoing section shall, in addition to the penalties provided in Section 6, subject the person or corporation guilty of such failure to cancellation of the franchise of every excess station and to confiscation of the station and its facilities without compensation. In Section 7, Your Honor, any person who violates this decree shall be punishable by imprisonment for a period ranging from 5 months to 6 years and the payment of fine of 1,000 pesos to 10,000 pesos, or both such imprisonment and fine at the discretion of the court. If the violation is committed by an association, partnership, or corporation, the penalty shall be imposed on the officers or employees thereof who were responsible or who committed the violation. Your Honor, consistent po ito sa policy natin laban sa monopoly na nakalagay din sa 1987 Constitution of the Republic of the Philippines. Ang sabi po doon, Your Honor, ay ganito. Sa Article 16, General Provision, sa Section 11 po. Number 1, the ownership and management of mass media shall be limited to citizens of the Philippines or to corporations, cooperatives, or associations wholly owned and managed by such citizens. The Congress shall regulate or prohibit monopolies in commercial mass media when the public interest so requires. No combinations in the restraint of trade or unfair competition therein shall be allowed. Klaro po sa 1987 Constitution, Your Honor, na may policy laban sa monopolies, lalo na ang monopolies in commercial mass media. Kasama po dito ang broadcasting. Consistent po sa 1987 Constitution ang Presidential Decree 576-A. In 1995, Your Honor, lumabas po ang RA 7966 o ang franchise ng ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation na ngayon ay tinatawag nilang ABS-CBN Corporation. Noong pong 2003, lumabas po ang Supreme Court decision sa kasong ACWS-UBN versus National Telecommunication Commission o NTC. Sabi po ng Supreme Court ay ganito, where there is a law such as Presidential Decree number 576-A which requires a franchise for the operation of radio and television stations, that law must be followed until subsequently repealed. Hindi pa po ito na-repeal hanggang ngayon. Ibig pong sabihin, Your Honor, hanggat hindi pa nare-repeal, kailangan pong sundin ang Presidential Decree 576-A. Kailangan pong sumunod ng ABS-CBN Corporation sa policy na one franchise, one channel in one area. Para po sa amin, kahit ano pong technology ang gamitin, analog o digital, kailangan po na sumunod sa batas tulad ng Presidential Decree 576-A. Kaya po, isang channel lang po dapat ang ABS-CBN. Hindi pwedeng multi-channel. Doon po, Your Honor, sa number 2 issue, ABS-CBN offering TV Plus using free-to-air frequency. Sa number 3 pong issue, Your Honor, ABS-CBN operation of pay-per-view service Kapamilya Box Office KBO. Sasagutin po namin itong dalawang katanungan na ito ng sabay. Para po sa pick-up, bawal po ang TV Plus using free-to-air frequency at bawal din po ang pay-per-view service sa KBO dahil wala naman pong mapakitang provisional authority ang ABS-CBN Corporation na nagsasabing legal ang TV Plus at KBO. Ang PA o Provisional Authority ay mula po sa NTC at iba pa po sa legislative franchise na galing naman po sa Kongreso. Yan po talaga ang policy at makikita natin yan sa Section 3 ng RA 7966 o ang mismong franchise ng ABS-CBN Corporation. Sabi po doon ay ganito, sa Section 3 po ng ABS-CBN franchise. Prior approval of the National Telecommunication Commission, the grantee shall secure from the National Telecommunication Commission the appropriate permits and licenses for the station and shall not use any frequency in the television or radio spectrum without having been authorized by the Commission. The Commission, however, shall not unreasonably withhold or delay the grant of any such authority. Malinaw po, Your Honor, na kailangan kumuha muna ng prior approval ng NTC bago gumamit ng television o radio spectrum. Prior po, kaya dapat hintayin muna ang approval bago mag-operate, kaya violation po iyon. Your Honor, noong 2015 po, kumuha po ang ABS-CBN Corporation ng tinatawag na demonstration permit number 2015. Issued March 30, 2015 para sa kanilang TV Plus. April 29, 2015, pinadalhan po ng NTC ang ABS-CBN Corporation ng sulat na pinagbabawalan sila na mag-pay television. Ang sabi po sa sulat ng NTC ay ganito, sa ABS-CBN, please be informed that the Commission is still in the process of formulating the guidelines for conditional access for digital terrestrial television DTT, including the possibility of providing paid television service. In view of the foregoing, you are hereby directed to refrain from offering any paid television service in your DTT trials until such time that the Commission has come up with the appropriate guidelines for the same. Ngunit hindi po ito sinunod ng ABS-CBN Corporation. Hanggang ngayon, 5 years later, sige lang ang operation ng KBO nila, walang tigil ng paniningil sa taong bayan. Your Honor, noong June 30, 2015, nag-expire po ang demonstration permit ng ABS-CBN Corporation. Hanggang ngayon, 5 years later, sige lang ang operation ng TV Plus, walang tigil ng kakasingil sa taong bayan. Alaman naman po natin, pag expired, hindi na pwedeng magpatuloy. Kailangan huminto. Doon sa Senate hearing noong February po, Your Honor, ay may nabanggit po na DOJ opinion, 1 series of 2018, dated June 11, 2018. Binasa po namin, ang sabi po dito nito ay ganito. To summarize, it is our opinion that TV broadcasters may be allowed to engage in conditional
Point of order,
access
Mr. Chairman.
or conditional access
Point of
system,
order, Mr.
more
Chairman.
specifically
Yes,
to offer TV pay-per-view services.
Minority Leader.
Provided
Ilang
that
beses,
it does
ilang,
not amount to cable TV service which shall only
Mr.
be
Chair.
Excuse me po, picked
considered
up.
as
Excuse
such
me po,
if
picked
it is
up.
for purposes of
Pakimute
providing multiple channel cable TV services.
Hearing suspended. Hearing resumed. Yes, Minority Leader.
I just would like to find out kung ilang oras po ang binigay natin sa kanya para magsalita.
Madam from Picktop, gaano katagal pa po o gaano kahaba pa po yung inyong manifestation, ma'am? Paki-unmute po si Madam from Picktop.
Okay po.
Yes,
Sandali
ma'am. Mga
lang
ilang
na
minuto pa
ito,
po
Please,
yung
Agent.
presentation
Kasi-
nyo, ma'am? Ilang minuto pa po yung presentation po ninyo? Tinatanong po ni Minority Leader Bishop
3
Abante.
minutes na lang po. 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
3 minutes
Bishop
na lang
Abante,
po.
3
5
minuto
years
na
po
lang
namin
daw.
hinintay ito eh. 5 years po kami naghihintay. 5 years po, 2014 pa po. Bigyan lang po ninyo kami
Mrs.
ng
Tamano,
panahon.
paki-wrap up na po, Mrs. Tamano. Paki-wrap up na.
Okay, salamat po. Malinaw po na ang nakalagay ay may be allowed. Maari, baka payagan. Hindi pa po allowed. Nung lumabas po ang DOJ opinion noong June 11, 2018, 3 years na po silang nag-ooperate ng TV Plus without a provisional authority. Violation po ito ng Section 3 ng kanilang franchise. Sabi ng ABS-CBN Corporation, they were expressly allowed by the NTC order, May 14, 2019, NTC case number 87-006. Una sa lahat, nung lumabas po yung order na yon, ay 4 years na silang nag-ooperate ng TV Plus without a provisional authority. Violation po ulit ito ng Section 3 ng kanilang franchise. Binasa po namin May 14, 2019 na order. Hindi po binanggit ang TV Plus, KBO, Pay TV, Cinemo, Yay, Jeepney, TV, and iba pang multiple channels. So hindi po totoo that they were expressly allowed by the NTC. Yung May 14, 2019 order na conversion lang po from analog to digital format. Hindi po siya conversion from free-to-air to pay TV. Kaya hindi po pwedeng maningil ang ABS-CBN Corporation. Dapat po ibalik ng ABS Corporation sa taong bayan ng mga siningil nila para sa pay-per-view. Kaya ipinapakita po namin ang isang diagram na ito kung paano ang operation ng ABS-CBN at TV Plus kung meron pong tatanungan dito ay malugod namin sasagutin. Sa puntong ito, humihingi po kami ng tulong sa NTC at Congress na mapatigil na ang operation ng ABS-CBN TV Plus. Expire na po ang franchise ng ABS-CBN Corporation at mag-expire na rin ang franchise ng Amcara Broadcasting Network, approved July 16, 1995. Marahil ito po ang dahilan kung bakit na tinransfer ng Amcara ang rights nito sa Channel 43 sa Asian Multimedia and Production Company Incorporated, case number 2019-040, petition filed March 27, 2019. Sino po ba ang Amcara Broadcasting Network Incorporated? At sino po ba ang Asian Multimedia Broadcast Production Company Incorporated? Ayon po sa www.emes.com, website ng isang international research firm na nagbibigay ng impormasyon tungkol sa emerging market companies and industry sectors in over 147 countries. Ang headquarters daw ng Amcara at ng Asian Multimedia ay parehong nasa ABS-CBN compound doon po sa Mother Ignacia. Iisa po ang bahay nila. Kaya po, ang example, sa mga jeepney driver po kapag expired o wala kang lisensya o prangkisa at expired o kolorum ang tawag doon. Kapag prangkisa ay pinagamit sa iba, kabit system ang tawag doon. Kapag expired,
Statement na po, Mrs. Tamayo. Last statement na po.
maraming pong salamat.
Okay.
Ayusin po namin humingi ng tulong sa NTC at Congress para ipatigil ang operation ng Sky Direct. Ito po ang direct broadcast satellite nila, service. Sky Cable Corporation at nag-expire na din po ang franchise ng RA 7969. Ibig sabihin, hindi na po sila pwedeng gumamit ng frequency via satellite, ngunit sige pa ho ang kanyang pag-operate at pagsingil sa taong bayan. Maraming salamat po sa inyong pakikinig sa amin. Mula pa po noong 2014-16 Congress pa po itong hinaing namin. Magandang hapon po sa inyo.
Maraming salamat po. Ngayon po, gusto natin i-recognize, bigyan din ng konting oras para sa kanilang position, si Mr. Ralph Casino, Chairman ng PCTA. Mr. Casino, nasa inyo po yung floor. Teka lang po, nakamute pa po kayo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Philippine Cable Television Telecommunications Association wish to thank the Committee on Legislative Franchise and the Committee on Good Governance and Public Accountability and Congress as a whole for giving us the opportunity to air our position relative to the renewal application of ABS-CBN Corporation's franchise contained in several House bills. We are an umbrella organization composed of over 300 cable operators located all over the country. It was organized in 1992 upon the initiative of former Senator Ramon Jun Magsaysay, who is also tagged as the father of cable television. It is made up of small and medium-sized cable systems in cities and municipalities in far-flung areas hardly covered by terrestrial broadcast, as well as the big systems located in the metropolis such as Sky Cable, Paranaque Cable, and Asian Vision. We also work closely with industry stakeholders as the content providers, equipment suppliers, trade and industry association, as well as government regulators such as the National Telecommunications Commission and the Movie Television Review Classification Board, of MTRCB. As an organization and early on, PCTA has always espoused new technology and the migration of the television service from analog to the digital platform. This was also in anticipation for the TV network's compliance to the government's directive to migrate from analog to digital in 2014. As part of our organization's service to our members, we regularly conduct technical training seminars promoting industry best practices. We have consistently been promoting the adoption to new technology. Many of our members now offer digital cable and other services resulting to much improved customer and user experience. We believe that this is the way forward. Failure to adapt to new technology and provide customer satisfaction would surely result to obsolescence and the eventual demise of any enterprise in our industry. To provide the Filipino consumer good, reliable, and affordable service should be a commitment of each and every cable company in the Philippines. The PCTA has submitted its position and endorsement for the renewal of the ABS-CBN franchise to this honorable body. Moreover, we endorse the digital terrestrial television service or Kapamilya Box. As has been explained by the technical experts, a key feature of the migration from an analog to a digital service is digital compression. This allows broadcasters to introduce multi-channels using the same radio frequency it was originally granted under their existing franchise or franchises. Whereas in the old technology, each frequency could only deliver a single channel, with digital compression, broadcasters are able to provide 4 or more channels. This empowers televiewers and consumers to have more options and program choices. Conversely, the networks are also able to offer additional services. In effect, consumers are given the power of choice. We believe that for as long as the multi-channel offerings emanate from the same frequency it has originally been granted by Congress or NTC, broadcasters should be allowed to continue to operate its multi-channel services. On the matter of pay-per-view service, precisely in the same token, because this is an optional pay service which the consumer may or may not subscribe to, we are just awaiting for the issuance of the guidelines from NTC. As of the present, these guidelines are absent, and we are hopeful this will be available soon. The need for regulations and guidelines for the pay-per-view service is more pronounced now as we experience rapid changes in technology and more players come into the pay television market. These regulations should focus on, among others, leveling the playing field, as well as ensuring that consumers' welfare is protected and uncompromised. There is an urgent need to review and revamp our existing laws, rules, and regulations in the light of the new and emerging and rapidly changing technology. As in the past, where we have been closely cooperating with NTC on relevant memorandum circulars and guidelines, PCTA is and will always be available to any government-initiated workshop for the review formulation of updated guidelines that must be realistic and responsive to the present times. ABS-CBN, as well as its sister company Sky Cable, have been active stakeholders in the industry. Their existence have made an indelible positive impact on the lives of many Filipinos as employers, providers of education, entertainment, and news services, and in the exercise of their corporate social responsibility. It is a leading player in the forefront of the development of the cable and telecommunications industry. The renewal of their franchise and its continued operation would be of great service to the industry and the nation. On the outset, it is best that we be reminded that our aim and purpose being here is to be able to better serve the consumer. We all agree that the Filipino deserves better. Thanks once again for the opportunity. Mabuhay po. Good afternoon.
Maraming salamat po sa PCTA. Ngayon, bubuksan na po natin ang floor para sa mga magtatanong ng ating mga membro. Una, tatawagan natin si Majority Leader Boying Rimulya para sa kanyang interpellation. Meron pa po siyang additional 10 minutes binigay natin mga kasamahan ni Majority Leader Martin Romualdez at ni Deputy Majority Leader Sharky Palma. Congressman Boying.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first question, Mr. Chairman, is directed to, wala si Mr. Katigbak. Kada. Mr. Chairman, the question is, are you standing by your statement that you are just a block timer? ABS-CBN is only a block timer at Amcara Broadcasting?
For Channel 43 po, yes.
Channel 43. Does ABS-CBN own any shares in Amcara Broadcasting?
As of today, we don't own any shares in Amcara.
You do not own any shares?
No more po.
You only deal with Amcara Broadcasting for block time purposes?
To the best of my knowledge, I think that's all we do with Amcara po. We block time.
But your block time is for 1 year. Mula
Yes.
24 hours a day, for 1 year, may block time arrangement kayo with Amcara?
That's right po.
Mr. Chairman, well, under the franchise of Amcara, Republic Act, ano ba to? 8135. Are you familiar with Republic Act 8135?
Yes, Yes, Your Honor.
Meron ho ritong in Section 11, it reads, the grantee shall not lease, transfer, grant the usufruct of, sell, nor assign this franchise or rights and privileges acquired thereunder to any person, firm, company, corporation, or other commercial or legal entity, nor shall the controlling interest in the grantee be transferred to any such private person, firm, company, corporation, or entity without prior approval of Congress of the Philippines. Any person or entity to which this franchise is sold, transferred, or assigned shall be subject to all the same conditions, terms, restrictions, and limitations of this Act. Again, Mr. Katigbak, are you maintaining that it's a totally arm's length deal you have with Amcara Broadcasting Network?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I may call your attention to the independent auditor's report of SGV, when it came to the certification, Statement of Management Responsibility for Financial Statements, the signatories in the SGV report were Eugenio Lopez III, or Gabi Lopez, Federico M. Garcia, or Freddy, and Aldrin Serrado, signed 22nd of February 2017. Again, are you maintaining that you have no other, ABS-CBN has no other relationship with Amcara Broadcasting Network?
Mr. Chair, we've sold our interest in Amcara sometime in 2019. So for the last almost 2 years, we have not had an interest in Amcara.
And how much did you sell your interest to Amcara?
I'm not familiar with the...
Who purchased Amcara Broadcasting?
The stake that ABS used to have was sold back to the original owners.
They were sold back to the original owners?
Yes po.
And now Attorney Parungaw and Attorney Veloso are the ones standing in for the owners. Am I correct, Mr. Attorney Poblador?
Yes, Your Honor, that's right.
So, you admit now that it was once owned again by ABS-CBN?
At one point, if I remember correctly, ABS had a 49% stake in Amcara.
Did you ever ask for the permission of Congress regarding your involvement with another franchise?
The way I understand it, Mr. Chair, the permission of Congress is needed if controlling interest is secured.
Or if the actual activity of the franchise itself amounts to usufruct has been done.
But we maintain, Mr. Chair, that this is not a usufruct.
So a block time for 1 year with no other programming but the programming of ABS-CBN is just a black time. It is not usufruct.
That's right, Mr. Chair.
Attorney Poblador, would you subscribe to the same opinion?
Your Honor, that's not considered usufruct because usufruct has a set definition in our civil code. Usufruct is when you enjoy property and your only obligation is to preserve it. In the case of block time, you buy the airtime. And I believe that in the provisional authority, it's stated here that the block time is airtime of 21 hours per day. So it's not 24 hours.
21 hours per day. 21 hours per day.
Yes, 21 hours a day.
Which means all the useful broadcast time of AMCARA is being utilized by ABS-CBN.
On a block time basis, Your Honor.
Well, that's what you say. It's a block time basis. Again, I'd like to call your attention to this because in the BAR tax payments of AMCARA Broadcasting, the address of AMCARA Broadcasting is ABS-CBN compound, Mother Ignacia. Are you still maintaining that ABS-CBN has no involvement with AMCARA?
Ask that Attorney Maxim be recognized.
Sino yan? Sino yan? Attorney?
Attorney Maxim Uy be recognized.
Okay, sige. Are you gonna answer the question, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, hindi pa po siya na susumpaan lang po.
Can you please administer the oath, Madam Secretary?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this joint congressional hearing? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
But is there any lawyer here who is also a lawyer of AMCARA? Attorney Poblador, Attorney Uy, are you a lawyer of AMCARA?
I'm not a lawyer.
You're not a lawyer of only ABS-CBN kayo?
That's right, Your Honor.
Oh, kayo ho.
I'm with ABS-CBN, Mr. Chair.
Okay, what do you have to answer to? Do you have any answer to the question earlier?
Mr. Chairman, may I request the question be
Attorney
repeated?
Poblador told you to answer the question, so I suppose you know what the question was.
ABS-CBN has no stake in AMCARA. The address that was indicated or read identifying the office address of AMCARA is likely from a document that was during the time when ABS-CBN had a 49% stake in AMCARA. But presently, ABS-CBN no longer has any shareholdings in AMCARA, as was stated earlier.
So in other words, you admit now that you had 49%, you owned 49% of AMCARA. For how long? From what time to what time? Would you please answer this question? Kailan nyo hinawakan ng yung AMCARA?
The ABS-CBN stake was acquired in 1996, Mr. Chairman, and was divested in January 2019.
So for a total of 23 years, ABS-CBN owned AMCARA. 49% of AMCARA Broadcasting.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And until now, may block time arrangement pa rin kayo sa AMCARA Broadcasting, which has Channel 43. The frequency Channel 43 is being utilized by AMCARA. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Which was lent by NTC to TV Plus to be able to broadcast the digital broadcast under TV Plus. Am I correct?
Channel 43 was assigned to ABS-CBN on a temporary basis during the time when no UHF frequency had yet been assigned to ABS-CBN. However, when Channel 16 was assigned to ABS-CBN in the year 2018, Channel 43 reverted back to AMCARA, Mr. Chairman.
So you don't hold Channel 43 anymore? AMCARA does not hold Channel 43 anymore?
It does, Mr. Chairman.
It still does?
It does, Mr. Chairman. In fact, under the provisional authority issued by the NTC to AMCARA in July 2019, it specifically identifies Channel 43 as the frequency to be used AMCARA for its digital television operations.
So anong makukuha natin dito? para po sa kaalaman ng lahat, ang sabi nyo kanina, ang TV Plus, ang ginagamit nyo ngayon ay block time lang ng Amcara dahil ang frequency ay channel 43. Tama ba yon? Pero ang nagbenta ng TV Plus ay ang ABS-CBN. Kayo po ang nagbenta ng TV Plus sa mamamayang Pilipino. Tama ho yun?
Set-top box po. Tama po.
Set-top box, no?
Tama po.
In TV Plus. Magkano ho ang benta nyo sa TV Plus?
Sa ngayon po, it's, if I'm not mistaken, 1499, I think.
1499. Dati ho, 2,000. 1999 dati yan, di ba?
2499 yata nung nag-umpisa po.
Meron pang 2,500 pa ng simula, di ba?
249, yes po, 2499.
Ilang set ang nabenta ng ABS-CBN?
Nasa 9 million po.
9 million sets. Which means nakabenta kayo ng 18 billion worth.
Iba-ibang presyo po yan, but I guess kung yung tanong po, kumita ba kami sa pagbenta ng set na box? Hindi po kami kumita. We sold those boxes at cost po.
At cost. Wala bang BIR incidents to? Di-report nyo ba sa BIR to? Yung pagbebenta nyo ng set-top box?
I'm not sure, Mr. Chair, what taxes you refer to, but definitely I think kung sales tax and value-added tax.
VAT.
Sorry, VAT. Opo. VAT.
Nag-report kayo ng VAT dito?
Yes po.
So for 13 billion pesos, nagbayad kayo ng VAT for around 13 to 15 billion pesos, yung equivalent VAT ang binayaran nyo dyan.
I cannot attest to the 13 billion po. I don't have the exact number, but whatever the actual number is, we paid VAT on that, Mr. Chair.
O sige, checkin natin sa BIR yan. No? Kaya ngayon, ang pinag-uusapan po rito, yung relationship nyo sa Amcara, doon ho ko papunta. No? Ang sabi kanina, kaya kayo nakakapag-broadcast, ay naka-block time kayo sa Amcara. Na kayo rin ang may-ari ng kalahati, halos kalahati, nung araw. Tama ba yon?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I didn't understand the question.
Kayo rin ang may-ari ng 49% na Amcara Broadcasting for a long time. For 23 years, kayo ang may-ari ng Amcara Broadcasting.
ABS-CBN used to own, yes, Mr. Chairman, 49% of the shareholders.
49%. Tapos, kayo ang gumagamit ng frequency ng Amcara the whole time.
On a block time arrangement, Mr. Chairman, yes.
Eh, ang claim nyo, block time. Pero actually, use of frac ang nakikita namin, hindi sa legal term. Pero sabihin natin, kayo na ang gumagamit ng pasilidad na Amcara.
No, Mr. Chairman. ABS-CBN merely bought the airtime from Amcara. As was stated earlier, the purchase of airtime from a broadcaster is a standard commercial activity.
Ayun ang palusot nyo. Purchase of airtime. Pero actually, gumagamit kayo ng ibang prangkisa at ang nakikinabang sa prangkisang yon ay ABS-CBN dito ho sa Amcara Broadcasting Corporation.
No, Mr. Chairman. ABS-CBN merely buys the airtime from Amcara. And
Sinasabi nyo sa akin, Attorney Uy, hindi kayo nakinabang kahit kailan sa facility na Amcara Broadcasting.
No, Mr. Chairman.
O sige, ang susunod na tanong dyan, siyempre, Mr. Chairman can ask for suspension. 1 minute, Mr. Chairman.
Hearing suspended. Hearing resumed. Sa kaalaman po ng lahat, bago po magtanong si Senior Vice Chairman Boying Remulla, ay nirebyasa po namin yung franchise ng Amcara at mukha pong mag-i-expire na rin ang kanilang prangkisa by July 11 nitong taon na ito. Ituloy niyo po, Congressman Remulla.
Kaya ang tanong po rito, binenta nyo yung shares nyo pabalik sa may-ari dati o sino ang may-ari dati? Kanino nyo binenta yung shares nyo?
The shares were sold to Mr. Rodrigo Carandang. He was the son of the former owner of the shares of stock in Amcara.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman.
so taxes were paid on this transaction? Taxes were paid on this transaction?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So how much did you sell the shares for?
Mr. Chairman, the transaction was a private transaction, and I'd like to request that we not discuss the details of the transaction in public. However,
you're asking for a franchise here. You don't want to answer the question. It's very relevant to your franchise application.
ABS-CBN, pakisagot po ang mga katanungan ni Congressman Remulla.
The shares of stock were sold for consideration of 40 million pesos, Mr. Chairman.
40 million pesos. So nagbayad kayo ng tax para doon?
Taxes, all the taxes that were due were paid, Mr. Chairman.
And who is Attorney Anthony Parungaw to ABS-CBN?
Anthony Porongao is not connected with ABS-CBN.
He is an officer of Amcara.
I do not know, Mr. Chairman.
He is the partner of your internal counsel, Attorney Mario Santos.
Attorney Mario Santos was formerly connected with ABS-CBN, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Parungao is as I know, a partner in the law office of Mr. Santos.
So, for all intents and purposes, they can be dummies of ABS-CBN. Am I reading this right?
They are not dummies of ABS-CBN, Mr. Chairman.
They work for Amcara. Attorney Veloso and Attorney Parungao work for Amcara.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So you are denying that there's any other relationship with Amcara except that you owned it, 49% of it for 23 years.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And you did not ask Congress, or you did not notify Congress of this special relationship?
No, Mr. Chairman, as was stated earlier, the requirement under the franchise of Amcara to inform Congress and secure approval is if the controlling interest is transferred.
And until now, the office address of Amcara is still ABS-CBN compound?
No, Mr. Chairman.
So when was this terminated? 2019?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chairman, I think that we have arrived at something important here, that one of the practices of ABS-CBN is to utilize another franchise owned by another group of people, and in utilizing the said franchise, legal arrangements were made to layer the transaction. But obviously, ABS-CBN had control over Amcara, even with regards to the manner by which contracts are drawn up for the said block time of Amcara Broadcasting. This is only to prove the point, Mr. Chairman, that the bad faith of ABS-CBN permeates this room right now. They did not truthfully answer the questions of this representation. Hindi ho sila nagsabi ng totoo. Sila po ay nagsinungaling na ang Amcara ay hindi nila naging pag-aari at ito ay hindi na sila ang may-ari ngayon, ngunit sila pa rin ang gumagamit. Parang bahay po yan, Mr. Chairman. Doon sila nakatira sa bahay na yon, yun ang address na yun ang binibigay nila, pero hindi naman sila umuupa, pero andun sila nagbabahay sa bahay na yon. Ano kaya yun, Mr. Chairman? Pare-pareho naman kami abogado rito. Alam po natin, ang gawain po ng mga abogado, pagdating po sa ganito, sila po ang gumagawa ng palusot. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat, Vice Chairman Remulla.
Thank you, Congressman Remulla. Ang susunod na magtatanong si Congressman Alfredo Garbin na nagkaroon ng additional 5 minutes na binigay ni Congressman Inoti. Congressman Garbin.
Hello?
Kong Garbin, narinig ka na.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Yung aking mga katanungan po ay address ko sa NTC, kung nandyan pa po yung NTC. Kasi yung issue natin at hand po dito is yung prangkisa per channel, whether using multiple channels in one franchise without NTC permit is legal, whether ABS-CBN violated the terms of its franchise by offering its TV Plus boxes for a one-time fee, but using its free-to-air signal granted through its franchise at no cost to it. At the same time, yung TV Plus din ho. So, sana ho nandyan pa si Commissioner Cordova to answer my questions.
Yes, Your Honor. Maliwanag po ba?
Ay, maliwanag ho. Salamat, Commissioner. Yung pinag-uusapan ho natin dito, yung prangkisa ng ABS-CBN, which is Republic Act 1766, na nag-expire na nga ho noong May of this year. Tama ho ba?
Yes, Your Honors. It expired po nung last day po niya is May 4, 2020.
Well,
I remember correctly.
that before its expiration, you talk about Republic Act 7966, which was enacted into law on 1995. It granted ABS-CBN a franchise, and the wordings does not use the word channel at all. Tama po ba?
I would have to check that, Your Honors, but the franchise is the best evidence, Your Honor.
Yes, and instead, in the said franchise, the law assigns a frequency, tama po ba? Which can carry a
Your Honor.
single analog channel but also multiple digital channels into this technology, tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And according to the Department of Information and Communications, technology framework of the Digital Terrestrial Television Broadcasting Migration Plan, it's going to be, the digital paves the way for a more efficient use of the frequency since the spectrum used for a single analog standard definition television. Tama po ba?
Actually, Your Honor, i-discuss ko lang po ng konti. Ang nangyari po kasi sa digital, nung pong from analog po kasi, ang hawak po ng bawat broadcaster ay 6 megahertz na frequency. So ngayon po, nung nag-transfer, nung pong nag-adapt tayo ng digital television, they got the same 6 megahertz. So one channel pa rin po ang nabigay sa kanila. But because, Your Honors, of the characteristic po ng digital TV, yung pong kanyang compression ay very efficient, ay nakakapag-produce po siya ng 5 to 6 programs na standard definition. So still one channel, Your Honors, but multiple programs.
Well, tama ho bang sabihin that a single frequency can be used for a multiple channels? Tama po ba yun?
Actually, Your Honor, parang hindi po because one channel, yung pong 6 MHz is one channel. Yung pong bawat palabas po doon, kunwari po 6 na palabas or 5 palabas, yun po ay programs po ang tawag.
Okay. So, doon ho sa prangkisa na ibinigay sa ABS-CBN, Republic Act 7966, is there any provision which prohibits the operations of multiple programs?
I think, Your Honor, nung pong time na in-issue yun, parang wala pa naman po kasing digital TV, so baka po hindi yun na-foresee ng Republic Act 7966.
And in fact, the usage of multiple programs are allowed right now because of the digital platform that paves the way for a more efficient use of the frequency. Tama po ba?
Tama po yun, Your Honors. One single channel, but multiple programs.
Yeah. So, dito naman ho tayo sa whether ABS-CBN violated the terms of its franchise by offering its TV Plus boxes. Nung nasa Senate hearing po kayo, Commissioner, you stated that ABS-CBN could be fined for 200 pesos for introducing KBO service without waiting for its agency's guidelines. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor. Nabanggit ko po yun.
So, meaning, is that the exact imposition of those violations kung hindi sila sumunod o hindi sila nag-antay doon sa guidelines na inyong prepare o itinadhana para dito sa operation ng TV Plus? Tama po ba?
Actually, Your Honors, marami po kasing way of interpreting it, but Yun po ang basic law, which is the Public Service Act. Ang sabi po doon is 200 pesos per violation. But malino po that ABS-CBN ay without us giving the yung pong guidance or yung pong implementing rules on how to do it, at actually nga po, nag-issue kami ng cease and desist order sa kanila, ay yun po ay dapat hindi po nila ginawa. Kung ang eksakto pong computation or ano ay hindi ko po masagot ngayon, but ang amin pong gagamitin doon, kung may nag-file ng kaso, would be the Public Service Act, Your Honors. Of
Pero
1936.
asa wala naman ho nag-file ng kaso.
So far, wala naman.
Doon ho tayo sa kapamilya black box. Ano?
Okay.
Is this what we call the KBO? Yun ho ba yung pinag-uusapan natin dito?
Ano po, I think yung pong kapamilya black box is ang ABS po ay nagbenta po ng ang generic term po doon is set-top box. Ang set-top box po kasi, ganito po kasi yun, Your Honors. If you are from analog to digital at ang television mo po ay luma pa, ito po ay analog. Hindi ka pa po nakakabili ng digital radio television, kailangan mo po ng set-top box na magde-decode ng transmission ng digital TV to convert it to analog para po mabasa ng television mo. Yun pong kapamilya yung pong black box ay ganun po.
So in order to an analog TV set to receive a digital signal, they should have a digital television adapter. Yun ho yung box na yun.
Yun po. Yun siya po ang magbabasa para po mabasa ng siya po ang magde-decode para po mabasa ng digital ng analog television.
So, gusto sabihin, yung pagbenta ng digital box na yun, is this a sale of a program or just an accessory? Tama ko ba?
Actually po, ang pagbenta po ng black box or ng set-top box, for that matter, if that is the generic term, ay ano po siya, para po nagbebenta ng appliance. Para po nagbenta ng television set. Para po, ito malagay mo sa television set, para pong receiver siya, maikabit mo sa iyong analog TV para matanggap po yung pong digital signal.
So in other words, the sale of the KBO is not prohibited by NTC. Tama po ba?
Yung pong black box in its generic sense ay okay po na makapagbenta ang mga broadcasters or kahit po sinong appliance store like Abenson, like yung pong mga tindahan sa Raon, nagbebenta rin po sila. So the sale of a set-top box is not prohibited by law, Your Honors, to decode the digital signal at maipalabas po ito sa analog TV.
In fact, hindi lang ABS-CBN ang gumagawa nito. I read over the news 2 days ago that one of the biggest network here, the Kapuso Network, also launched their Affordibox. Tama po ba?
Nabasa ko rin po yun, Your Honors.
And that was approved by NTC.
Hindi po kami nag-approve nun, Your Honors, because it's just a sale of, like I said, para po siyang appliance. Receiver.
Okay. So, is that valid? Valid ba?
Okay lang po yun. Wala po kami nakikitang problema doon.
Now, on the offering of pay-per-view services, whether ABS-CBN violated the terms of its franchise by offering pay-per-view in TV Plus boxes channels using the free-to-air signal granted through its franchise and at no cost. Now, in the Senate hearing, Justice Secretary Minaro de Guevara told senators that ABS-CBN broadcast franchise authorized the network to introduce pay-per-view feature. He said the phrase commercial purposes in ABS-CBN franchise was broad enough to allow pay-per-view feature. Ano po ang inyong opinion dito?
Actually, Your Honors, sumulat po sa amin ng, if I remember right, ang KBP, sumulat po din po sa amin ng FICTAP at yung iba po mga channels. So we all sent the letter to ask for the legal opinion of the Department of Justice. So sinabi nga po ng Department of Justice na yun nga daw pong commercial, ang pinagtatalunan po kasi dyan is yung po bang phrase na commercial purposes in Section 1 of, I think lahat naman, almost all franchises have the same phrases, same phrase po for commercial purposes, is it wide enough to include pay-per-view? Ang sagot naman po ng DOJ ay it is wide enough to include the pay-per-view, yun pong commercial. And kasama daw po nun yung advertisement also. Yun po ang sabi ni Secretary of Justice. But I would just like to clarify also, Your Honors, that a separate department in government, yung pong Office of the Solicitor General, filed a case against this ito pong pay-per-view na ito, and it was filed through a co-warranto proceeding in the Supreme Court. So actually, Your Honors, wala pa naman pong final na decision on this matter. Maganda nga po sana kung ito ay na-desisyonan sa korte dahil ito po ay justiciable question, but hindi pa na-desisyonan ng Supreme Court ito, Your Honor.
Meaning there's no justiciable question. Tama po ba?
Actually po, ay hindi ko pa po nabasa ang Supreme Court decision on the decision laron sa pag-dismiss sa co-warranto, but I think nabanggit po kasi doon, hindi nila tinouch yung detalye. I think nabasa ko lang po ito sa news na moot daw na po itong co-warranto case because wala na ba daw pong franchise sa pag-uusapan dahil nag-lapse na po ito.
And can you consider that there is irregularity in the performance of his official function, the DOJ, given the legal opinion that the pay-per-view texture is valid? Tama po ba?
Well, sa sinabi po ni Secretary of Justice na yun, yun po ang kanyang opinion. So, sa opinion po niya yun, Your Honors.
Yung NTC ho, ano yung ginagawa niyo ngayon doon?
Actually, Your Honors, ganito po yun. Kasi po, medyo mainit po itong topic na ito dahil iba-iba ang ng mga partido, mga partidong apektado dito po. Ang ginawa nga po namin, nilagay po namin sa provisional authority ng ABS-CBN doon po sa kanilang digital TV na wala po munang encryption or conditional access. Ito po yung pay-per-view. Dahil po, kailangan pa namin himayin ito at gumawa po ng kaukulang rules and regulations ito po sa bagay na to dahil sa aming pagtingin ay mukhang mainit po ito at magkakaroon ng demandahan on this matter. Kaya po, we were very careful. Actually nga po, ang banggit nga po ng KBP noon at ng ABS ay meron po kasi ditong binanggit po ni Mrs. Tamano kanina, dito po sa last paragraph ng DOJ opinion, sabi po, to summarize, it is our opinion that TV broadcasters may be allowed to engage in conditional access or conditional access system, CAS. More specifically to offer TV pay-per-view services, provided that it does not amount to CATV service, which shall only be considered as such if it is for purposes of providing multiple channel cable TV service. Actually, Your Honors, ito po kasing part na ito, I think ika-clarify pa ito dapat ng KBP at ng ABS sa DOJ dahil hindi po namin masyadong makuha pa kung anong ibig sabihin ito kung last paragraph na to. So kung na-clarify po sana ito, that's when we can make a decision and make the rules and implementing rules dito po sa CAS. But in the meantime po, wala pa kami ini-issue. So dapat po sana si ABS ay nag-antay at hindi po muna nag-offer ng pay-per-view sa public.
So meaning, wala pa kayong guidelines na nire-release pagdating sa mga pay-per-view services. Tama po ba?
Wala pa po, Your Honor. Kaya po nakalagay doon sa amin, antayin po dapat nila at ng iba po mga broadcasters, yun pong guidelines na i-issue po ng NBC.
But if there is no regulation, would you consider that there's a violation of any law or an activity that is not being regulated? Would you consider that there's a violation if it is not regulated?
Actually, Your Honors, medyo specific po kasi ang nilagay namin sa aming provisional authority na maganda po ay antayin po muna nila. Huwag po muna mag-offer hanggat wala pong ini-issue na regulations. Otherwise, Your Honors, baka tama po ang sinasabi nyo, but malinaw po sa condition namin, number 4, page 7, the use of conditional access system or DTTV services shall be subject to such conditional access guidelines that the Commission or any other relevant government agency may hereafter issue. So since wala pa po, Your Honors, dapat po sana ay nag-antay po sila.
Now, how do you consider Netflix and the Spotify? Kasi parang ganun yung nature nila, di ba? Pay-per-view.
Ano po naman, hindi po. Because ito po kasing Netflix at saka Spotify ay hindi po naman dumadaan sa frequency na binigay po ng gobyerno. Ang Netflix po at Spotify ay dumadaan po sa World Wide Web. So, parang borderless po yan, nakakapasok po sa iba't ibang bansa na hindi po dumadaan dun sa mga regulators. Yun po ang isang problema na nakikita namin dyan. But hindi po siya pareho dahil nga po yung Netflix po at yung pong Spotify ay hindi naman po dumadaan sa frequency na binigay po ng gobyerno.
Now, assuming that ABS-CBN offered pay-per-view in the previous or their previous activities prior to the issuance of the NTC guidelines, then what would be the penalty, if anything?
Actually, Your Honors, ano po yan, dadaan po kami sa hearing at hindi ko po, I cannot speculate right now, Your Honor, because kailangan po namin pag-aralan at tignan. But definitely po, dapat po yun ay hindi po nila ginawa. That is a violation po ng kanilang provisional authority.
And in fact, wala pa kayong basihan kung ano yung sanction, kung ano yung imposition, because you don't have any regulations or guidelines that has been provided for.
Actually, Your Honors, ang aming pong gagamitin would be the Public Service Act of 1936, Your Honors.
Yung sinasabi nyo at most is 200 pesos yung penalty.
Per violation po.
Per violation po. And sa tingin nyo, sa ilang beses na nagkaroon ng pay-per-view ang ABS-CBN, meron mo ba kayong record o reklamo na karoon sila ng pay-per-view?
Wala po kaming record, Your Honor, kung paano po yun, at saka ilang boxes na po ang nabenta, kung ilang sunod-sunod, kung kailan po ba nabenta yon. So, that would be a factual, ano po yan, determination of fact, bali mangyayari po yan, determination of facts, Your Honor, in a proper quasi-judicial proceeding.
Salamat, Commissioner. Na doon tayo sa mga unang diskusyon at issue na discuss kanina bago pa itong issue on TV Plus, issue on multiple channels, and issue on the black box. And that the issue on franchise that is pending before the House of Representatives and the Senate, and the same expired. Tama po ba? Di ba maraming instances na gano'n? Di ba? Tama po ba?
Yung po mga pending, meron po nangyaring gano'n before.
In fact, yung prangkisa na kung saan nag-expire while the same is pending before the House of Representatives, based on the common practice by your commission, you allow them to continue. Tama po ba?
May nangyari pong gano'n, Your Honor.
Can you enumerate?
Wala lang po akong listahan, but I would remember some like, I think CBCP po ata, CBCP, and then Vanguard. Meron pong listahan yan, Your Honor. We can submit it to the committee if you so wish.
Kasi kami, nung nag-umpisa kami dito ng hearing, we promised to have a fair, impartial, and comprehensive hearing. And when we speak of fair, we also want to accord those practices, common practices or business that was accorded to those franchise applicants who filed their franchises on time and were afforded those common practice as observed by the previous Congresses. In fact, I have some of the list here in the 16th Congress, 17th, 18th Congress. Ito, yung mga nag-expire na prangkisa, kasama na dyan yung ABS-CBN, which expired on May 4, yung ABS-CBN Convergence, March 3, or March 17 of this year, and then the Sky Cable, May 4 din, the Cruise Telephone Company, now in the Senate level. Tama ho ba? Are you aware of this?
I have to check, Your Honors.
The Satellite Broadcasting Incorporated expired on March 30, and now in the House Committee level, the Bright Star Broadcasting Network that expired on March 26, 2017. But its franchise was approved on October 30, 2018, or there was a lapse of 583 days before it was approved. But you never closed the said establishment. Tama po ba?
I don't remember closing Bright Star, Your Honors.
The Catholic Bishop Conference of the Philippines, which took 626 days before the same was approved. A new republic was approved in the grant of the franchise. And the World Broadcasting Corporation, ganun din ho. Tama po ba?
I would have to check, Your Honors, pero meron po mga naglaps na ganyan na tumuloy naman po sa Congress.
Well, I can marami pa akong pwede enumerate. But as I was saying here, that is a common practice. And when it comes to renewal of expiration of franchise, we allow for them to operate, provided that an application for renewal has been filed within the same Congress. Tama po ba? Yun yung dating stand doon, di ba? And in
Ganun
fact,
po ang nangyari.
yun yung commitment nyo sana sa Kongreso. Tama po ba?
Nabanggit ko po yun, Your Honors.
And ang yun lang naman na the only difference, as you were saying, is that in the case of ABS-CBN, there was a pending case before the Supreme Court.
Yes,
Yun
the co-warranty case was filed, Your Honors.
But the co-warranty case had already dismissed by the Supreme Court. Tama po ba?
I think it was, yes, Your Honor, I think it was dismissed if hindi ko pa po nakitang desisyon. Ang sabi po kasi doon, because ayun nga po, yun pong kanyang franchise ay expired already.
And you and the Commission, whenever a franchise expired and the application was filed on time, yung expiration, you always considered it not as a denial of the franchise pending the deliberation in Congress. Tama po ba? While it is being deliberated in Congress, you don't consider it as a denial dahil you allow them to continue to operate. Tama po ba?
Yes, pending po siya.
And kanina, may na-mention that it does violate or diminish the power of Congress. To me, it's not. Because that's a common practice. And does not violate or diminish the power of Congress regarding the franchises under the Constitution. Kasi at the end of the day, pagbobotohan din ho ng committee. Tama po ba? At ng plenaryo.
Well, I subject to the wisdom of Congress on that matter, Your Honors.
Salamat, Commissioner Cordova. Mr. Chair, wala na rin akong tanong sa ating duty commissioner. Salamat po. Tapos na po ako sa isyong ito.
Maraming salamat, Kong Mervin. Tama-tama, i-remind pa lang kita na time ka na. Next, magtatanong si Congresswoman Sol Aragones na binigyan ng karagdagang oras din ni Congressman Rufus Rodriguez at ni Congresswoman Arlene Brosas. So meron pong total na 15 minutes po si Congresswoman Sol Aragones. Kong Sol?
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. Karamihan sa aking mga katanungan ay naitanong na kanina. Bagamat may mga karagdagang tanong po tayo para sa higit na paglilinaw, para higit na maunawaan ng mga ating mga kababayan. I would like to address my question to Commissioner Gamaliel Cordova. Magandang hapon po, sir.
Magandang hapon po, Madam.
Ang unang katanungan ko po sa inyo, Mr. Cordova, who issued the order in 2014 directing TV stations to migrate from analog to digital signal? Isn't it the government itself that ordered this?
Tama po, Your Honors. It's a government initiative po. Ang dahilan po kasi niyan ay yun po kasing mga analog na mga equipment ay itinitigil na po ang pag-produce. So, ang nangyari po, dapat po lahat ng pong mga jurisdictions ay pumunta na po sa digital.
Maraming salamat po. As regards to the issue of one franchise, one channel, thus the franchise of ABS-CBN under Republic Act number 7966 that was issued in 1995 ever mention the term channel in its text?
I would have to check, Your Honors, but I think the franchise is the best evidence of that, Your Honors.
Okay. Isn't it correct that the term that was used there was frequency and not channel?
Ay, nabanggit po kanina, Your Honor.
Okay. Hence, the franchise does not involve channels, but frequency, correct?
I think, Your Honors, tama po kayo, yung pong frequency na yun po yung 6 megahertz na dati pa pong ginagamit sa analog. Sa analog broadcast.
Okay. So, isn't it true that ABS-CBN has only had one frequency sa panahon po na ito ay umi-ere pa?
I think, ang ABS-CBN po kasi, Your Honors, is national franchise po siya. And because of that, iba't ibang lugar po ay meron siyang mga tig 6 megahertz na channel.
Okay.
So hindi lang po isa but multiple, but ano po 'yon? Ang pagbigay po kasi ng frequency or ng channel is per area, Your Honor.
Okay. So, sir, would you agree with me that all of ABS-CBN 6 channels, namely ABS-CBN, Sports and Action, DZMM Teleradyo, Knowledge Channel, Cinemo, and Yay, which were broadcast through TV Plus, used only that one frequency that was issued to it?
I'm not familiar with the programs, Your Honor, but kung yun po ang programs na laman ng iisang 6 megahertz, then that is correct, Your Honor. Okay naman po yun. It's okay to use 6 megahertz, which is one channel, to provide 6 programs dahil yun po ang characteristic ng digital television.
Opo. Kasi po ang sinasabi natin ngayon ay ang salitang programa at hindi channel. Pero noon po, ang tawag po natin dito ay channel at hindi programa. So, ang sinasabi po natin, tama ho ba na sabihin natin na hindi kinakailangan ng tigi-tigisa na franchise ang bawat 6 na channels na ginagamit ng ABS-CBN dahil ito naman ay sakop ng isang frequency na ipinagkaloob ng NTC. Tama ho ba yung pagkakaunawa ko, sir?
Tama po yun, Your Honor. I-explain ko lang din po ng konti, ganito po kasi yun. Noon po kasing analog ay 6 megahertz ang binigay, and for purposes po na madali po ang transition from analog to digital, ay 6 megahertz din po ang binigay. Ngayon po, that is the practice worldwide. Kung sa ibang bansa po ay 6 megahertz sa analog, binibigay din po yung 6 megahertz sa digital. Ang dahilan po noon is sa standard definition po, magkakaroon ka ng 6 sa ngayon. Pero darating po kasi ang time, it's possible na ang hihingin po ng taong bayan is HD or high definition. So maaari po yan maging 2 na lang na programa. And maaari din po, pagdating ng panahon, ang hingi na po ng taong bayan is 4K. Yun po sa Japan ngayon ay dinedevelop ang 4K. Ang ating pong digital platform ay Japanese. Doon po ay isa na lang na programa ang kayang bitbitin ng 6 megahertz na yun pag nag-4K na po.
So, ibig sabihin po, Commissioner, sumasang-ayon po kayo na tama po ang ating pag-unawa at pag-unawa din ng iba na kung meron kang 6 na channels o sinasabi nyo ho ay programa, gaya ng mga programang kung aking nabanggit, hindi nyo kinakailangan ng bawat isa ay mayroong prangkisa dito dahil ito naman ay sakop na ng isang frequency na ibinigay para sa lahat. Ibig sabihin, na-cover na po niya lahat. Kayo ho ba ay sumasang-ayon doon?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Ibig kong sabihin, wala hong naging violation ang ABS-CBN dahil ito ho ang ginawa at pinractice nila nung sila ay nasa ere po. Tama po ba?
Insofar as 6 programs in one channel is concerned, Your Honor, okay po yun.
So wala ho silang na-violate sa usapin na yun?
Wala po.
Okay, salamat po. In the 4 years that ABS-CBN was broadcasting through TV Plus with its 6 channels, kaugnay ho nung sinabi ko kanina, did the NTC ever order it to cease and desist?
Your Honor, banggitin ko po, para po hindi magulo, tawagin po natin silang 6 programs in one channel.
Okay, 6 programs. Pero ito ho ba ay na-correct at a certain point na program, so ang tamang terminolohiya dito at hindi channel? Ito ho ba ay nagkaroon ng guidelines na bago para po linawin ito?
I think, Your Honor, maganda po. Mamaya, matanong natin ang aming head ng broadcast services sa technical po. Meron po kasing KBP standard na maaari po niyang ipakita. KBP broadcast code po yun, tsaka standards, nandun po yung 6 megahertz na one channel.
O isa pong bagay din yun na makakatulong na para mas malinaw ang pagkaunawa natin sa isyong ito at sa usaping ito. Nais ko lang po malaman, meron ho bang inilabas na IRR o Implementing Rules and Regulations ang NTC kaugnay ng usapin po ng TV Plus at kailan po ito?
TV Plus, are you referring po ba dun sa, ano po, yun pong sa pay-per-view? Tama po ba?
Sa ano po, sa box?
Okay. Yun pong sa box, Your Honors, I think nag-issue po kami ng implementing rules doon. Noon pong, ano po yun, isang buong implementing rules po yun on how to implement the Japanese digital television dito po sa atin. I think that was, hindi ko lang po maalala kung anong buwan, taon yun, 2014 or 2015 po ata.
Okay. So, isang bagay lang po, bilang pagtatapos, ano po, Commissioner Gamaliel Cordoba, sana ho ay magkaroon po ng kalinawan yung terminolohiya pagdating sa usapin ng ito ba ay tawag ay channel o programa. Pero sa kabila nito, ang isang bagay yung malinaw sa napag-usapan natin ngayong hapong ito, na kapag pinag-usapan ang 6 na channel, pero sinasabi nyo ngayon ay programa kung saan nakapaloob yung 6 na programa na nabanggit ko kanina, ito ay hindi kinakailangan ng hiwa-hiwalay na prangkisa dahil sakop na ito ng isang frequency na ipinagkaloob ng NTC sa ABS-CBN. Maraming salamat po, Commissioner Cordoba. Yun lamang po, Mr. Chair, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Maraming salamat po, Kong Sol. Ang next po ay si Deputy Majority Leader Mikey Arroyo.
Salamat po. Hello.
Pang Mikey, please proceed po.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask a few questions from Commissioner Cordova, if possible.
Yes, Your Honors. Salamat po.
Commissioner, just to follow up on the questioning of Congressman Garbin. So from my understanding, with your whole conversation with Congressman Garbin, dun po sa sa franchise application po ng ABS-CBN, is it correct to surmise that the usage of the digital receiver or the black box is neither disallowed specifically or allowed specifically? Am I correct?
Yun pong, Your Honor, yun pong paggamit po ng set-top box ay maaari po yun, Your Honor.
So maaari pong gamitin yung black box ayon po sa kanilang franchise application dati po. Tama po?
Ano po, para pong ano po yun, actually po ang black box po or the generic name set-top box ay kailangan po kasi, Your Honors, para yun pong digital signal na ay ma-decode po ng black box at or set-top box at mapanood po sa analog TV na luma po, Your Honors.
Okay, so when they started operating that, is it true that from your conversations with the other interpellators, there were no specific guidelines yet, or hindi na kailangan tong guidelines na to dahil sabi mo naman hindi naman po bawal?
Actually, Your Honors, doon po sa pag-uusap namin ni Congressman Garbin ay nabanggit ko po na meron po kasing isang parte na dapat po ay antayin muna ng ABS-CBN. Kung sana po ay lahat po nung programa nila, kung ilan man po yun, 5 hanggang 6, ay hindi po nila pinapa-pay-per-view, ay wala pong problema. Ang problema po kasi, I think meron po doon, hindi ko lang po alam ilan specifically, ay ginawa po nilang pay-per-view. Ibig pong sabihin, yung pong televiewer ay kailangan pong magbayad. So, since binanggit po namin sa provisional authority na wag muna ninyong gagawin yan at ginawa pa rin po nila, then that is a violation of the provisional authority that we gave, Your Honors.
Also, the mere fact that they didn't wait for the complete guidelines which were supposed to issue at that time made their actions a violation. Did I get that correct or what?
That is
Kasi
correct,
malabo
Your
po,
Honor.
malabo po yung Zoom ninyo eh.
Tama po kayo, Your Honor. That is a violation.
Okay. Salamat po. Salamat po for the clarification. Thank you po. Yun lang po, Ginong Chairman.
Maraming salamat po, Congressman Arroyo. Next po, nagtatanong si Congressman Bordado. Kung Bordado.
Yes.
Yes. Kung Bordado, nasa inyo po yung floor. Pero wala po kayong video.
Meron po, meron. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me just present a short manifest. It's free-to-air signal granted through its franchise and at no cost to it. The wording of the franchise, Mr. Chairman, is quite clear. It includes the use of any new technologies in television and radio systems. The transition to digital terrestrial television from analog needed the use of set-top or digital boxes. The black box of ABS-CBN is a new device that allows better reception of images. The viewer who wishes to receive better images on their screen is willing to pay for the device. The black box became part of the broadcast distribution service mentioned in the nature of the franchise. Mr. Chairman, when a subscriber purchases a Digibox, he or she is not paying for the transmission using free-to-air signal, but the subscriber is paying for the gadget. This gadget is when it offered the black box for a one-time fee is obviously not true. The cost of having the Digibox made is a real and cost that ABS-CBN had to incur and must validly recoup from those purchasing the Digibox. While the transmission may be using free-to-air signal, the viewers are not paying for the transmission but for the gadget itself. If ABS-CBN allowed to profit from this sale of this Digibox, absolutely its franchise is to construct, operate, and maintain television and radio broadcasting stations, not only in the public interest, but also for commercial purposes. In my view, Mr. Chairman, the sale of the Digibox by ABS-CBN to its subscribers is a valid commercial activity that falls within the language of its franchise. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat, Kong Bordado. Ang next po na magtatanong ay si Congressman Carlos Zarate. Kaloy Zarate na binigyan ng additional oras ni Congressman Castro, Gaite at Culiamat. So meron po yung 20 minutes, Congressman Zarate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pwede po bang malaman kung ang kinatawan ng KBP ay nasa ating pong Zoom ngayon? Salamat po. Para po sa, ang tanong ko po sa ating kinatawa ng KBP, itong practice po ba na bumibili ng block time ay common or is an standard practice sa industriya po ng broadcast, Mr. Chair?
Good afternoon po, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. Ako ay si Junik Dao, kanatuan po ng KBP. Sa tanong po ni Honorable Sarate, marami pong, karaniwan po yung block time arrangement sa industriya po ng broadcast. Marami po, and it ranges from a few hours to almost the whole day ang mga arrangements sa block time po ngayon.
So hindi ho ito bago yung kaayusan na ito na merong isang entity na bibili po ng oras naman sa isang broadcast industry, broadcast network. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po yan. Ang kailangan po sigurong itignan po natin kung ang block time po dapat ay talagang bentahan lang po ng oras. Hindi po yung nagpa-block time, iti-take over po yung buong stasyon. At ang isang madali pong panuntunan dito ay kung sino may control ng stasyon. So kung ako yung nagpa-block time, for example, dapat ako ang may-ari ng stasyon. Sa akin po yung lahat ng management, ako yung ang mga empleyado ng mga technician, sa akin po yung mga traffic, importante po yung traffic personnel po natin sa empleyado rin po ng nagpa-block time. So yun po importante doon. Hindi po yung ite-take over. Kasi po, pag ang nag-block time, yung bumibili ng time, may nag-take over ng stasyon, ibang usapan na po yun. Hindi na po block time ang mangyayari doon. So ang importante po sa block time, the control of the station rests still with the owner of the franchise o ng stasyon.
Salamat po. Kaya naitanong ko po yan dahil napapadaan ako dito sa Marcos Highway. Ang pagkakaalam ko po, ang isa sa pinakamalaking programa siguro na nagba-block time ay yung Itbulaga, no? Na pagmamay-ari naman ng Television and Production Exponent Incorporated. So sila po, may sarili silang studio, may sarili silang mga tauhan, mga talents, etc. At sila po ay bumibili or nagba-block time. Dati ho noon sa iba't ibang istasyon, no? At ngayon nga ay nasa GMA sila. So ito po yung sinasabi ninyo, no? Na hindi naman nila, pag nagba-block time ka, yung tape or yung Itbulaga, hindi naman niya pagmamay-ari yung GMA. Tama po ba yung pagkakasabi kong gano'n?
Comsec?
Okay. Di po, nakamute po ko. Tama po yung sinabi nyo, Congressman Sarate. Tama po yun. In the case of tape, bumili po sila ng mga 2 o 3 oras at hindi po sa kanila yung, they don't own the station, they just buy that block of time. As I said, yung pong nagpapatakbo ng transmitter, hindi po sa kanila yon, sa empleyado po ng may-ari ng stasyon po yan.
At ang sunod ko po na tanong, kung ikaw ba ay block timer, for example, ako gusto kong bumili ng oras sa isang broadcast network, kailangan ba na magkaroon ako ng prangkisa bago ako makabili ng oras sa isang broadcast network, Mr. Chair?
Hindi po. Hindi po kailangan ng prangkisa ng isang block timer. Ang isang concept po niya na o isang is parang sila bang program producer na meron silang content production at sila po ay bumili lang ng oras para ipalabas nila or i-broadcast nila whether on TV or radio yung kanilang content po. By the way, masabi ko lang po, meron nga pong matagal na po itong block time arrangement na to. In fact, there is an organization called IBA or Independent Block Timers Association of the Philippines. So yung pong mga lahat ng mga block time ay miyembro po nitong IBA na ito. Another example po niyan, yung mga si Bobong Velez po, nagpa-block time po sila para ipalabas yung mga PBA games. That's another example of that po.
Salamat po. So malinaw po, kahit kung wala kang bang franchise, no, it's a private entity dahil content ang iyong binobroadcast doon sa binibilhan mo ng block time. Ano? So pwede mong gamitin yung content mo para i-air naman itong broadcast network, no? Na halimbawa in this case itong Amkara Broadcasting Network na siyang may-ari ng Channel 43. So I can buy a time from Amkara para i-broadcast niya doon sa kanyang channel. Tama po ba yun? Pwede pong mailinaw ninyo yung sagot ninyo.
Tama po yung sinabi niyo, Congressman. Tama po yun.
Okay, salamat po. Sunod ko pong katanungan, kung ikaw ba ay may channel, for example, itong HBO, no? Na nakikita naman natin dito sa mga cable broadcast, no? Maraming mga channels diyan. Kailangan ba magkaroon ka ng prangkisa muna bago maipalabas ang isang o magkaroon ng isang channel, halimbawa po sa isang cable network?
Ang pagkalam po, hindi po. Again, content producers po yung mga tinatawag na dyan. HBO, hindi po kailangan ng practice dito sa Pilipinas para may palabas po ang kanilang mga programa dito po. Ang arrangement po ay between HBO, for example, and yung isang local cable operator para i-care po yung programa nila. Yung financial arrangement po nila ay between the parties na po. So, wala pong kailangan prangkisa yung mga ganun po.
Okay, maraming salamat po sa inyong sagot. So, maganda pong mailinaw natin yan dahil kanina may naibanggit na isang violation, halimbawa na yung isang network company na mayroong prangkisa ay nagbebenta ng black time. No? Dahil talagang magkaiba ang concept ng black time at ng sinasabing use of rock. Ano? So yung black time is a common industry. In fact, kung titingnan natin ang ating mga TV stations ngayon, even the government-run stations, ay meron pong mga black timers dyan. No? Karamihan dyan, mga religious broadcast, no? Na yung kanilang content ay pinapalabas nila. No? So kanina po nabanggit ninyo, sa industry, ang black time can be an hour, one day. Posible po ba na ako po ay bibili ng black time for the whole duration of a year? For example, ibablock ko na yung oras na yan?
Ang pagkaalam ko po, normally yung mga kontratang we enter into, normally a few months to a year po ang normal contracts po natin sa black time. Sa experience po natin, ang pinakamaiksi po siguro mga isang buwan, ang pinakamahaba po namin na in-enter usually mga 1 year. Pero wala naman pong strict parentunan yan. A black time can be even more than 1 year, I suppose. So, meron po siguro mga ganung arrangements, although I'm not aware of those. Pero it's not unthinkable na a black time arrangement can be entered into for more than 1 year po.
Salamat po sa tanong ninyo. Sa katunayan po, very common yung black timing, black time na arrangement, especially during elections. Ano? Yung mga politiko ay bumibili ng oras sa mga stasyon, no? Radio and TV, para maipalabas yung kanilang content, no? Yung kanilang platform, etc. So, ito po ay hindi, sabi nga ninyo, hindi ito bago, no? At hindi ito, sa tingin po ba ninyo, ito ay paglabag sa prangkisa halimbawa ng isang network company kung nagbibigay sila ng black time sa mga content providers, Mr. Chair?
Sa akin po yung tanong, Congressman, sa paningin po, hindi po, dahil hindi naman po siguro nagbabayad. As long as yung sinabi ko pong panuntunan kanina, that the control of the station remains with the owner of the station or the owner or the franchise holder. Magkakaroon po siguro ng violation pag ginibak na po ng owner ng prangkisa or ng station that the entire operation of the station, meaning yung management, yung pati technician nila, hindi na sila nagmamanage. Parang yung sinasabi na nabanggit po sa kanilang use of rock na po siguro lalabas yun. At yun po ay pinagbabawal po yan. Ang pagkalam po, pinagbabawal po sa mga prangkisa yon. But as long as the control of the station remains with the owner of the franchise or the station, the owner of the station, normal po at normal practice po yung pagbebenta po ng oras, kahit na maiksing oras o mahabang oras po sa another entity who produces content.
Maraming salamat po. So in this particular case po, no, dahil kayo naman po ay nasa KBP, ang mga contents ng programs ng ABS-CBN ay pinapalabas, no, doon sa Channel 43 ng Amkara. At sabi po ng ABS-CBN, dahil nagkaroon sila ng yung isang may block time arrangement sila, no? In fact, yearly yung kanilang arrangement. Ito po ba ay naayon doon sa tingin ninyo, no? Doon sa naging practice ng broadcast industry at walang paglabag ito doon sa prangkisa ng Amkara, for example, Mr. Chair?
To answer that po, I have to hindi po kasi masyadong pamilya sa structure ng Amkara ngayon, kung sino na po may-ari at kung sino po yung mga taong nagpapatakbo sa Amkara, no? Ang pagkaalam ko lang po sa latest information na natanggap ko po, kasi ang representative po nila ay nag-report sa amin na ang may-ari na po daw ng Amkara at saka and therefore yung representative hindi na po empleyado na ng ABS-CBN dahil nga daw nag-divest ng ABS. Yun pagkaalam ko po, no? At kung ang nagpapatakbo talaga yung dating may-ari kung nag-divest ng ABS-CBN at hindi na nagmamanage ang ABS-CBN sa Amkara in any manner, yung mga technicians saka in the ABS, etc. Yung mga traffic personnel nila sa kanila hindi na sa ABS, naniniwala pa po hindi po paglabag yun.
Salamat po. Gusto kong tanungin uli. Salamat po sa inyong mga katanungan, sa inyong mga kasagutan. Gusto kong balikan si Commissioner Cordoba ng NTC.
Yes, Your Honors.
Commissioner, kanina nabanggit ninyo na mayroong paglabag doon ang ABS-CBN doon sa kanilang pay-per-view, ano? Inalaw nila yung pay-per-view doon sa kanilang KBO dahil sabi ninyo ay wala pang IRR, no? Na inilabas ang NTC. Specifically, kung wala hong IRR, ano po ang na-violate dito ng ABS-CBN?
Well, Your Honors, kasi po nandun po sa aming provisional authority na in-issue doon po sa kanilang, kasi po yung kanilang analog TV before, analog channel ay kinonvert nila to digital. And nagkaroon po kami ng order on that. And nakalagay po kasi dito, nabanggit ko po kanina, sa page 5 po, nakalagay na number 8, no encryption nor conditional access of programming content shall be allowed. Ibig po sabihin ay wag po tayo mag-conditional access muna or magpe-pay-per-view. Explain ko lang po, bakit po ba ang tawag sa conditional access, bakit po ang pay-per-view is conditional access. Ibig po sabihin, para po ma-access mo yung programa na yon ay may kondisyon. Ang kondisyon po na yon ay magbayad ka. So, yung pong ginawa na pay-per-view ay nag-engage po sila sa conditional access, which is a violation dito po sa sinabing provisional authority that we issued. Another thing po, binanggit din po namin doon sa mismong wherefore, doon pong sa part ng dispositive portion, the use of conditional access system or DTTB service shall be subject to such conditional access guidelines that the Commission or any other relevant government agency may hereafter issue. Naalala ko lang po, Your Honors, ang dahilan po kasi niyan kung bakit gusto muna namin na magkaroon muna ng guidelines or implementing rules or regulations ay baka po kasi iba-ibang conditional access na pamamaraan or technology ang gamitin ng bawat broadcaster.
Okay. So, base po
si
sa
ABS-CBN ay gumamit ng ganito pong technology, kailangan mong bumili ng set-top box niya. Pag si GMA7 ay iba naman technology, magkakaroon naman siya ng sariling set-top box. So, hindi po, dapat po ay nagkakasundo-sundo lahat para po isang set-top box lang po ang bibilhin ng taong bayan. Otherwise, napakagastos po para sa tao kung iba-iba po per channel, per broadcaster ang kanilang set-top box.
Sige po. Yan nga po ang nangyayari ngayon, no? in-announce na noon na yung migration to digital, this was made in January 1, 2015. No? At sinabi nga na ang analog will be, magsa-shut off na yung analog by 2023. No? We are now 2020. Ang tanong ko sa inyo, sabi ninyo para magkaroon ng uniform na kaayusan. Meron na ba kayong nailabas na IRR even as we speak now? No? Dahil sa katotohanan, tama yung nabanggit ninyo. I'll just finish my statement, Commissioner. No? As we speak now, sabi naman ninyo, hindi naman bawal magbenta kayo ng Digibox. No? In fact, the other networks are also doing it now. No? Ang GMA, meron siyang Afford the Box. So, yung sinasabi ninyo na para magkaroon ng isang kaayusan ay hindi pa rin nangyayari dahil we only have 3 years, no? Para i-shut off yung analog system and you still don't have that IRR na sinasabi ninyo, Mr. Chair.
Actually, Your Honors, i-explain ko lang po. Yun po kasing 2023 ay ano po yan, that is a moving target, Your Honor. Kasi nga po yung mga bansa na mas nauna pa na nagsimula kaysa sa atin ay hindi pa rin tapos. Dahil hindi po tayo pwede mag-peg ng date na talagang cast in stone. Dahil po, ang basihan po natin is the number of people who have already migrated. Yung po sa taon bayan, kung ilan na po ang bumili or nagkaroon ng digital television or set-top box. Your Honors, kaya po hindi pa kami nakagawa ng implementing rules and regulations dahil nga po, meron po kasing part dun sa opinion ng Department of Justice na kailangan pa pong linawin. And I think, ang maglilinaw nga po nito, sinabi po sa amin ng ABS, susulat sila sa amin at ang KBP, yun pong last paragraph ay hindi po malinaw. Yung binanggit ko po kanina, to summarize, it is our opinion that TV broadcasters may be allowed to engage in conditional access or conditional access system, more specifically to offer TV pay-per-view services, provided that it does not amount to CATV service, which shall only be considered as such if it is for purposes of providing multiple CATV service. Your Honor, medyo ito po kasing part na to gusto sana naming linawin, kapares po ng KBP at ABS-CBN. So inaantay ko po yung kanila pong pagsulat sa amin and binanggit ko lang na lilinawin nga daw po ito sa Secretary sa Department of Justice.
Salamat
Kaya
po
hindi po kami makamove forward.
sa sagot ninyo. Kayo na rin po ang nagsabi na marami pang hindi malinaw. Ano? At kaya tinanong ko po saan ang violation doon kung sa inyo mismo ay hindi pa malinaw ang lahat. Ano? Doon naman po sa nabanggit ninyo kanina, doon sa balikan ko lang yung punto nung cease and desist order ninyo. Ano? Kahit na sinabi ninyo na kasama yung Channel 43, pero malinaw po, no? Doon sa cease and desist order ninyo, wala namang nabanggit na Channel 43. At itong Channel 43 nga ay ito yung sa Amkara. No? Tinanong ko po kanina ang kinatawan ng KBP, no? Dito sa usapin ng black. Mayroong isang tao or isang entity na kumukuha ng block time sa isang broadcast network. Kayo po ba, sa tingin ninyo, ito ay pinagbabawal sa prangkisa ng isang network na nagbibigay siya ng block time sa isang entity o sa isang tao, Mr. Chair?
Your Honors, block time per se, as explained by ng KVP representative ay mukhang okay naman po. But dito po kasi sa sinasabi pong block time ng ABS-CBN, baka po dapat ay mas aralin po natin maigi dahil po yun pong paggamit ni ABS-CBN sa Channel 43 ay ginagamit po niya yun bilang kanyang channel sa digital TV. Hindi po siya per oras. Kapag binasa po natin ang ating provincial authority, nakalagay po dito sa wherefore, also malinaw po sa aming wherefore, ABS-CBN Corporation using Channel 43 in Metro Manila, ang sabi po, approves, the Commission hereby approves the conversion from analog television service to digital television, terrestrial television broadcasting station of ABS-CBN using Channel 43 in Metro Manila. So parang hindi po siya, baka po dapat laliman natin ng aral on that sa factual, baka kasi po sinabi namin dito na gamitin po niya bilang kanyang digital broadcast at hindi po black time, Your Honor.
Okay. Salamat po sa sagot ninyo. Tama po, kailangan pag-aralan po muna ninyo yan. No? Dahil kahit kayo po ay hindi malinaw sa inyo ang usapin na ito. Kaya po ako'y nagtaka kanina at sinabi ninyo na you will immediately issue an alias cease and desist order. Well, in fact, hindi nyo pa naaral. No? Ano yung kaayusan kung bakit tuloy-tuloy na merong content from ABS-CBN that is being aired or being broadcast via Channel 43. So, I hope maging prudent po kayo sa inyong statements. No? Dahil dito po sa pagdinig na ito, napakarami na po mga statements from NTC, no? Na nagkakaroon ng mga consequences dahil ho sa inyong mga statements as regulator. No? Kaya yun po ang gusto kong paalaala sa inyo. No? Dahil malinaw doon sa inyong cease and desist order, walang sinabi doon na Channel 43. No?
May I respond, Your Honors, kung inyo pong mamarapatin?
Yes, go ahead.
Actually po, doon sa amin pong cease and desist order ay malinaw po, nakasama po yung Channel 43.
Was there a mention there of, Mr. Cordoba, ito lang po ang tanong ko. No? Meron bang nakalagay doon sa cease and desist order ninyo specifically na dapat huminto na ang Channel 43?
Ang nakalagay po dito, Your Honors, is yung
answer my question, Mr. Cordoba.
Which is 87-006. Meron pong Provisional Authority for Digital TV na ang number po is 87-006.
There was no mention of, in particular, doon sa Channel 43. Is that correct?
Hindi po nakasulat dito, Your Honors.
Yes.
Pero kapag tinignan mo yung 87-006,
just answer my question, yes or no. Specifically, walang binanggit doon na Channel 43. Is that correct?
Wala po, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. So, finally, Mr. Cordoba, nabanggit na rin ito ni Congressman Garbin kanina, na sa napakaraming pagkakataon dito sa Kongreso na mayroong nag-expire na ng mga prangkisa. No? At ikaw na rin, nagbanggit kanina, binanggit mo yung kaso ng CBCP and several others. No? At sa ating pagkakaalam, ay hindi nga yan siya bago na mayroong nag-expire na prangkisa at pinayagan pa rin ng NTC, no? Na magtuloy-tuloy ang pag-ere ng mga network na ito hanggat hindi nagkakaroon ng aksyon o hanggat tuloy-tuloy na dinidinig ng Kongreso ang kanilang petition or application for renewal of franchise. Tama po ba yun? Gusto ko lang malagay sa record ulit.
Nabanggit ko po kayo, Your Honors, meron po mga nangyaring gano'n nung nakaraan.
Okay, tama. At ang pagkakaiba lang nitong ABS-CBN, noong March 10, nung kayo ay nangako na bigyan ito ng provisional authority, no? Dahil sabi ninyo, kinonsult na ninyo ang Department of Justice at sumasang-ayon ng Department of Justice. Sinabi rin ninyo yung resolution ng Senado at maging ang sulat na pinadala ng liderato ng Kamara. At sinabi ninyo na huwag kayong mabahala dahil kung mag-expire man ang franchise ng ABS-CBN by May 4, ay mabibigyan ng provisional authority habang dinidinig ito ng Kongreso. Naalala po ba nyo yon?
Yes, Your Honor.
Tama. No? So, pero ang nangyari po dito, nung May 4 ay immediately, the following day, May 5, ay nag-issue kayo ng cease and desist order, no? Without even notifying ABS-CBN that lalabas kayo ng order na ito, motu proprio, naglabas kayo ng cease and desist order. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po, Your Honors, noong May 5 po.
Yes. No? And ang sinabi nga ninyo ay dahil kasi merong co-warranto case. Yun po ang ginawa niyong dahilan afterwards. Tama po ba yun, Commissioner?
Actually, isa lang po yun, Your Honors, but ang ginawa po kasi namin is nirepaso namin mabuti ang batas at ang mga Supreme Court cases, authorities on this matter, and medyo nahirapan po kaming isurmount yun pong malinaw na sinasabi na no franchise, no operation. Yun po. At dahil nga po mainit itong bagay na to, mas minabuti po namin to maging prudent at sundin po yung malinaw na sinasabi ng batas at yung pong desisyon ng Supreme Court sa ACWS at saka po yung sinabi ng batas na hindi po pwedeng no operations po, no franchise. Doon po sa ACWS, ang ponente po ron ay si Chief Justice Puno at marami rin po nagsalita ng mga justices, katulad po ni Justice Carpio, Justice Angelina Gutierrez, Justice Tiham. So medyo nahirapan po kami isurmount yun. Kaya po, yun po ang naging resulta ng aming pag-aaral.
Well, whatever, no? Magkaiba ang ating interpretasyon dahil yung sinasabi po niyong kaso ay talagang malinaw naman na anong apply sila ng provisional authority ay wala na silang prangkisa, no? At walang pending na application for franchise. Samantalang itong pinag-uusapan natin ngayon ay matagal nang nakabinbin yung application for franchise nito. Kaya nga kayo ay nagsabi noong Marso na pwedeng tumuloy, no? So, gusto ko lang malagay yan sa record dahil ngayon nga, contrary doon sa inyong ginawa sa mga nakaraan, napakaraming prangkisa na nag-lapse dito habang hindi pa inaaksyonan ng Kongreso, habang tuloy-tuloy pa ang pagdinig ng Kongreso, ay pinapayagan ninyo, no? Na manatili sa ere ang ABS-CBN. Pero ngayon po, naka-shutdown na sila at kahit doon sa pagbibigay nila ng paggamit nila ng content, ano, na ipalabas nila doon sa halimbawa sa Channel 43 ay gusto ninyong pigilin, no? At kayo na rin na nagsabi kanina pag-aaralan pa pero nag-issue na kayo kaagad ng statement na mag-i-issue kayo ng alias order for them to cease and desist, no? So dito po malinaw, no, na parang ang ginagawa ng NTC ay panggigipit, no, if I may say so, no, contrary doon sa nakita nating practice in the past na hinahayaan naman maliliit na mga networks, malalaking mga networks na nag-lapse ang kanilang franchise ay hinayaang umere hanggang nagkaroon ng aksyon ang Kongreso. So, yun po ang as one of the authors po, no, ng application for renewal of franchise ay ganun lang naman ang hinihingi dito, no, na habang wala pang aksyon sana ang Kongreso dito sa renewal of franchise na application ay kung anuman ang iginawad or ibinigay na pribilehiyo doon sa ibang mga networks ay ganun din sana ang ating ibigay dito sa ABS-CBN, no? Malinaw po na binabanggit namin ito sa napakarami pagkakataon, not so much about the business of ABS-CBN, no? Ang kinatawan pong ito ay binabanggit natin na dahil ho sa nangyayari ngayon, lalo pat nasa gitna tayo ng krisis na dala ng pandemya ng COVID, napakalaki pong kawalan na nawala sa ere, no, ang ABS-CBN. At dagdag pa dyan, yung mga apektadong mga empleyado, no, ng ABS-CBN na sa panahon ngayon na nagkakatanggalan ng mga empleyado dahil nagsasara ang maraming kumpanya, ito tayo, dumadagdag tayo sa problemang kinakaharap ng ating ng ating bayan ngayon, no? So, yun lang po ang gusto kong mairehistro dito sa usapin na ito, Mr. Chair, no? At sana ay pag-aralan nating mabuti muna ang mga bagay-bagay bago po tayo gumawa ng mga konklusyon, no? Lalo pat ito ay mga usaping legal na merong mga consequences, no? At dito naman habang tuloy-tuloy ang pagdinig ng komitibang ito, ng joint committees na ito, ay kailangan maging bukas tayo sa lahat ng mga panig, no, bago tayo gumawa ng konklusyon na meron ng ginawang pagkakamali o walang ginawang pagkakamali ang isang entity. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Zarate. We will now recognize the Honorable Julian Baronda, who is in Zoom. The Honorable Baronda is recognized. Honorable Baronda?
Yes,
Go ahead, go ahead.
sorry.
Okay na po, Honorable Baronda, nakikita na namin kayo. We don't have an audio. Congresswoman Baronda, you don't have an audio.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Considering na napaka-controversial po ng issue nito, marami po ang nagtatanong sa akin ng mga Ilonggos about sa ABS-CBN franchise and dun po sa mga TV black boxes po. May mga iba kasi bumili ng isang tao, bumibili ng 4. Kaibigan ko na si Miss Pedro. So my question po to ABS-CBN in this issue sa TV Plus po, tuloy-tuloy ba ang pagbenta ng TV Plus boxes?
Honorable Baronda, I'm sorry, but it's not very clear. Your question is not very clear. Can you repeat it? Who would you like to address the question to?
Yes, again, Mr. Chair, considering na napaka-controversial po ang issue na ito, marami po ang nagtatanong sa akin dito sa Iloilo about ABS-CBN franchise and the TV Plus black boxes. And isang kaibigan ko, bumili like for example, ng isang 4 na black boxes, like si Miss Pedro. So ang tanong ko po sa ABS-CBN sa issue na ito, sa TV Plus boxes tuloy-tuloy ba ang pagbenta ng TV Plus boxes?
Is recognized. Kung tuloy-tuloy po daw ang pagbenta ng ABS-CBN boxes.
Hindi na po, Your Honor. We've slowed down the selling of the boxes since we're not sure we can continue providing
Mr.
service.
Chair, gusto ko lang po malaman, how many po ba nabenta nyo na TV Plus boxes nationwide as of this time?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, if I understand the question correctly, how many boxes have been sold nationwide? We have 9 million boxes po that have been sold nationwide.
So how many naman po ang nabenta sa Iloilo City as of this time?
I'm sorry, ma'am, I don't have that number with me now. I can get back to you po.
Yes, please, I'll wait for it. Pinanonood ko po kasi yung mga nakarang hearings at sinabi niyo po na legal ito. Ang tanong po, ano po ba ang hawak niyong mga dokumento or permits na nagpapatunay na legal ang TV Plus ninyo?
Honorable Baronda, I'm sorry, but you know, you look very elegant with your dress, but your signal is really very choppy. So if you can please clarify the representatives cannot understand.
Pinanonood ko po kasi yung mga nakaraang hearings na sinabi po ninyo na legal ito. Ang tanong ko po, ano po bang hawak ninyo na dokumento or permits na nagpapatunay na legal yung TV Plus ninyo?
ABS-CBN.
Mr. Chair, we have the provisional authority from the NTC to migrate our transmission from analog to digital, as well as the implementing rules and regulations.
So, ang tanong ko lang po, last na lang Mr. Chair, kung sakali po na magdesisyon ang dalawang committee na ito na hindi legal yung TV Plus, magre-refund po ba kayo sa mga bumili ng TV Plus boxes ninyo?
I think po yung decision ng committee is not, sorry Mr. Chair, no? It's not necessarily the legality of the TV Plus box, but it's the renewal or granting of the franchise po.
Hello?
The Honorable Baronda, the point raised by ABS-CBN is that the issue is on the violations, if ever, on the TV Plus, but not the TV Plus itself.
Yes.
Yes.
Sige, thank you po. Babalikan ko po, I will wait po for the report po kung ilan po ang nabenta dito sa Iloilo City.
Kasi very important po yan sa atin na malalaman natin. Mr. Chair, last na lang po, itatanong ko lang. Regarding po sa mga empleyado sa Region 6 po ng ABS-CBN, ilan po kayo po ang nakapantulya?
Ma'am, I also don't have that number. I promise I'll get back to you on the 2 numbers that you've asked from us with regards to our
Yes po,
Visayas
kasi
operations.
succeeding ng mga questions ko po related din doon. So I think po, hindi niyo po masasagot yan. But hopefully po na may bibigay niyo sa akin, pabalikan niyo po ako. Kasi yung sa akin lang naman, we want to make sure na yung mga empleyado natin, manggagawa natin, dapat covered po sila sa necessary requirement or protected po sila sa pagtrabaho nila sa ABS-CBN.
Yes po.
Mr. Chair, that's all po. I will wait for the report po. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Baronda. So for the record, you're asking for the number of TV Plus in your area and also the employees working in ABS-CBN in Iloilo. So thank you,
Yes
Honorable
po, the
Baronda.
inter-region po.
So we will now recognize, although you gave your time to the Honorable Sarate, but I will give a chance to the Honorable Villago to conduct her interpellation.
Okay naman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good afternoon po. I would like to raise a question to NTC. There are numbers of expiring franchises that are still pending in Congress. Will the NTC be issuing CDOs against all?
NTC is recognized.
Yes, Your Honor. Narinig niyo po ba ako, Your Honors? Maliwanag.
Yes, go ahead.
We are now currently nagkikipag-coordinate po kami sa Office of the Solicitor General on that item dahil po kasi may pending po tayong case sa Supreme Court. If maapektuhan po ba yung kaso sa Supreme Court para po ang aming pong maging aksyon ay tama.
Next question ko po is, do you have a list, NTC and KBP, do you have a list ng mga programs na gumagamit po ng block time?
Your Honors, ang block time po is, I think it's a purely commercial arrangement between the block timer and the broadcaster. So, sila lang po ang nag-uusap doon, wala po kaming listahan noon, Your Honors.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yun lang po ang i-raise kong issues dahil hindi po natanong ng kasama ko kanina ni Kong Zarate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much for your clarificatory questions, Congresswoman Villago. We will now proceed to the... well, it's actually my time, and after my time, it would be the Honorable Marcoleta. So let me just ask the NTC.
Yes, Your Honor.
Commissioner, you mentioned earlier, sabi mo sa amin, na programs, tama po ba?
Medyo choppy po, Your Honor. Pwede pong pakiulit. Sorry.
Okay, one frequency, 6 na programa. Tama po ba?
Yes, one channel. Pwede pong 6 na programa sa standard deviation, standard definition. Pwede pong maging 2 programa sa high definition. At kung yung pong 4K, pwede maging 1 po.
Nangyari ho to sa kadahilanan na meron tayong teknolohiya. Dati nung analog TV, isang channel, isang frequency.
Isang
frequency,
channel po,
isang channel. Okay. Ngayon o, dito sa TV Plus, ang ibinigay nyo po ba ay provisional authority?
Ang inisyo po namin, i-convert po nila yung kanilang analog to digital TV. Ito po ay isang order. But in effect, para pong authority po yun.
Provisional authority. Pangalawa ho, yung binigay ninyo kay Amcara para makapasok siya at yung iba pang mga channels is under a provisional authority?
What do you mean, Your Honor, sa kay Amcara po? Ano po, yung po bang sinasabi niyo, yung paggamit po ni ABS-CBN kay Amcara?
Di ba ho, meron na siyang TV Plus. Papasok ngayon si Amcara. if I'm not mistaken, nandyan yung teleradyo. Ito pong pagpasok ng mga programang to under a provisional authority?
Ganito po yan, Your Honors. Si ABS-CBN po ay sinabi niya, pwede bang yung aking analog na Channel 2 ay mag-convert na ako to digital.
Yes.
Kaya lang po, since sabi nga po na ng gobyerno is, teka, kawawa naman yung mga taong wala pang set-top box or walang digital-ready TV, so yung Channel 2 mo ay analog mo, ito naman Channel 43 mo, na pumapayag naman siya, dahil ito yung iyong sister company, doon po ipapalabas yung kanyang digital TV. So ang ginamit po na franchise doon sa Channel 43 ay franchise po ng ABS-CBN at hindi po ng AMCARA.
Ang ginamit na franchise sa Channel 43 ay ABS-CBN at hindi AMCARA.
Yung pong paggamit doon sa digital broadcast niya ay ABS-CBN. Hindi
Yes.
po yung AMCARA.
Okay. So, yung mga ibang programa under TV Plus o yung Digibox, yung po ba'y inaprobahan ninyo o may authority kayong ibinigay para doon?
Ano po, ang authority lang po is pwede ka nang umere bilang digital, yung bawat isa po doon ay wala na pong, hindi po kailangan ng authority.
Hindi kayo nag-approve?
Hindi po kailangan, Your Honor.
Okay.
They can air multiple programs.
Okay. So, if I go to the ABS-CBN, ako po, yung mga niraise ng aking mga kasama tungkol sa violation, ang niraise ko pong punto ngayon, which I also mentioned in the question of privilege, sa kadahilan ng napasuna po yung lisensya ng ABS-CBN. Earlier, nung po nagsasalita si Commissioner Cordoba, nagsalita po kayo, Mr. Katigbak, ang sabi ninyo, we will appeal the CDO or we will contest the CDO. I do not want to speak for ABS-CBN, no? I will not put words in your mouth. Ano po ba? Hindi nyo po susundin na pag sinabi ng NTC na isaran nyo yung lahat ng mga programa sa ilalim nitong DTV Plus. Ano po ang aksyon ng ABS-CBN tungkol dito?
Hindi ko po sinabi yun, Mr. Chair. No? Yung sinabi ko po is we will comply with the final decision of the NTC, but we are asking that we be given due process before a decision is made.
Okay, in that due process, of course, a CDO will be issued. Di po ba? Sinabi na naman po ni NTC, bibigyan na namin kayo ng alias CDO, no? From the original one na nung ABS-CBN. Ano po yung next action? Sasagot po ba kayo o isasara nyo na lang po ang programs sa TV Plus?
Yung hinihingi po namin is prior to the issuance of a CDO, please allow ABS to give our position on this issue. Kasi po yung sinasabi ni Commissioner Cordoban that the provisional authority granted to ABS-CBN assigned Channel 43 was done on a temporary basis. Yung provisional authority po ng ABS-CBN was granted in May 2019. And totoo po, nakasulat po dito na Channel 43 is temporarily assigned. Pero nung inassign na po yung, nung in-issue ho, yung provisional authority ng AMCARA, malinaw naman po sa provisional authority ng AMCARA, which superseded the provisional authority of ABS, dated July 2019, that AMCARA was being assigned Channel 43. So we would like the opportunity to explain our position to the NTC prior to their decision on whether or not a cease and desist order is warranted po.
No, but Mr. Katigbak, alam niyo naman po yung proseso ng gobyerno. Hindi naman po kayo pwedeng bigla na lang sumulat sa NTC hanggat wala siyang aksyon. 'Di ba? Ang dapat nga ho, ang dapat na sinabi niya muna, isara na muna kayo kaagad, including the ABS-CBN, the main channel. Pero ngayon po, with the guidance of OSG, ang sabi niya, susulat kami sa inyo ngayon with an alias CDO, sasagot po kayo doon. Now, if that is the case, will you be replying to the CDO? Dahil yun po yung aksyon na gagawin niya. Hindi naman po kayo pwedeng sumulat nang hindi nyo alam kung anong aksyon ng hakbang ang gagawin ng NTC.
Mr. Chair, we have no choice but to comply with the orders of the regulatory agency. We don't have a choice on that. All I'm asking is that the NTC allow us to defend our position with regards to the block time agreement we have with AMCARA prior to issuing a CDO po. Pwede naman po sila makinig sa amin or issue a show cause or even ask us just to cite why we shouldn't be issued a cease and desist order. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair. Due process lang po.
Well, yes. Actually, Mr. Katigbak, when the first CDO was issued, yung ABS-CBN, di ba ho? Sinaran nyo kaagad eh. Hindi nyo nga nilabanan eh. Yun nga po yung tampo ng Kongreso sa inyo nung araw na sinasabi, sana man lang nilabanan nyo para habang nag-hearing, hindi tayo nagkakaproblema. But during that time, hindi nyo po nilabanan. Can you please enlighten us why this happened that time?
We were advised that the order was immediately executory and that our only recourse was to comply and then apply for a temporary restraining order.
Okay, ngayon po nag-agree tayo that what was given to you was a provisional authority. Number one, it was based on the ABS-CBN franchise that was given to you. And that because of development in technology, nagkaroon po kayo ng mga digital channels. Correct, Mr. Katigbak?
Yung issue po is whether Channel 43 should be served a cease and desist order.
Okay. But is Channel 43 using an ABS-CBN frequency?
Channel 43 po is a frequency assigned to AMCARA and it is contained in the provisional authority that the NTC granted to AMCARA in July 2019.
Okay, I will not argue with you about it. Pero alam niyo po na ang AMCARA walang Metro Manila frequency. At nakapatong po siya sa ABS-CBN franchise.
AMCARA po has its own franchise, independent of ABS-CBN po. And Channel 43 was the frequency assigned by the NTC for the Metro Manila broadcast of AMCARA po.
Okay, so...
Excuse me, Vice Chairman Defensor. Meron po bang taga AMCARA dito ngayon sa hearing natin?
Sila na rin po,
Comsec.
Mr. Chairman. Yung officials po ng ABS as pointed by Boeing, ABS-CBN na rin po eh. So pwedeng sumugot. I guess there would be lawyers
Your
from
Honor, we
AMCARA.
take exception to that po. I think it was clear that the officers were officers at the time that there was a 49% share pero tulad po ng nasabi kanina na ibenta na po. Yun lang po, Your Honor.
Hearing suspended. Hearing resumed. Congressman Mike Defensor.
Sige po, para na lang po hindi maging komplikado yung pag-uusap, di ba? Yung platform ni TV Plus ay ginagamit ni AMCARA Channel 43.
Ang ABS po ay nagba-block time.
Okay,
sa
but
Channel
this is the platform. It's the TV Plus platform.
Yung TV Plus po is ano lang po, set-top box lang po yung TV Plus.
Pag tinanggal mo yung TV Plus sa isang analog TV, hindi ka makakanood ng Channel 43. Tama po ba?
Hindi lang po Channel 43, lahat po ng nagbo-broadcast ng digital, pati yung ibang mga broadcast.
Pati yung sports channel, teleradyo. Pag tinanggal mo ang TV Plus, hindi mo na papapanood sa analog TV. Tama po ba?
Pati ho yung GMA, pati ho yung lahat po ng nagbo-broadcast ng digital.
No, you can watch GMA sa free-to-air TV. Sa isa pong free-to-air TV, mapapanood mo ang GMA, ang Channel 2, pero dito po sa TV Plus, pag dinagdag mo pag ginamit mo ang TV Plus, madadagdag yung teleradyo, madadagdag yung Channel 43, madadagdag yung sports and action. Tama po ba?
Mr. Chair,
Factual lang po, Mr. Katigbak. Hindi ko po kayo iniipit. Factual lang po ang usapan.
Pasensya na po sa paliwanag, Mr. Chair. Yung TV Plus po, lahat ng broadcasters na may digital broadcast, napipick up po ng TV Plus. Hindi lang po yung digital broadcast ng ABS-CBN. So,
Okay.
kahit po nagbo-broadcast po yung mga competitor po namin, mapipick up din po yan sa TV Plus.
Tama po. Of course. Tama po. Hindi ko naman po in-argue yun eh. Balik po muna tayo sa analog TV. Pag ako po yung analog TV, ang makikita ko lang lahat ng free-to-air. Channel 2, Channel 4, Channel 7, 9, 13. O kung ano pa ho yung merong analog free-to-air. Tama po.
Tama
Okay.
po.
Ngayon nagkaroon ng Digibox. Dahil po sa teknolohiyang ito, pagka ito po'y kinabit mo sa isang analog TV, dumami bigla ang programa. Yung ayaw nila ng channels, but programa. At yung binabanggit nyo po, Mr. Katigbak nga, pag nilagay ko to, lahat naman nasasagap ko, pati yung mga programang galing naman talaga sa TV Plus.
Opo.
Okay, so ganun po. At ito po mga programang to, magmula doon kay Channel 43 hanggang po dito sa TV Plus, ay meron pong provisional permit.
Provisional authority po.
Provisional authority. Ang ibig mo sabihin, kaya nga po provisional authority, dahil sa inaayos pa natin ang lahat ng proseso, ano bang batas to, ano bang gagabay ng mga pulisiya para dito po sa ating TV Plus. Tama po ba?
Tama po. Tama po.
Okay. So, ngayon yan po yung sinasabi kanina. In fact, yung mga sinasabing violation, ganito po, ganyan. Ako po yung sinasabi ko, nung pinahinto po kayo, ito po yung iisang frequency ang ginamit ninyo. Yan din po yung pinahinto. Nagkataon lang yung Channel 2, dahil nga nag-digitalize, dumami na yung pwedeng pumasok. Pero isa lang po ang frequency na ginagamit niyan. At sa aking pong pananaw, nung nag-CDO kayo, dapat huminto ang lahat ng programa na nanggagaling sa frequency na yan.
Mr. Chair, yung CDO po, the CDO was issued because the franchise of ABS-CBN expired.
Tama po.
And so the frequencies where we were asked to stop broadcasting were the frequencies po of ABS-CBN. Yung Channel 43 po is a frequency assigned to Amcara and is operated because Amcara has both a broadcast franchise and a provisional authority from the NTC. Kanila po yan. What ABS-CBN did was to block time or to buy the airtime from Amcara po.
Okay, so sige papasukin ko na rin yung usapin na yan. Di ba, sinabi doon sa section 11, doon sa prangkisa na yon, hindi pwedeng ibenta ng hindi inaprubahan ng Kongreso. Tama po ba?
Ang nakasulat po is hindi pwedeng ibenta yung franchise or yung company.
So yun po. So pangalawa, anyway, sa akin po naman hindi debatable yung mga issue po na to. Ang pangalawa po dito na sinasabi natin, na mismo yung pagpasok ni Amcara sa digital process, yan po'y under a provisional authority. Wala po yan sa prangkisa na inaprubahan para sa kanila. Tama po ba?
The way I understand it, Mr. Chair, a provisional authority can only be granted to a company that has a valid franchise.
Exactly. But it is still a provisional authority but not part of the franchise itself. Mr. Katigbak? Sige po, you can confer with one another.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The congressional franchise is what we call the primary franchise. And then after the primary franchise is approved, then it goes to the NTC so that NTC will give a secondary franchise, which is nothing more but a permit to use a specific frequency in a service area.
Tama po. Pero dito sa pagpasok niya sa digitalize, binigyan kayo ng provisional authority. Tama po ba?
Yung sinasabi po niyo na provisional authority is a conversion provisional authority. Ibig po sabihin ng conversion provisional authority, yung provisional authority namin on the existing frequencies, dun po ipoprovision namin yung digital technology. We will be using the same analog network, we will be using the same PA, we will be using the same network practically. But what we will just be doing is to provision for digital network. There is no new frequency under that so-called provisional authority.
Well, I'd like to thank you for speaking on behalf of Ankara because earlier you said you cannot speak on behalf of Ankara. My question was very simple. Diba? Na sinasabi ko nga, yung by provisional authority sa Ankara, and now that you're speaking on behalf of Ankara, I'm very glad that that's on the record. Now let me just go to my
Your
point.
Honor, our colleague was speaking on behalf of all conversion
No.
provisional
My
authorities,
question was
sir.
very clear. In fact, I didn't want anyone to answer that. But I'm glad that they responded because it just clarified the position of the Honorable Rimulya. Now, my next question is this. On the pay-per-view, doon po sa NTC, NTC, kung pwede sumagot kayo, ang sabi nyo kanina may violation sila sa pay-per-view. Honorable Commissioner Cordoba.
NTC. You're again recognized, NTC.
Okay na po ba? Narinig na po.
Sabi mo kanina, Honorable Cordoba,
Yes.
may violation sa KBO. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor. Kasi po, wala pa po kaming sinabi na pwede silang pay-per-view. Kasi po, wala pa po kaming rules on that. At sabi po sa Provisional Authority, kailangan pong antayin yung rules.
Okay, pag
Bago
may
po sila mag-pay-per-view.
Sorry, pag may violation po, ano po ang penalty sa NTC?
Actually, Your Honor, kung titigan nyo po, magpo-fall po yan sa fine under the Public Service Act. Under the Public Service Act of 1936, kaya mababa lang po ang fine.
Magkano ang fine?
Ang sinasabi po dyan is 200 pesos per violation dahil hindi pa po na-amend ang public service.
So 200 pesos per violation.
Per violation.
So is it correct to say that ABS-CBN would rather violate and pay 200 pesos than follow your guidelines? How many violations? How many violations have there been?
Actually, Your Honor, hindi ko po masagot yan. That would be factual kung are we going to base the violation on the number of set-top boxes or on the number of yung nag-access ng pay-per-view. So, hindi pa po namin masagot yon. But actually, Your Honors, napakababa po nung fine na yon. Matagal na po namin hinihingi na sana po ay ma-increase ito to reflect the present
No, that's
situation.
not the point eh. Ang punto dito, Commissioner Cordoba, kasi di ba kung isa, dalawa, tatlong violation, kung isang violation, dalawa, pwede mo pagbigyan. Pero kung consistently, talagang tuloy-tuloy yung violation, ibig sabihin, hindi na pinapansin ang inyong opisina. Kaya gusto ko malaman, ilang violation ba to? Baka isa lang naman, hindi naman, pwede naman pagbigyan yung gano'n.
Ano nga po yun? Kailangan po namin tingnan, ang violation po ba yung pag-broadcast o yung pagbenta ng bawat isa? Na may
Abay, kayo
conditional
po ang
access?
NTC, Commissioner Cordoba, kayo po ang sasagot niyan.
Actually po, if you would ask me, Your Honors, parang marami po yan.
Marami.
So,
hindi, sabihin na lang natin, per show, yung mga ginawa, marami yung ganon.
kunwari po, ganun. Maaari po, but that is factual. We have to check that, Your Honors.
Aabot ba
Pero
ng
pwede po
20
marami,
yan?
Kung marami po nag-access.
Aabot ng 20 na violation.
Baka po lumampas, Your Honors.
100.
Maaari po lumampas, Your Honors. Depende po kasi dahil matagal na po.
Okay. Yung pong kanina tinatanong ko, kasi ang insistence po ng ABS ay yung Amkara daw, pagpasok niya ng digital, pinigyan niyo ng authority. May sarili siyang franchise. Ito po ba yung provisional franchise din?
Actually, Your Honor, we checked sa records namin, si Amkara po kasi ay hindi pa siya nagko-convert from analog to digital. Kasi nga po, ginagamit nga po ni ABS-CBN ang kanyang Channel 43. So yung pong channel 43 niya ay wala pong analog pa rin po sa NCR as of now.
Yes, so ang nangyari nga, ang ginagamit lang is yung channel nila, yung 43 lang.
Ng ABS-CBN, Your Honor.
Lang
Using the
ABS-CBN.
franchise of ABS-CBN.
Oh, dahil si Amcar, hindi pa naman siya nag-convert eh.
Hindi pa po. Hindi pa.
So,
meron po siyang
Yes,
ang meron
go
po
ahead.
siyang provincial authority for digital TV ay sa ibang lugar po sa based on our records Bulacan, Rizal, Cavite, Benguet, Iloilo, Bacolod. So, yun po ang meron siya. We can submit that, Your Honors, kung kailangan po.
Including Batangas, Commissioner Cordoba, they have that. Including Batangas.
I have to check that, Your Honor. Ang nasabi po sa akin is Bulacan, Rizal, Cavite, Santo Tomas, Benguet, Iloilo, and Bacolod.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee.
Oh, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat, Vice
Clarify
Chairman
ko lang
Mike. Yes,
habang-
ano po yun, Vice Chairman Remulla?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Clarify ko lang kay Commissioner Cordoba.
Opo.
Walang provisional authority ang Amcara o meron silang provisional authority to go digital?
Sa Metro Manila, Your Honors, wala pa po.
Sa
So,
ibang
yung pong
bansa, sa
gumagamit
ibang
ng
parte ng
digital.
bansa?
Ano po yun?
Ng provisional authority, can you give us a copy of the provisional authority of Amcara?
Yes, Your Honors, we'll do that. Yung pong analog po ang meron.
Tapos kanina nabanggit nyo, sister company ng ABS-CBN ng Amcara. You mentioned that earlier. Why did you
Yes,
say
sir.
that?
Actually, Your Honors, kasi sa sa broadcast industry ay para pong ganun po ang parang accepted po yun.
So common knowledge yon na sister company nila, ang Amcara. It's common knowledge.
Parang ganun po, Your Honors. At saka po kasi meron po kasing ibang may iba rin po mga broadcaster na sa analog ay nagkaroon sila ng digital din kasi po ay may relationship sila dun sa digital broadcaster na nasa UHF.
So in other words, Mr. Chairman, isa na lang, no? Itong Amcara is known to be, to the industry, to be the sister company of ABS-CBN.
Yes, Your Honor. Related companies po sila. As ano po sa industry po yun.
So in the industry, it's well known, it's a related company. Did you ever wonder bakit hindi kumukuha ng approval sa Congress ang Amcara? Since ABS-CBN seemed to have taken over for 23 years the operations of Amcara.
I have no hindi ko po masagot, Your Honor, kung bakit hindi.
Ito na lang. You've been there since 2004? Anong year kayo naging?
2009, Your Honor.
2009.
Opo.
Since 2009 to the present, for the last 11 years, 2009 to 2019, the whole time that Amcara was under ABS-CBN, you were aware of that?
I think, Your Honor, para pong ganun dahil bakit naman po papayag si Amcara na magpagamit ng kanyang channel kung wala silang relationship?
Are you aware, Mr. Cordoba, that ABS-CBN or Amcara never sought the permission of the House to use the franchise of Amcara or vice versa?
To buy po? Yung pong pagbili po ba? Or
Yung paggamit, kasi parang usufruct na, parang controlled na nila lumalabas And under Republic Act 8135, Section 11, kinakailangan may permiso sa Kongreso yung paggamit ng ibang prangkisa.
ibang channel, ibang frequency po? Tama.
Frequency rin,
I'm not aware, Your Honor, if may paalam po sa Congress.
So in other words, itong black timing nila sa Amcara, Channel 43, sa Metro Manila, black time ang binibili nila o frequency yung kanilang binabayaran sa Metro Manila?
Kanina po kasi nabanggit ng KBP representative na kapag black time po, ang nagpapatakbo po ay yun dapat may-ari ng frequency.
Yes.
But in this case po kasi, dahil pinapagamit po sa ABS-CBN, baka po hindi si Amcara ang nagpapatakbo kung hindi si ABS-CBN mismo. Bilang pagpapagamit po ng Amcara sa kanila ng channel na iyon.
That is an accepted setup in the industry. Ito sinasabi nyo. Alam ng tao yan na ang Amcara, ang franchise niya, pinapagamit niya sa ABS-CBN.
Hindi po franchise, Your Honor, frequency po.
Yung frequency. But the frequency
Yes,
is
Your Honor.
issued because of the franchise, is it not?
Because of the franchise of ABS-CBN and I think because of the relationship, pumayag naman po si Amcara.
Are you aware na hindi kumukuha ng permiso sa Kongreso ang ABS-CBN or ang AMCARA hindi kumukuha ng permiso sa ABS-CBN sa Kongreso na ang kanilang prangkisa ay gagamitin ng ABS-CBN. Alam niyo ba 'yon?
I'm not sure, Your Honor, but hindi ko mukha pong wala.
So you were not informed that they're just operating the AMCARA on their whims?
Actually, Your Honor, that's part of our order po. Doon po sa Provincial Authority, kasi po pumayag nga po si AMCARA na gamitin yung Channel 43 for their digital television, Your Honor. So para pong hindi po siya block time, kasi po ginagamit yung frequency itself na Channel 43.
You're telling us the block time arrangement is just a cover-up. It's probably a cover-up.
Hindi ko po masabi yan, Your Honor. Baka po dapat i-check mo mabuti. Pero kasi po, nandun naman po sa Provincial Authority that we issued that gamitin po ni ABS-CBN yung pong Channel 43. Na
Did AMCARA object to this? When ginamit ng ABS-CBN yung frequency?
Yes, Your Honor. Meron po kaming Provincial Authority and nakalagay po dito yon sa wherefore. Nakalagay po dito, in the interest of public service, the Commission hereby approves the conversion from analog television service to digital terrestrial television broadcasting station of ABS-CBN using Channel 43 in Metro Manila. Ayun. We can submit this to the committee, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat po, Vice Chairman Remulla. At pwede po bang sumagot yung KBP, Kapisanan ng mga broadcaster ng Pilipinas? Maaari nyo po bang sagutin kung industry practice po ba talaga yung paggamit ng block time, kagaya po na nangyayari ngayon sa ABS at sa AMCARA?
Nabanggit ko po kanina na yung basta ang nagpapatakbo at na may control ng stasyon ay allowed po yon na parang industry practice po yon talaga, yung pagbilit po ng airtime. Pero ang pagkalam ko po, bawal sa prangkisa natin na take over yung stasyon na yon, yung sinasabi nga po ni Congressman Remulla na use of rock. Pero ang pagkaalam ko po, yung basta nagbenta ng oras lang at ang control pa rin ng stasyon ay nasa may-ari pa rin ng prangkisa, allowed po yun as a practice sa industriya.
Maraming salamat po. At ang susunod po na magtatanong ay ang ating ginagalang Deputy Speaker Marcoleta. At mayroon pong siyam na kongresista na nagpahiram sa kanya ng oras. It's now your time, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta. You have the floor.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. Total, nandyan naman po si Commissioner Cordova. Siya nang unahin na muna po natin. Commissioner Cordova, kung nandyan po kayo.
Opo, Your Honor. Magandang hapon ulit.
Ito pong provisional authority na ginrant nyo sa ABS-CBN nung mag-migrate sila from analog to digital. Ito po ay napapaloob sa NTC case number 87-006. Tama po?
Tama po, Your Honor.
At dito po, nung approvein ninyo ito, kagaya ng binabasa ninyo, dalawang ulit nyo nang binasa,
Opo.
approves the conversion from analog television service to digital terrestrial television broadcasting station of ABS-CBN Corporation using Channel 43 in Metro Manila, predicated upon its congressional franchise under RA 7966, valid until the effectivity of said franchise. Malinaw po yun, Commissioner.
Tama po, Your Honor.
Meron po kayong consent ang NTC nung ipagamit ang Channel 43 para sa kapakanan ng ABS-CBN sa pag-transfer niya from analog to digital. Is that correct?
Opo, dahil po kulang po ang...
Dahil limited po ang frequency sa Metro Manila, kaya pinagamit ninyo ang Channel 43 sa ABS-CBN. Tama po?
Opo, with ano po yan, pumayag naman po ang Channel 43.
Tama po, pumayag nga. Ngunit, ang Channel 43 ay isang free-to-air frequency. Tama po?
Tama po, free to air po yan.
Free-to-air frequency.
Opo.
Ngayon, pagka po ba free-to-air frequency, ito po bang ang provisional approval na ito ay po pwede niyong ipagamit yung TV Plus? Kasi po free-to-air frequency ito eh. Nakalagay po ba dito sa provisional authority na binigay ninyo, specifically, pwedeng gamitin ang TV Plus? Nakalagay po ba rito?
Your Honor, yun po kasing TV Plus.
Hindi, tinatanong ko po, nandito po ba sa binigay ninyong provisional authority, magagamit po nila yung free-to-air frequency para i-launch nila yung TV Plus?
Pwede ko po bang ipaliwanag, Your Honor? Para
Hindi nga, tinatanong ko lang sa iyo kung nandito sa inyong nakalagay po ba dito sa specific po itong pinag-uusapan natin NTC case number 87006.
Pwede po yun.
Nakalagay po ba rito? Mr. Chair, pwede po bang tapusin niya ako bago siya sumagot? Dito po ba specific na nilagay ninyo na ang Channel 43 being a free-to-air frequency, pwedeng gamitin niya yung TV Plus? Nakalagay po rito?
Opo. Ang TV Plus po kasi sa generic name po ng
Yes
set-top
or no
box.
lang
So,
po
pwede
yun. Nakalagay po ba rito sa inyong provisional authority?
Ano po yan?
Bakit hindi
para
po ninyo masagot kung nakalagay po o hindi? Mamaya na po yung ibang sagot natin.
Diyan po ay hindi po nakalagay.
Ayun. Kung po pwede po sana, kung ano yung tanong lang, yun lang sasagutin natin para madali po tayo. Ito pong TV Plus, Commissioner, exclusive po yung mga channels na nakalagay dito. Kung sabihin nila program, content, channels, exclusive po ito sapagkat naka-encrypt. Tama? Encrypted po ito.
Yun pong ibang channels ay ini-encrypt po nila.
Hindi po iba. Karamihan po nito, naka-encrypt. Tama po? Ang hindi lang encrypted dito, yung channel 2 at saka yung channel 23. But the rest, initially, meron silang 4 na channels, pero encrypted yun. Tama po?
Maaari po yun.
Alam po ninyo yun, hindi po maaari. Tama po, hindi?
Tama po, tama po.
Kapag ka po, hindi bumili ng set-top box, ang isang may-ari ng analog TV, ito po yung digital receiver, ito po yung black box. Kahit na free-to-air po ito, hindi niya ma-access yun, hindi niya makikita, hindi po ba?
Hindi po mapapanood sa analog
Ayun,
TV.
ganun po yung nangyari. Kasi sinasabi nyo kanina, yung pong digital receiver, pwede namang bilhin sa Raon yun eh. Yun ang generic, Mr. Commissioner. Pero ito pong digital, special po ito eh. Meron siyang encrypted na mga programs and channels dito na kapag hindi mo binili, hindi mo makikita lahat yung mga programs na nandun. Bumili ka ng digital receiver sa Raon, ang makikita mo, yung channel 2 at saka yung free-to-air. Tama po, hindi? Tama. Oh.
Tama.
Ito po ang problema. Ito ang problema. Wala po dito sa provisional authority na makapagbenta sila ng TV Plus, encrypted, exclusive, sapagkat madidisenfranchise po ang viewing public. Kasi free-to-air po ang pinagamit ninyo, which is Channel 43. Ito po ang mali rito, Mr. Commissioner. Kaya nga po pinagpipilitan namin, bakit po ninyo sila pinayagan na mag-launch ng TV Plus na multiple channel? Kanina po na kayo po'y tinatanong ni Congressman Garbin yata, kayo po ang sumasagot para sa channel sa ABS-CBN. Ang sabi po ninyo, hindi channels yung mga yon, mga programs. Hindi po ba sinabi nyo? Di na justify po ninyo na hindi multiple channel. Sapagkat ang sinasabi nyo, these are multiple programs, not channel. Sinabi po nyo, hindi?
Tama po, multiple programs.
Sinabi po nyo kanina, hindi po? Okay. Naniniwala po ba kayo na yon ay mga programs at hindi channels?
Tama po. Meron po kasing
Hindi, saan po
engineering
ninyo
or
kinuha
technical-
yung paniwala na yung mga programs na yon ay hindi channels?
Tama po.
Hindi, kanino po? Kanino po nyo nalaman na yung mga multiple programs na yon ay hindi channels?
Nasa KBP standards po yan, Your Honor.
Ano po?
KBP standards.
O sige po. Para po sa inyong kaalaman, babasahin ko po yung isang pahina sa 200 page na ABS-CBN Corporation 2018 Annual Report submitted to the Philippine Stock Exchange. Page 69, ito po yung sinasabi. ABS-CBN channels. Ito po ang sinasabi niya. ABS-CBN channels. Open parenthesis, Channel 2, Sports and Action, Cinemo, Yay, Knowledge Channel, Teleradyo, Mix, Jeepney TV, O Shopping Channel, Asia Novela Channel, and Movie Central. Sila po ang nagsabi at umamin na itong mga programs na ito ay channels. Maliwanag po itong, bibigyan ko po kayo ng copy nito, Mr. Commissioner, kung gusto po ninyo. At ito po ihawak ko. Page 69, ABS-CBN Corporation 2018 Annual Report submitted to Philippine Stock Exchange. These programs are channels based on the admission of ABS-CBN. Ang tanong po ngayon, wala po sa inyong provisional authority. Bakit po ninyo pinayagan to the disenfranchisement of our viewing public sapagkat encrypted and exclusive ang kanilang mga programs? Bakit po?
Actually, Your Honor, based on their provisional authority, dapat po ay hindi nila ginawa yun.
Kaya nga po eh. Dapat nga po talaga. Pero ngayon lang po ninyo nalalaman na dapat pala hindi nila ginawa. Ang totoo po nito, Mr. Chair, today as we speak, the following programs or channels in TV Plus are still being chaired on Channel 43. Channel 1, Jeepney TV. Channel 2, Asia Novela. Channel 3, Cinemo. Channel 4, Yay. Channel 5, Teleradyo. And Channel 6, KBO. Today as we speak, Mr. Chair, the following programs and channels on Sky Cable, Sky Direct. Ito po yung sinasabi ko sa inyo kanina, Mr. Commissioner. Ito po yung direct broadcast satellite. Iba po ito yung sa wired. Kasi po, nung nakaraan, about 2.5 weeks ago, ang pagmamatwid ninyo, yung wired kasi hindi nyo sinidio sapagkat ang authority nila ay nanggagaling sa Executive Order 205. Pinagbigyan ko na kayo doon. Bagamat sa darating na panahon, sasabihin ko sa inyo na mali din kayo doon. Kaya lang, ito pong direct broadcast satellite, ito po ay alam ninyo na predicated dun sa kanilang prangkisa, Republic Act 7969, per NTC case number 2012-386. Tama po o hindi?
Yung pong Central Cable TV po.
Ito po yung Sky Direct. Tama?
Tama po.
Okay. Sa mga katwid, dito po, kung ang prangkisa ng Sky Cable, Sky Direct, ito po yung DBS service, pasuna yung prangkisa, dapat po pinatigil nyo na sila rito. Kasama rin nung prangkisa ng ABS-CBN na pinahiram ninyo yung Channel 43. Napakasimple po nito. Tama po?
Tama po yun.
Ang pagmamatweet nyo kasi kanina, dahil nga po ang ABS-CBN naghain po ng petition sa Korte Suprema, karapatan po nila yon, wala tayong magagawa. Demokrasya po tayo eh. Nahingi po sila ng TRO, karapatan din nila yon. Kaya lang, hindi naman po nag-issue ng TRO ang Supreme Court. Ang ibig sabihin nun, wala naman po kayong legal impediment. Dapat po yung trabaho nyo ginawa ninyo. Pinahinto nyo sila, i-implement nyo lang po yung i-expand niyo yung inyong CDO. Hindi naman kayo dapat mag-issue pa ng iba pang CDO eh. Kasi, ang basihan po, expired yung dalawang prangkisa. Napakalinaw po nito. Ito pong sinasabi ninyong pagmamatwid pa kanina na ang isa po kasing channel, karaniwan ina-assign 6 megahertz. Tama naman po yun eh. Yung 6 megahertz is enough to deliver one channel para hindi po magkaroon ng mga yung disturbance sa frequency. Pero, ang ang problema, pinagagamit nyo na naman yung mga BAs, yung kanilang value-added service, katulad po ng Kapamilya Box Office. Tama po. Ang Kapamilya Box Office po ay isang, katulad po ng encryption, pay TV, pay-per-view, ito po ay conditional access system po ito eh. Samantalang dito po sa binigay ninyong authority, Mr. Commissioner, balikan ko po itong binigay ninyong authority sa kanila. Mariin po ninyong sinabi doon sa inyong findings and recommendation sa page 11 o page 5, number 8, nakalagay po, no encryption nor conditional access of programming content shall be allowed. Kayo po naglagay nito eh. Tama po ba ito?
Tama po.
Tama rin, no? Ano po yung katwiran ninyo? Bakit? Pagkatapos, doon po sa inyong this provisional authority is subject to the following conditions, sabi po ninyo. Number 4, on page 7, nakalagay po, the use of conditional access system on DTTV service shall be subject to such conditional access guidelines that the Commission or any other relevant government agency may hereafter issue. Tama po, di ba?
Tama po.
Wala pa naman po kayong guideline eh.
Wala pa po yun.
Paano ngayon nakagamit po sila ng conditional access system, Mr. Commissioner? Kayo po ang regulator eh. Kayo po ang inatasan ng ating pamahalaan para i-regulate po ninyo ang frequency. Alam po ninyo, ang frequency finite po, hindi infinite ito eh. Kaya po ina-allocate po ito sa mga taong deserving para sa ganun, magkaroon din sila ng chance na makapaglingkod sa pamamagitan ng broadcasting. Tama po?
Tama po.
O kung hindi naman po ninyo nagaganap ang tungkulin ninyo, kaya kanina po, pagpasensyahin nyo na ako, nabanggit ko na dapat mag-resign na nga kayo eh. Sapagkat itong isa-isang napakarami ko pa pong dapat natukuyin sa inyo eh. Ang totoo po nito, bago nakapagsimula na mag-migrate ang ABS-CBN from analog to digital, hindi po ba nag-issue kayo ng temporary permit sa kanila? Temporary demonstration permit.
Para pong ganun yun.
Naalala po ninyo?
Hindi ko po naalala ang detalye yun.
Hindi na. Ipaalala ko po sa inyo, Commissioner. Nag-issue po kayo sa kanila ng 2 demonstration permits. Yung una po ay dated February 10, 2015. Sinundan po naman ng March 30, 2015. Merong mga kondisyones po yun. Bago sila makapagpatuloy sa... Ito po'y demonstration lang from analog to digital. Naalala nyo na po?
Parang naalala ko na po yun.
Siguro po, papagpapahingayin ko. Mr. Chair, may I shift to ABS-CBN muna para makapagpahinga si Commissioner?
Sige po, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta.
Mr. Katigbak, kayo na po ang sasagot.
Yeah.
Is it safe to say that you started airing ABS-CBN TV Plus in February 2015 using Channel 43?
Yes po.
And you will please admit that until today, until you were threatened to stop, to be realistic, or more than 5 years later, you are still airing ABS-CBN TV Plus.
We are carrying some channels po on Channel
Okay.
43 on a block time agreement.
Initially, ABS-CBN TV Plus had been into 6 multiple channels, namely ABS-CBN Channel 2, ABS-CBN Sports and Action or Channel 23, DCMM Teleradio, Cinemo, Yay, Knowledge. Ito po ay inamin nyo dun sa June 22, 2015 letter ninyo, paragraph 9, kung maalala po ninyo. Will you confirm that?
Opo.
Okay. And these channels increase in number over time, Mr. Chair. That included Mix, Jeepney TV, O Shopping Channel, Asia Novela, and Movie Central.
Opo.
Okay. And except for Channel 2, which is now called Kapamilya Channel also, and Channel 23, all these additional 9 channels on TV Plus are exclusive and encrypted.
Opo.
Pakilakas lang po para
Opo.
Okay. And because these 9 TV Plus channels are encrypted, I will not be able to access them unless I buy the TV Plus box. Am I correct?
Opo.
Okay. Sabi nga ninyo kanina na ibenta nyo ng 2,500 initially per black box until na-reduce nyo dahil marami na rin bumibili. Siguro, tama po?
Tama po.
Yan nga po ay na-advertise nyo sa Lazada, sa O Shopping, ABS-CBN Store, YouTube, and in your website. Is that correct?
Tama po, Your Honor.
And you will agree with me, Mr. Katigbak, that in launching ABS-CBN TV Plus using Channel 43 frequency it was by virtue of a temporary permit to demonstrate. We called it demonstration permits as a consequence of a plan to migrate from analog to digital frequency. I am correct.
Yes po.
These demonstration permits, yung una nga po ay February 10, 2015, yun ay hanggang March 31, 2015. Later on, you were granted another demonstration permit dated March 30, 2015, and the validity date is up to June 30, 2015. I am correct?
Yes po, including po the IRR, the implementing rules and regulations.
Yes. Para hindi po mabawasan ang aking oras, can you please read section or read number 1, yung condition number 1 under that demonstration permit?
Yung dated February 10, 2015 po.
Pareho naman kasi yun. Siguro yun munang first paragraph. Yung, that starts with temporary permit to demonstrate is blah, blah, blah.
Temporary permit to demonstrate is hereby granted to ABS-CBN Corporation, Amcara Broadcasting Network, with postal address at ABS-CBN Broadcast Center, Sergeant Esguerra Avenue, Corner Manir, Ignacia Street, Quezon City.
Okay, so dito po nakalagay, ang ABS-CBN Corporation at saka Amcara Broadcasting Network, iisang ginamit na postal address. ABS-CBN Broadcast Center, Sergeant Esguerra, ito po yung dating Bohol Avenue. Tama po?
Opo.
One of the 8 conditions imposed by NTC in these 2 demonstration permits, Mr. Katigbak, was that the permit shall be temporary and shall be valid until March 31, 2015 in case of the first one, and June 30, 2015 in case of the second permit. Will you confirm this?
Yes, Your Honor.
By admitting that until today you are still airing TV Plus, or more than 5 years now, after June 30, 2015, will you now admit that you violated the expiration period set forth in the demonstration permits?
I believe we continue to operate on the basis of our provisional authority, Your Honor.
Hindi po, itong test broadcast natin, these demonstration permits had validity dates. Ang sabi po, June 30, 2015 lang. Okay. So, ang tinatanong ko sa inyo, kung hanggang June 30, 2015 lang ang binigay doon sa demonstration permit, at sabi nyo kanina, hanggang ngayon ay nagpapalabas pa kayo ng TV Plus, then you can admit now that you violated the the expiration period set forth in those two permits.
Mr. Chair, I'll
May-
defer to our
May I
attorney
be recognized, Mr. Chair?
Yes?
Okay. So the demo permit has a time lapse. That's true. But after the demo phase,
No, I
then
thought you,
it would
I
proceed
thought you
now
were,
to the issuance of a
I
provisional
thought you will
authority.
be answering my question.
Okay. Yes,
It
sir.
has a validity date. If we reckon from the second permit, that is only up to June 30, 2015. Question is, you are still airing TV Plus until today, or 5 years, 4 months from that particular period. Aren't you, or weren't you violating this
We are not
demonstration
violating, Your
permit?
Honor. We are not violating any rules that you are mentioning, Your Honor. For the demo phase that was over, that's why a provisional authority was issued, so that we can already continue with the digital services. The demo is just a phase in the application. After that testing phase is done, then it will proceed now to the issuance of a provisional authority.
You cannot yet shift to that, because if you will, let me go to the other condition. Will you please read condition number 2 under the permit?
Mr. Chair, are you referring to the second bullet point?
Yes, they are in
So the
bullet points. The second bullet point, will you please read that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it says here, the equipment to be used shall be subject to re-export upon completion of the test and evaluation period.
Okay. Upon the completion of the test period, which is June 30, 2015, condition number 2, or bullet point number 2, says that the equipment to be used shall be subject to re-export upon completion of test and evaluation period. Okay. Considering that you have continued in broadcasting or in viewing, in airing TV Plus, I can only assume that you did not comply with the second condition kasi dapat ni-re-export na ninyo eh.
That's
Did
not
you
true, Your
re-export
Honor. That's not
the
true, Your
equipment?
Honor. This refers to the transmission equipment.
That is
As
correct,
explained by Commissioner Cordova, the TV Plus box are just receivers and they are just appliances.
I am not asking you about the boxes. I am talking about the equipment utilized during the demonstration period. They are specified here.
You have to read it
Insofar as Channel 43 is concerned, this is parenthesis 644-650 megahertz. Because this is Quezon City. Did you re-export that particular equipment?
There is no need, Mr. Chair, because under the migration plan, the entire analog will have to shift to digital. It would be absurd that after demonstration, the broadcast equipment used for digital would be re-exported. We have to take note of the migration plan of the DICT and the NTC. This is a permanent thing.
Mr. Chair, kung ganitong mga tuwiran nitong abogado ng ABS-CBN, hindi tayo matatapos dito. This is a very specific condition. Upon the completion of the test and evaluation period, the evaluation, the completion or the validity date is, napakalit kasi. The equipment to be used shall be subject to re-export upon completion of the test and evaluation period. Okay. What does this mean? You have to re-export the equipment. Ngayon, kung hindi kayo nag-re-export ng equipment, you violated the second conditionality.
Mr. Chair, ako po, I will defer to the NTC on the interpretation of that particular permit. And I think it should be the NTC to decide. I think, Mr. Chair, it should be the NTC to decide whether there was a violation of the permit or not. But I'd like to put on record po that ABS-CBN was complying with the directive of both the DICT and the NTC to migrate are broadcast to digital as quickly as possible.
Well, that
Because
is for us to assess and determine,
Opo.
Mr. Katigbak. But
That's right,
insofar
Mr.
as the
Chair.
conditions are concerned, there are no manifestations and proofs that all these conditionalities are being fulfilled. So who is going to answer this? There was no re-export that occurred in this. So the equipment remained with you and you utilize it until today or 5 years after the expiration in June 30, 2015. This is what happened, Mr. Katigbak, right?
That's right, Your Honor.
Okay, so
In compliance
this is-
po with the NTC directive.
that's the second violation. Okay. Condition number 3. Can you please read that, Mr. Katigbak?
May I be recognized, Mr. Chair?
Okay.
Bullet point number 3, the intended coverage area shall be limited to Metro Manila, Bulacan, Rizal, Cavite, and Laguna for Quezon City Station, and Metro Cebu for Cebu City Station only.
Okay. Which means that you are only allowed 6 areas. Is that correct?
For the demonstration phase, Mr. Chair.
Yes. But I'm showing you a screen cap of ABS-CBN TV Plus website showing the coverage area of the TV Plus. It included the provinces of Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Tarlac, Pangasinan, Benguet, which means that, again, you violated the areas specified in this condition. I am showing you your own screen cap of ABS-CBN TV. Ito yung map, oh. Okay?
Mr. Chair,
No. Is this not a violation considering that you included 5 more from the 6 areas that was specified under bullet number 3?
bullet number 3 refers to the demonstration permit.
Ito nga yung
Those
demonstration.
areas that you mentioned, Mr. Chair, refers to the enhanced services that under the IRR, we are supposed to offer to the public by January 1 of 2015.
You cannot isolate the demonstration permit from what actually happened in the launching of TV Plus. These are the areas covered. All in all, 11 rather than 6. But the condition under which you're supposed to operate, 6 lang muna. So the conclusion here is that you violated again condition number 3. Can we go to condition number 5 para madali tayo?
Bullet number 5 reads, frequency assignment for test broadcast shall be temporary.
Okay, given the temporary nature of the frequency assignment and given the fact that the temporary permits did not confer you vested rights, may I know why you are still using Channel 43?
The
More
Channel
than 5
43
years
is
after.
authorized under the assignment plan of the NTC, and it was reconfirmed in the provisional authority both of ABS-CBN and MCARA.
Nag-expire na nga yung franchise mo eh. Hanggang ngayon, hindi ka pa humihinto eh. Channel 43, as already confirmed by the commissioner, was predicated or based under the franchise of ABS-CBN Republic Act 7966.
Mr. Chair, I also believe that he clarified it by saying it's on the basis of a block time arrangement. It is independent of the provisional authority.
Black time ka ng black time na naman eh. Kanina kinonfirm na nga ni Commissioner. Paano magiging black time ito? This was the source of your provisional authority. NTC approved the use of Channel 43 and that is with the consent of ABS-CBN para kayo makamigrate from analog to digital. There is no black time here.
There is a reference to the block time in the PA of MCARA. Let me read the block time.
Sa AMCARA ang sinasabi mo. We are talking about the TV Plus and the use of. Kasi nga, hindi pa kayo wala pa kayong naka-assign dati. I don't know because nung magbunutan kayo, I think ABS-CBN got Channel 16. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor.
Inalis na natin yung mga analog. And then, anong ginagamit ngayon ng ABS-CBN? Is it Channel 43 or Channel 16?
Now, at present, we are no longer transmitting on all the frequencies that are stated in the CDO. As for the transmission of the 43,
The question
that is based on the block time agreement.
Ang tinatanong ko sa iyo, having gotten channel 16 as the assigned number for digital channel of channel 2 o of ABS-CBN, anong ginagamit ninyo ngayon? Sinuli nyo na ba yung channel 43 and you shifted to channel 16?
I think there's a misunderstanding about channel 16. The only reason why we were able to get channel 16 is because we have to leave from the VHF bandwidth, because the VHF bandwidth cannot accommodate digital technology. So that was part of the migration plan. As for the 3, that's part of the block time agreement, which is an ordinary commercial agreement. It is covered by the Article 32 of the KBP rules.
You did not get the question. At present, what is the channel being used by ABS-CBN? Is it still channel 43 based on the provisional authority, or you already shifted to channel 16?
It's based on a block time agreement using AMCARA's own provisional authority. Because ABS-CBN can no longer use its own provisional authority because of the expiration.
Wait. Teka muna. So anong ginagamit nyo? Channel 43?
Channel 43 on the basis of a block time agreement using AMCARA's own franchise.
Sige nga, pakita mo sa akin yung sinasabi yung block time agreement in this order. NTC case number 87-006.
Mr. Chair, kindly refer to the second page of the order issued in 91-205. I will read. These are the following findings of the BSD, or the Broadcast Service Department of the NTC. This is page 2, Mr.
Excuse
Chair.
me po, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta. The committee secretary is hereby directed to secure copies of the block time agreement between ABS-CBN and AMCARA. Pakituloy na po, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta.
Are you familiar with Presidential Decree 576-A?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
If you're familiar with this particular law, can you tell us what does this law tell you in regard to Section 2?
Mr. Chair.
For that, may I request that Attorney Maxim Uy be
Or
recognized?
Section 3, I'm sorry.
No.
Can you please read Section 3 of PD 576-A?
Mr. Chair, Section 3 reads of PD 576A, no person or corporation may own, operate, or manage more than one radio or television station in one municipality or city, nor more than 5 AM and 5 FM radio stations,
Pwede po bang pakilakasan, ABS-CBN?
nor more than 5 television channels in the entire country, and no radio or television station shall be utilized by any single interest group to disseminate information or otherwise influence the public or the government to serve or support the ends of such group.
So, dito po, Mr. Chair, sa buong bansa pala, bawal pala na mag-air ka ng more than 5 television channels. Dito pa lang sa binabanggit natin, TV Plus, 11 na po yun. Dito po yung mga batas na nalalabag nila. At sinasabi rito, no person or corporation may own, operate, or manage more than one radio or television station in one municipality. Ito po yung 111 policy. Ang nangyayari po sa TV Plus, hindi na ganun eh. Kagaya po ng tinanong ko kanina kay Commissioner Cordoba, at ngayon ay nalaman niya na nagkamali siya, wala po doon sa kanilang provisional authority na mag-launch sila ng TV Plus na naparami yung mga channels na nung umpisa sinasabi nila ay mga programs, mga contents. Pero naipakita ko naman sa inyo na yung mga programs na yon are considered channels per their report to the Philippine Stock Exchange. Ito po kasi ang nagiging problema natin, pinangangatwiranan pa ninyo kasi kahit na medyo may pagkabaluktot ang pangangatwiran ninyo. So nung nag-expired po yung demonstration permit on June 30, 2015, nag-expire din ang franchise ng ABS-CBN May 4, 2020. Bakit po nakakapag-ere pa kayo? Na-inspect po ba ng NTC yung transmitter ninyo? Hindi po ba ito'y subjected na ng CDO, yung transmitter? Paano ko yun nakakapag-transmit through Channel 43? Kung ang Channel 43 is also addressed in ABS-CBN as recorded in demonstration permit, pwede po bang i-conclude na ginagamit pa ninyo yung transmitter nyo sa Bohol Avenue?
Hindi na po, Mr. Chair.
Saan po nanggagaling ang signal nung Channel 43?
May hiwalay na transmitter po yung Channel 43.
Saan po ang Channel 43? Saan ang kanyang transmitter?
Marami ho yan.
Saan po?
You have the list. Yan. Mr. Chair, dito po sa listahan namin, 5 po yung transmitter pero parang hindi pa to kumpleto. You can just please give us time to complete the list. Kung saan yung mga transmitter po ng Amcara.
Ang gusto po naming malaman kung aling transmitter ang ginagamit niya sapagkat lumilitaw po rito sapagkat nagamit lang naman ninyo yung frequency nila, hindi naman kinakailangan sila yung gumamit pa ng transmitter. Po pwede rin yung gamitin ng transmitter ninyo. Kaya lamang po dahil merong cease and desist order, baka sakaling hindi ninyo sinara. At siguro dapat tingnan uli ng NTC. Papayag po ba kayo na tingnan uli ng NTC yun?
Alam ko po lahat po ng transmitter ng ABS-CBN na sara na po.
Baka kayo po alam ninyo, pero yung ibang tao ninyo, baka binubuksan, hindi po ninyo alam.
Utos po namin yan na isara lahat ng transmitter na nakalista sa CDO ng NTC po.
Pero mas maganda rin po kung makita rin ng NTC para makasiguro tayo. Tama po?
Tama naman po.
Did the demonstration permits allow you to launch multiple channels?
Yung ginagamit po namin is the NTC Memorandum Circular.
Hindi, doon muna po tayo sa the demonstration permit kasi hindi pa po ako tapos doon eh.
Sir, nauna po yung NTC Memorandum Circular, July 12, 2014, Section 2.4.
What is that?
The provision of new programs in addition to the analog legacy program is encouraged.
Hindi ko po narinig masyado yun.
Sa NTC Memorandum Circular po, dated July 12, 2014, Rules and Regulations for the DTT Broadcast Service, Section 2.4, the provision of new programs in addition to the analog legacy program is encouraged.
Hindi po yata sinasabi rin yung multiple channels. Sa analog po pinag-uusapan natin. Pero nagtatransfer na po tayo. Meron pong transition from analog to digital. Tama po. Wala pong sinasabi dyan na pwede kayong mag-launch ng multiple channels. Sa tinatanong ko po muna, doon sa demonstration permit, hindi rin po kayo binigyan ng permit to launch multiple channels. Tama po?
Mr. Chair, 5 taon na po namin binabroadcast yung additional channels na yun. Kung naging
Kaya
issue
nga po
yan
kanina,
sa NTC,
sinasabi ko sa inyo, yung violation po nyo is more than 5 years already.
kung violation po at hindi naman po ito nakatago, sana sinanction na po kami ng NTC by now.
Napapansin po niyo yung sagot ng NTC, hindi nga po niya malaman kung anong gagawin niya eh. Alam po ninyo, Mr. Katigbak, talaga pong ang technology ay mabilis lumago. Kung minsan po ang ating pamahalaan hindi masyadong nakakahabol, huwag naman po nating masyadong bilisan. Kung ang technology nandyan, para bang, sige, wala pa namang mga rules, unahan na natin. Huwag po ganun. Kasi yung prangkisa po ninyo was granted by Congress 25 years ago. I'd like to believe, Mr. Katigbak, that at that time, in 1995, yung KBO concept is still far away in time. Hindi naisip sigurado ng Congress in 1995 na darating tayo sa ganitong panahon na meron na palang ganito. Tama lang naman po na isipin natin na maaaring kumita tayo sa ganito. Pero, nandyan din naman sa prangkisa ninyo, sa Section 3, hindi kayo pwedeng gumamit ng anumang frequency o frequencies, kahit na marami pa yan, nang hindi kayo nabibigyan ng permit ng NTC. Nandun pa rin yun eh. At kung babasahin po nyo yung Section 1 ng inyong prangkisa, nauuna pong nakalagay doon eh. Section 1, subject to the Constitution and the laws and rules and regulations. Palagi pong ganun eh. So wag po nating sasabihin, pwede nating unahan ang technology. Pwede nyo sabihin, oh, I talk to Mr. Technology. But you should also talk to Mr. Constitution. Tama po, Mr. Katigbak?
Sir, I don't think we have violated any of the rules and regulations.
That's what you think.
Maaari pong hindi pa lumalabas ang rules and regulations tulad po ng sinabi ni Commissioner.
Yun nga po eh.
Pero
binanggit ko kanina,
sabihin...
kung nakikinig po kayo kanina, binanggit ko kay Commissioner, nandun po sa inyong provisional authority. At ito nga po ang nakalagay rito eh. The use of conditional access system on DTTV service shall be subject to such conditional access guidelines that the Commission or any other relevant government agency may hereafter issue. Wala pa pong ini-issue eh, Mr. Katigbak eh. Sa huwag niyong uunahan, kaya nagkaka-violate po tayo. May I refer you to, this is quite an old letter, but this is your letter to the Federation, it's called PICTAF. It's dated July 6, 2015. Nung nagkaroon kayo ng problema sa showing ng Pacquiao-Mayweather, sinagot nyo ito eh. First issue, on the showing of the Pacquiao-Mayweather fight as a pay-per-view offering on DTT, despite the NTC letter dated April 29, 2015. Ito po yung sagot ninyo. This is a moot issue since ABS-CBN Corporation has given express assurance already to the Honorable Commission that it will desist from showing pay-per-view offering until CAS rules come out by the end of the third quarter of this year. I don't know where you get that it will come out in the third quarter of that year, but the most important thing in this particular admission of yours in this letter, you have given an express assurance to the Honorable Commissioners, siguro po, may pinag-uusapan natin, NTC, that you will desist from showing pay-per-view. This is your own undertaking, and this is dated July 6, 2015. Pero hindi pa rin ninyo sinunod, Mr. Katigbak. So, napakarami pong violations. Kayo na pong nagsabi, sulat ninyo ito, pero hindi ninyo ginagawa. Ito pa po. The KBO channel is a pay TV. Is that correct?
Pay-per-view po.
Is it that the fact that within the demonstration period, or on May 3, 2015, you used the digital terrestrial TV system to air the Pacquiao-Mayweather fight?
Tama po.
Tama. Pakilakas lang po ng konti.
Tama po.
Is it not the fact that before this mega fight, the NTC wrote to you on April 29, 2015, in reply to your request for an option to watch that fight live through your TV Plus on digital terrestrial TV?
Mr. Chair, nag-umpisa po yan on April 1, 2015. Sinulatan po namin ng NTC to inform them that we would be airing the Pacquiao-Mayweather fight. Yung
Alam ko
sulat
po
po nila
yun.
was April 29, requesting us to refrain from offering the service.
Tama po yun. At ang sabi po ng NTC, doon sa sulat niya ng April 29, in reply to your request, kung po pwede ngang PPB show sa Pacquiao fight, sabi po ng NTC, you are directed to refrain from offering any paid television service in your DTT trials. Kasi nagtatry pa lang kayo, nasa demonstration trials pa lang tayo. Until such time that the Commission has come up with the appropriate guidelines for the same. Is that correct?
Tama po.
But despite having received this letter of NTC on the same day, you still proceeded with the PPB fight, did you not?
Mr. Chair, we had already sold the service to countless people prior to the receipt of that letter.
I don't care.
When we received the letter, we did stop from offering the service at that point in time, but we also had a commitment to the public who had already paid for the service, Your Honor, which is why we decided to pursue it.
Teka muna, Mr. Katigbak. Ang sulat po ninyo sa NTC is April 1,
Apo.
2015.
Tama po.
Wala namang sagot pa sa inyo ang NTC. Sumagot sila April 29. Bakit naman nag-advertise na kayo? At nasubo na kayo sa 2,500 pa nga ho yun. Tama po ba? Hindi.
Tama po.
Bakit naman nagpakasubo kayo na magbenta kagad nung pay-per-view fight ni Senator Pacquiao? Wala pa naman kayong natatanggap, nakasiguruhan na kayo ipapayagan ng NTC. Pagkatapos ngayon, ikakatwiran nyo. Nasubo na kami. Tama po bang katwiran yun, Mr. Katigbak?
Mr. Chair, ang inisip namin at the time was this is something that would be important to the public.
Tama po yun eh. Lahat po tayo nag-iisip na makakatulong sa ating bansa,
sa
ating mga kababayan, mapapasaya natin. Sino naman ang ayaw makita talaga live ang labanan ng Mayweather at saka... Pero kahit gaano po kaganda yun, kahit gaano ka-noble ang ating layunin, Mr. Katigbak, nananatili pa rin tayong napasasakop sa mga batas na umiiral. Sumulat kayo ng April 1. Wala po kayong natatanggap, nakasiguruhan, napapayagan kayo ng NTC. Sana naman hindi kayo nagpakadalos-dalos. Kasi pwede nang sabihin na, teka muna, baka mamaya may benta pagka hindi naman tayo payagan. Kawawa naman ang magsibili. So pinayagan, hindi kayo pinayagan pero nagtuloy-tuloy kayo sa pagkakakala na kawawa naman ng mga tao, nakabili na. Tama po yung katwiran na yun, Mr. Katigbak?
Hindi naman po kawawa, pero obligasyon po namin, dahil kinuha na namin ang pera nila, to make sure na we deliver the service that we promised them.
Hindi nga po eh. Kahit napakaganda po ng promise natin, sinasabi ko, Mr. Katigbak, kayo po ang may kasalanan, kayo po ang pumunta sa tao, wala pa po kayong permit, di pa po kayo pinapayagan, pumunta na kayo sa tao, nagbenta kayo. Pagkatapos, wag naman yung sisisihin halimbawa na, o gagamitin na halimbawa, na nakapagbenta na kayo. Paano naman yon? Kagaya nung una ninyong sinabi, kawawa naman ang aming mga 11,000 employees. Sana kung hindi naman sana naparami itong mga violations ninyo, hindi sana man tayo nagtagal ng ganito, wala po sanang namroblemang mga kababayan natin na mga manggagawa ninyo. Ganun po yung palaging nangyayari, Mr. Katigbak. So, kahit na ano pong sabihin ninyo na napakagandang kadahilanan mailagay sa tao yung laban ni Mayweather at saka ni Pacquiao, hindi po naman nagiging tama na hindi po nyo sinunod ang kagustuhan ng NTC na siya naman ang regulator natin.
Mr. Chair, tanggap po namin yan. Kung sa tingin po ng NTC, nagkaroon ng violation ng ABS, tanggap po namin kung ano man yung findings at recommendations po nila.
Kasi po para sa akin, you were so bold in defying the NTC. Were you above the law, Mr. Katigbak?
We are not above the law, Mr. Chair.
That's the reason why you should have refrained from doing this without the approval of the NTC. Were you allowed by NTC to make money during the test period?
I don't think we were prohibited also, Mr. Chair.
So the question is, were you allowed?
And to my mind, there was no prohibition against it po, Mr. Chair.
Ang ibig ko sabihin, Mr. Katigbak, test naman ito eh. Sana naman lang, binigay niyong libre sa mga tao. Test broadcast lang ito eh. That's only about 3 months. Let's say, from March 30 to June 30. Pero ang ginawa ninyo, nagbenta na kayo ng TV Plus. At saka, ang sabi nga ninyo, 9 million kagad ang naibenta ninyo. Kaya, ang sabi natin ngayon, so kung titigil kami, kawawa na naman yung 9 million. Palagi pong ganun eh. Parang namumuhunan kayo na maraming madadamis, marami nang tatamaan, sapagkat napakabilis ng action ninyo eh. Inuunahan po ninyo kasi ang mga regulasyon. Ganito po yung trend, ganito po yung pattern na nangyayari. Can I go to the... Can I ask questions now to the NTC Commissioner, Mr. Chair?
Sige po, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta, at paalala lang po na nakonsumo mo na po ang iyong oras at sana po kasama ng iyong pagtatanong sa NTC, umpisahan mo na pong tapusin ang iyong linya ng pagtatanong.
Paano kaya gagawin yun, Mr. Chair? Palagay ko...
NTC, maghanda na po kayong sumagot. NTC, Commissioner Cordova. Paki-unmute po si Commissioner.
Commissioner Cordova, nung tinatanong ko po ang mga opisyales ng ABS-CBN, nakikinig po ba kayo sa tanong at saka yung mga sagot nila?
Hindi po lahat, Your Honors, pero in general po napakinggan ko naman.
Marami po akong mga inisa-isa sa kanila na sa aking palagay ay nakalabag sa napakaraming mga pagkakataon. Unang-una na po yung binigay niyong 2 demonstration permit, hindi po nila tinupad yung mga 8 kondisyones na nakasaad doon. Narinig po ba ninyo yung mga sagot nila kanina?
Nadinig ko po, Your Honor.
Pagkatapos, nung tinatanong ko po kung nung sila'y nagbenta ng mga TV Plus, pinayagan po ba ninyo sila na magbenta ng TV Plus? Ang sabi po kasi nila, hindi naman nyo binawalan, kaya naglakas loob sila na ibenta yung TV Plus sa mga babayan natin. While on the test period.
Hindi po sila dapat magbenta yung pay-per-view, Your Honor.
Hindi po dapat.
Hindi po dapat. Kasi
Okay.
po, di po ba nasa...
Tama
wala
po.
wala pa pong conditions on that.
Ano naman po ang ginawa ninyo nung nalaman ninyo na nagbenta sila ng TV black box?
Noon po nagpapaalam sila, Your Honors, ay nag-issue po kami ng cease and desist order sa kanila po, Your Honors. Na yung pong mga Pacquiao Mayweather fight at iba, nag-issue po kami ng cease and desist order sa kanila, Your Honors.
Hindi po yung black box nung benta nila, hindi niyo naman pinayagan. Sabi nga ninyo, hindi dapat. Ano naman ang ginawa niyo? Umabot na nga po sa 9 million units po eh.
Actually, Your Honors, dito po kasing May 2019 ay nagkaroon na rin silang provisional authority, but earlier than that po ay wala po kaming naging action on that, Your Honors.
So nagkakaintindihan na po tayo, Commissioner, na dahil tapos na po yung prangkisa ng ABS-CBN, maging sa paggamit nila ng Channel 43, tapos na rin yung wireless, yung DBS service nila sa Sky Cable, sapagkat nakabase sa pasong prangkisa na yon, dapat covered po yun ng CDO, tama po?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Okay. Magkano po ba ang kanina po tinatanong hindi ko po alam kung si Kong Boying o si Kong Mike. Sa dami po ng violations na to, meron po kayong sinasabing 200 pesos na violation? Ano po ba yun? Penalty?
Based on the Public Service Act po, ang penalty po is 200 pesos per violation po yun.
Specifically, you are basing it from Section 21 of the Public Service Act.
I think so, Your Honor.
Okay. Hindi, 21 po yun, Section 21. Siguruhin po ninyo yun. Ang nakalagay po ron, 200 pesos per day, per violation. Kung halimbawa po, itong pagkakagamit ng multiple channel, sabi ko nga sa inyo kanina at inamin na ninyo, mali yun. 11 channels po, pinalabas sa TV Plus per day. On the basis of 200 pesos. So the 200 pesos times 11 times 365 times 5 years. Magkano po yun, Commissioner Cordoba?
I have to compute, Your Honors. I-check ko po, babalikan ko po kayo.
200 pesos
Kunwari po yun ang maging base natin. Kunwari
times
po 200
11
pesos,
channels.
Times ano po?
11 channels po yun eh. Per day
Okay.
kasi eh. Times 365 times 5.4 kasi 5 months and 4 months na po hanggat hindi sila humihinto. Magkano po yun?
Kung yan po ang maging basihan natin, mga 4.4 million, Your Honor.
Mali po kayo, Commissioner. Compute nyo uli.
200 po by 11 times 365 times 5.4 times 5.4 po ba?
Eh, yung black box po. Di po ba violation yun? Yung nagbenta sila, sabi ninyo walang hindi dapat. 9 million po yun eh.
Ay kailangan po i-check natin kung kailan po nabili yung black box. Magiging factual ano po yun bawat.
Tama po, pero nagsimula nga po sila sa, alam po nyo yung date kung kailan nagsimula ito eh. Staggered basis hanggang dumating ngayon, mga 9 million. Palagay na lang po natin, computing natin sa 5 million per day. 365 times 200 times 5.4.
Deputy Speaker Marcoleta, ang computation po ng 200 per day sa 11 channels sa loob ng 5 taon ay 4,015,000 lamang. Opo. Malaki po ito para sa atin, mga pangkaraniwang mamayan, pero sa isang korporasyon po na kumikita ng daan-daang milyon o ng bilyon, ay magmumukhang maliit lamang po ito.
Hindi po kasama
Deputy
yung mga
Speaker Marcoleta.
Hindi po kasama yung mga black box kasi, Mr. Chair. At saka ito pa pong sasabihin ko ito po kasing isa sa kanilang subsidiary, ito pong ABS-CBN Convergence. Nag-engage po siya sa broadcasting kasi. At sabi niya, ito ay value-added service. Ang KBO pay-per-view is a value-added service. Kaya po noong April 18, while on the demonstration period po, April 18, 2016, nagbenta po sila ng 199 pesos. The time has come, Donaire versus Bedak. ABS-CBN engaged, Convergence engaged in broadcasting. Hindi po siya broadcasting eh. Ang Convergence is a telco company, Mr. Chair. September 21, 2015, July 4, 2017, pay-per-view boxing, Pinoy Pride 38, Philippines versus Mexico, and Pinoy Pride 41, Magsayo versus Diaz for 99 pesos. April 13, 2017, advertisement of KBO, Holy Week special for 99 pesos. September 19, 2019, the red carpet coverage. The 2019 ABS-CBN ball aired live on KBO channel for 30 pesos. November 30, 2019, listen, the Big Shot concert of the TNT Boys carried on KBO for 30 pesos. February 24, 2020, the homecoming concert of Miss Universe Catriona Gray was also aired on KBO, also for a fee. Mr. Commissioner, nag-issue po ba kayo ng Certificate of Authority or permit sa ABS-CBN Corporation at saka Convergence to broadcast these events na binasa ko sa inyo?
Sa ABS-CBN Convergence, wala po kaming ini.
Wala po. So dahil telco po yun, pero nag-broadcast siya, do you think it violated its franchise, Mr. Commissioner?
I have to check po, Your Honors, kasi po pwede po kasing dumaan lang sa kanya as value-added service. Katulad po ng nangyayari sa ibang telcos natin na nakakapag-provide po ng value-added service.
Yung value-added service po ng Convergence, Mr. Commissioner, 10 lang yon. Nakalagay po sa kanilang certificate na pinayagan ninyo. Dalawa po yung certificate of registration na in-issue nyo sa kanila. Isa po ay valid until January 15, 2018. Meron kayo pang January 15 to 2023. Ito pong 10 value-added services, music, infotext, social networking, messaging, video streaming, games, image, location-based, IP multicast, electronic payment service. Alin po sa 7 binanggit ko sa inyo ang po pwedeng gamitin ng telco through internet?
Mukhang maaari pong video streaming, Your Honor.
Alin pa po? Dalawa ito.
Video streaming po.
Meron pa pong isa. Yung IP multicast at saka yung video streaming po pwedeng gamitin ng telco, tama po?
Pwede.
Pero sa internet lang yon.
Sa internet po.
Pero ang ginawa po niya, nag-broadcast siya. Kaya ang tinatanong ko sa inyo, itong mga binanggit kong mga events, bin-broadcast niya po, hindi po ginamit ang internet. So, dapat po alam ninyo, violation ito. Kayo po ang nagbabantay eh. Kayo po ang nangyayari
I have to check, Your Honors, kasi po, kasi paano po sila magbo-broadcast sa telco po kung hindi through internet, Your Honors?
Mr. Commissioner, kapag ka po sinyat off natin ang Channel 43 na maliwanag naman pong dapat, ang mawawala po ngayon is Channel 1, Jeepney TV, Channel 2, Asia Novela, Channel 3, Cinemo, Channel 4, Yay, Channel 5, Teleradyo, Channel 6, KBO. Tama po?
I think so, Your Honor. Tama po.
Pagka po naman sinara natin yung program, yung wireless, ito po yung DBS service ng Sky Cable. Ito po yung mawawalang mga channels. Kapamilya Channel, Cinemo, Yay, Knowledge, ANC, Jeepney Channel, Mix Channel, O-Shopping Channel.
Lahat po ng laman ng Sky Direct Broadcast Satellite po ay mawawala. Pati po yung ibang channel po noon, ibang content po. Hindi lang po yan.
So ngayon po, na nabalidate natin ang napakaraming mga... Teka, ito po pala. Kasi kanina po may sinasabi kayo na yung TV Plus ay walang iniwan sa isang digital receiver na pwedeng bilhin sa raon, di ba?
Opo.
Ang pagkakaiba lang po kasi, yung TV Plus, Salamat ka, Commissioner. Pinatitigil na ako. Pero nagkaintindihan na po tayo kanina, no? Maliwanag po na covered ng CDO po yung dalawang platforms na binanggit natin kanina.
Tama po yun.
Kailan po i-implement po yung cease and desist order?
Tapusin po namin ngayong gabi, Your Honor.
Ngayon po?
Opo, i-issue po namin. Ayusin po namin tonight, Your Honor.
Sana po, Mr. Commissioner, maging vigilant po tayo. Kayo po kasi ang naatasan ng ating pamahalaan na bantayan po natin ang ating airwaves, yung mga frequencies. Hindi naman po dahil sa napakalaki at napakataas na po ng antas ng ating technology ay magpapabaya po tayo. Kung kinakailangan po na gawin nyo kagad ang guidelines para hindi kayo maunahan, ang nangyayari po kasi parang imbes na kayo po ay maging regulator, parang merong regulatory capture na nangyayari sa atin ngayon sapagkat mukhang masakit sabihin pero parang napapaikutan po kayo, Mr. Commissioner. Wala na po akong panahon, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po sa panahong ibinigay niyo sa akin. Salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta.
Chair Jonathan.
Yes, Chairman Chicoy.
Sa listahan natin, last na po si Deputy Speaker Marcoleta. Tayo po nagpapasalamat sa kanya. At ngayon po wala na pong kasunod. Pwede na po tayong lumipat sa susunod po na issue natin, yung alleged violations ng ABS-CBN sa labor laws. Pero Chair Jonathan, bago tayo tumuloy sa presentation ng ABS, tanong po muna natin sila, baka gusto na ang mga kasama natin dyan na mag-break muna kahit ng mga 15 minutes para makapag-kape or CR or tubig man lang, Chair Jonathan, sa ating mga bisita.
Hearing suspended.